The worst student in the entire Demon Slayer's Academy stands in front of the sync machine, a device built to measure how well a human body can connect with a demon core, the very source of power behind their armor. The rule is simple: the higher the synchronization rate, the more demon power you can command. Just moments ago, the top cadet Sidhu scored 39%, instantly earning the title of prodigy. No one expects anything from Aang, not even a little. But the second the test begins, the numbers spike fast. 20%, 40, climbing higher and higher until it slams into 80. The instructors freeze, convinced the machine has malfunctioned, but it hasn't. The result is real, and the truth, no one here knows it yet. Because this so-called failure used to be humanity's strongest warrior. 60 years ago, Aang led the charge against the demonic forces that nearly erased mankind. He stood face to face with the Crimson Demon King, and in that final battle, he died with nothing left to give. Or at least he was supposed to. Instead, his consciousness returns, trapped inside a weak, unfamiliar body decades into the future. Disoriented, fading in and out, he wakes up in what looks like a military boot camp. Everything feels wrong. The body isn't his. The strength isn't there. Even his face is different. Gone is the legendary physique, replaced with something painfully average. The realization hits hard and he snaps, questioning who he is and where he's been thrown. The camp is located in the Helios region, where new cadets are being trained. The commander steps forward, delivering a harsh speech about sacrifice, about the soldiers who died in the war, about what it truly means to carry that title. The recruits respond with conviction, all except Aang. Under his breath, he mutters that something about this information feels off. Unfortunately, the commander hears him. The atmosphere tightens instantly. The commander approaches, questioning his understanding, demanding his name. Aang hesitates. He can't exactly declare himself as the legendary hero, but ironically the body he's in shares the same name. Aang, instead of respect, that answer only fuels the commander's anger. To him, it's nothing short of an insult to a sacred name. He calls him a worthless fool, someone who hasn't even begun to grasp the basics of a soldier's discipline, and slams his face straight into the ground. And just like that, reality sets in. The blow is weak, insignificant, yet his body can't even react properly. The former strongest warrior now stuck in a body that can't even handle a simple hit. The disappointment is crushing. As the commander walks away, he makes one thing clear: he'll be watching him closely. The cadets are then ordered to move to the evaluation field for physical testing. A soldier helps Aang back up, introducing himself as Lancino, casually pointing out that his name is something to be proud of. Before the moment can settle, a white-haired girl cuts in, mocking him for daring to share a name with a legend. That girl is Sidhu Leyu. Her tone is cold, dismissive, and sharp enough to sting. She calls him childish and walks off without a second glance, clearly irritated by his existence. Aang, already frustrated, doesn't hold back, complaining about her attitude. Lancino, however, is stunned he doesn't recognize her. She's the most anticipated cadet of their batch, known as the Cold-Blooded Demon, and a member of the prestigious Sidhu noble family. The name Sidhu lingers in Aang's mind, oddly familiar, but just out of reach. As Lancino helps him up, a random girl snaps a picture from behind, calling the moment a beautiful display of bromance. Both turn, confused, only for her to casually brush it off and introduce herself as Suju Yuhoi. To her, the interaction was worth capturing. To Aang, she's clearly not the brightest. Soon, the physical tests begin. Despite the weak body, Aang's confidence doesn't waver. In his mind, he's still the strongest warrior to ever exist. All he needs to do is prove it. The endurance test starts and he charges forward, aiming for first place, maybe even a record. He does break a record, just not the one he wanted. He finishes dead last, setting the record for the slowest time. The next test, explosive arm strength, ends just as badly. He comes last again and even manages to sprain his wrist. Then comes leg strength, and once more he ranks at the bottom. 3 tests, 3 failures. The laughter around him grows louder. Sidhu Leyu doesn't hold back, openly mocking him as the worst performer in Academy history. Lancino tries to lift his spirits, while Suju quietly laments that this might be the last time she gets to photograph them together. Elsewhere, the officials discuss his results. Jiading suggests immediate elimination, seeing no value in continuing, but the captain disagrees. No matter how slim the chances, Aang still has the right to attempt the second round, and that second round changes everything. Inside the testing facility, cadets are evaluated based on synchronization with demon cores. This is Aang's domain. In the past, his sync rate averaged over 96%. Even now, he's certain this is where he proves himself. He examines the modern gear, lighter, more advanced, almost unrecognizable compared to his time. His confidence returns. Sidhu Leyu scores 39% again, becoming the center of attention. Lancino achieves 24%, surprising everyone, while Suju reaches 30%. The evaluators note multiple promising talents emerging from this batch. Then it's Aang's turn. The crowd mocks him, expecting another failure. But Aang remains calm. He chooses the red core, designed to boost physical strength, fully aware of how these cores function. For him, its simple synchronization is a battle of willpower. The test begins. Almost instantly, the entire room feels the reaction. Even Sidu Leu turns, sensing something abnormal. Aang pushes forward, drawing out power like a veteran warrior reclaiming his throne. 40%. The room falls silent. 60. Disbelief spreads. 80. Now panic sets in. Some think it's cheating. Others suspect the equipment. But Aang knows the truth. This is just a fraction of what he once was. He tries to push further, aiming for his old peak. Then suddenly everything collapses. His strength vanishes. His body gives out. He can't continue. The system malfunctions and the final result drops to a mere 10%. The officials claim the core broke mid-test, likely faulty, but the commander isn't convinced. Something about this doesn't add up. Still, 10% is enough to pass. To everyone else, it confirms their belief. There's no way someone this weak could ever reach such heights. But for Aang, the situation is far more unsettling. He felt it clearly. Something drained his power completely, something unnatural. Lancino rushes to help him out while Suju eagerly captures the moment. Sidu Leu watches from a distance, her expression tightening. For the first time, someone else is threatening her spotlight. Later, as Aang reflects, the mystery gnaws at him. Even with a faulty core, that kind of collapse shouldn't happen. Something interfered, something he doesn't understand yet. Then Jiating announces the final phase. A real battle. A hunt beyond the wall, deep within the fog where demons still roam. As the cadets gather before the massive gate, the tension rises. Some feel excitement, others fear. Aang steps forward, his body still weak, but his instincts sharper than ever. Because whatever is waiting on the other side isn't going to be a test. For Aang, this is the first time stepping beyond the wall, the first time seeing the outside world in this era, and it reminds him how humanity has been split into isolated communities for years. Beyond the wall, the land is swallowed by heavy fog, so the recruits are warned not to waste a single second, move quietly, and check their gear properly before speaking, because one careless mistake could get them killed. That makes Aang question the new core he received. He still doesn't think the core itself was the issue, but during the last test, his strength vanished all at once, almost like something inside his body rejected the power. He wonders if this could be some strange side effect of crossing through time. As they move deeper, Aang suddenly senses demons nearby. A shockwave-like instinct spreads out from him, reaching toward a nearby cave where a demon is sitting in silence. The moment the demon feels a stronger presence, it flinches, startled by what it just sensed. Aang realizes these must be the demons he detected, but for some reason, something inside his body begins resonating with them. Before he can think any deeper, Leu pushes him forward and tells him to stop holding everyone up. Aang apologizes and Lan quickly comes over, asking if something is wrong. Aang is about to explain, but before he can finish, the three of them are ordered to form a team. Since the others are already moving, they're told to catch up with the group ahead. Suju wonders if ending up on the same team was part of Aang's plan, but let's be real, our boy had zero idea this was coming. Meanwhile, Leu had secretly been worried earlier that no one would team up with her. Even she seems aware her attitude isn't exactly beginner-friendly. Before they head further in, Suju takes a photo of the four of them, treating it like proof that their team has officially been formed. The dispelling steel is a black structure made from durable minerals, and one of those minerals has the power to clear the fog within a limited range. The examiner explains that this test will be done in teams of 4, and everyone already knows it as the Fog Hunt. Each member receives a combat knife, along with a small fog-clearing device made from the same material as the steel. Their mission is simple, but the danger is very real. The Fog Hunt is the final trial every new recruit must face in this fog-covered world. A warrior has to stay alert for threats hidden inside the mist. Being a warrior isn't just about raw strength, it means facing fear, stepping into the unknown, and surviving together as a team. Only by awakening their inner hunter and defeating the demons that appear can they earn the title of warrior. The first team finishes its test, and the second team prepares to enter. At the gate, Tada Yashio, the leader of the 3rd Squadron, watches the contestants closely. Beside her stands her fellow senior Joel, while Commander Jiating is also present. Tada notices several promising recruits, but her attention keeps drifting toward Leu. She asks what the others think about the newcomers. Joel is also interested in Leu. Since she comes from a prestigious martial family and has received proper training, he believes she has the potential to become a strong warrior. Jiating, on the other hand, keeps thinking about Aang. He knows for a fact there was nothing wrong with Aang's core earlier, which means that strange synchronization incident still doesn't make sense. Tada snaps him out of his thoughts by calling him Tang Tang, and of course, the commander immediately tells her not to use that embarrassing nickname. Joel notices that she may be the only person who can tease this hard-faced commander like that and survive. Tada then asks if they've confirmed the demon levels, stressing that only non-fin demons should be inside the exam area. Jiating tells her not to worry, explaining that they have monitored the zone for days to make sure the test is safe, and there are no fin demons anywhere near Hylo's town. Joel adds that even if a finned demon somehow appears, they'll step in immediately and protect the future warriors. The next group finishes, and now it's time for the 10th group. Leu, who is teamed up with Aang, gets ready to begin. As Aang reaches for the small container, Leu suddenly snatches it from him and takes off, clearly eager to show what she can do. Aang wonders why anyone would be this desperate to impress people, while the rest of the team quickly follows after her. Leu jumps forward and places the container in position. Tada immediately notices how impressive Leu's recovery core is, pointing out that her dexterity is almost on the same level as the blue agility cores, proving just how strong her martial family training really is. Soon, demons begin attacking. Aang tells the team they should deal with the demons directly, and Lan wastes no time jumping into action, launching a powerful punch. Jiating is impressed by Lan's strength, noting that he is already making excellent use of his core power. Aang draws his knife and tells everyone to focus on one demon each. The team agrees and charges into battle. Suju slashes at one demon again and again, finally bringing it down. Lan finishes another demon with a single heavy punch. Joel points out that Suju and that brute force guy are working surprisingly well together, with Suju showing sharp movement and making great use of the agility core. Jiateng reminds them, however, not to depend too much on any one teammate. Leu stabs into a demon and makes it burst apart. Now it's Aang's turn. He focuses on 3 vital points: the throat, the chest, and the abdomen. He targets those areas while calculating the limits of his current body, trying to figure out how much damage he can deal in the shortest time possible. Under exam conditions, this is the perfect chance to test what he can still do. He rushes forward and keeps attacking the demon. When the demon throws a punch, Aang dodges to the side and drives his knife under its shoulder. But even while moving correctly, he's irritated by how sluggish his reactions feel. The demon tries to kick him, and Aang dodges again, stabbing it once more. His movements are technically precise, but his body refuses to keep up with the skill in his head. He lands several strikes, but none of them have the power he wants. Watching this, his teammates start to think he might be playing around with his target. Meanwhile, Suju keeps taking pictures, trying to capture the whole thing. Leu says nothing, but she assumes Aang is showing off on purpose. Tada notices Aang's unusual fighting style and asks who he is. Joel is also impressed, saying Aang's movements look like someone with a lot of real combat experience. After fighting for a while, Aang realizes the truth: he can't use his old abilities and his current body is already reaching its limit. This is bad, really bad, so he decides to end the demon immediately. But just as he rushes in, something else appears and destroys the demon first. Suju notices strange roots suddenly emerging during the fight. Then, without warning, a one-finned demon appears. The moment real danger shows itself, Jiateng orders everyone to fall back and they retreat immediately. Tada and Joel also step forward to confront the one-finned demon. Tada tells the hunters not to panic and to stay near the commander, while Jiateng promises to protect them until they reach the town. But the one-finned demon senses something strange. Among the humans, one of them feels almost like a demon. Aang and his 3 teammates are trapped. Leu is confused by what the demon means, but she knows one thing for sure: the earlier demons were nothing compared to this monster. A single mistake against a one-finned demon could mean instant death. Aang understands it too. In his current body, he has no way to handle a one-finned demon. For the first time, terror creeps in, because fighting something like this as an ordinary warrior is completely different from fighting it as the legend he used to be. The demon overwhelms all 4 of them with ease, disables them, and drags them away. Tada and Joel chase after it, but the demon dives underground with the 4 recruits. Joel yells for everyone to follow. After a while, the trail suddenly disappears. Tada wonders how a one-finned demon could appear here so unexpectedly, especially when Jiateng had checked this area for days and had never missed anything before. Something like this has never happened until now. Jiateng arrives, demanding to know where the 4 recruits went and why they stopped tracking the demon. Joel tells him to calm down, explaining that the enemy vanished. Tada points out that the one-finned demon likely went deeper underground, and they shouldn't rush in blindly because no one has explored that area before. Remembering the loss of his brother, Jiateng slams his fist into the ground, blaming himself for putting those 4 kids in danger. Joel suggests returning to town first, guessing that the situation there may already be in chaos. He wants to send out search teams and confirm there are no more one-finned demons wandering nearby. Tada agrees that they shouldn't lose control over an unprecedented situation, especially when no one could have predicted it. She tells Jiateng to stay calm, even though she knows how hard that is for him. Jiateng stands up and says he'll continue searching for the 4 recruits alone, telling them not to worry. Joel tries to object, but Tada cuts him off and simply tells the commander to return before sunset. Jiateng agrees, then heads into the fog by himself. Tada knows there's no changing his mind. Joel remembers that years ago, demons took Jiateng's younger brother, and he has blamed himself ever since. Tada notes that if Jiateng's brother were still alive, he would be around the same age as the 4 captured recruits. Maybe seeing those kids taken by a demon reopened the wound he never healed from. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Aang and the others are tied up. Aang wakes up confused, unsure where they are, but he's relieved to see that everyone is still alive. Then the demon appears behind him, noticing that Aang is the first one to wake up. The demon can tell this boy is different from the others. It wonders why Aang has a demon-like aura, maybe even stronger than its own. Aang has no idea what the monster is talking about. Suddenly, Aang's body begins glowing red and he snaps the ropes holding him down. He charges at the demon, but the demon dodges with ease. Aang immediately thinks that in his past life, he would have taken this demon's head before it even had time to move. But right now, he has to focus on saving the others. He notices that the one-fin demon has a red core, boosting its speed and flexibility, allowing it to move and strike faster than normal. But that kind of body structure also leaves its joints without thick protection, turning them into both its biggest advantage and its biggest weakness. The demon raises its hand toward Aang and tells him resisting is pointless. It slams into him, and Aang instantly realizes that the only way to win is by targeting its joints. That is the demon's weak spot. He pushes himself forward, refusing to be treated like some powerless rookie. He shouts that he has killed countless one-fin demons before. In response, the demon lands a brutal kick, sending him crashing back and leaving him bleeding. And because this thing is a wooden-type demon, it can regenerate its own body, a disgusting ability that makes the monster far too proud of itself. Aang always believed only green-core demons could regenerate like that, so seeing a wooden-type monster heal itself throws him off completely. He starts wondering if demons have changed during the last 50 years. The demon realizes Aang is looking down on it, and it doesn't like that one bit. In the next instant, roots burst out and stab straight through Aang's body, dragging him closer. The demon grabs his head, studying him like some strange creature, still unable to understand what he really is. Aang can feel the roots tearing into his organs, making every breath feel impossible. He has only just returned to life, yet somehow he is already standing at death's door again. Worse than that, the other three are still here with him. That same old despair starts crawling back, the fear that he might not just die alone but drag everyone else down with him. Regret crushes him. Aang curses his own weakness, furious that after everything he survived, he is still too powerless to protect the people beside him. Seeing Aang barely holding on, the one-fin demon decides to devour him and use his power to evolve. But right before it can move in, another voice stirs inside Aang, cold and irritated. It questions whether this low-level demon seriously plans to eat him. The voice grumbles that if Aang dies here, its own plans will be ruined, and now it has no choice but to burn the last bit of its energy. Suddenly, the one-fin demon senses something terrifying rising from Aang's body. A demonic form begins to emerge and the one-fin demon panics, guessing it might be a 5-finned or even 6-finned demon. But the aura is far beyond that. Shockwaves tear upward into the sky, and then an 8-finned demon appears, instantly turning the one-finned demon into a shaking mess. The newcomer declares itself the strongest red-core demon, the king of all finned demons. The one-finned demon trembles, recognizing him as the crimson-finned king. Meanwhile, Jiateng continues searching through the fog, cutting down any demon that crosses his path. After some time, he stops and realizes he has already checked the surrounding area, but only found a few no-fin demons. The 4 candidates are nowhere nearby. Still, he refuses to stop. He swears he will find them before sunset, no matter what. Then he senses a massive burst of energy in the distance. The power is so intense that he immediately wonders if it has something to do with the missing recruits. At the same time, the crimson-finned king comments on how strange it is to appear in such a dark place with no sunlight. He demands to know whether the final demon truly vanished, and whether the other 5 still reign as finned kings. The final demon gives no response. The crimson-finned king takes that silence as proof that things haven't changed much. He mocks the demons for living so peacefully, then remembers what happened 60 years ago and his anger erupts. He asks if they have already forgotten what they did to him. He attacks the final demon, furious that even though he chose the body of the strongest warrior to carry his spirit, that body has become pathetically weak after crossing through time. To him, spending his remaining power on such a minor enemy feels like a complete waste. If he wants to fully appear again, he needs to wait until he awakens properly. And for that to happen, the strongest warrior must slowly recover all his lost memories. The final demon explains that the fin memories Aang mentioned are tied to their growth. The bumps on their knees and the number of fins they possess show their level. Every time they grow more fins, they require fin memories, something only their kind can inherit. That is why demons are naturally stronger than other races. And the warrior body Aang is using now is apparently similar to theirs. But there is one major rule. Demons can level up by devouring demons of the same rank. Aang, however, must consume demons stronger than himself to unlock the hidden memories and evolve. The one-finned demon, who was acting all cocky a second ago, instantly turns into a desperate coward. It promises to serve the 8-finned demon and do anything he asks. But the crimson-finned king kills it without hesitation, because to him, this thing isn't worthy of serving anyone. Its only useful purpose now is to become food, helping Aang awaken his fin memories. This becomes the first step in Aang's path to reclaiming power. The crimson-finned king wants Aang to slowly reach 8 fins. Once that happens, he will finally awaken from his deep sleep. After saying this, the demon retreats back inside Aang's body. Meanwhile, Aang himself is trapped in brutal memories from the past, back when he and his comrades were badly wounded. One of his companions desperately wished that His Majesty Aang would survive, because a certain woman was still waiting for him. The memory twists into a nightmare, and Aang suddenly opens his eyes in the present, shaken and confused. He wonders if it was all just a dream, but quickly realizes those were memories from long ago, memories that feel far too real. Before he can process anything, his friends walk in, happy to see him awake. Aang is surprised to see them alive and safe. Suju immediately notices that Aang's hair looks different and asks if it was caused by the demonic door. Aang has no idea what she means. Confused, he checks whether everyone is okay, remembering that they were dragged underground by the one-finned demon. Then Jiateng and the other 2 commanders enter, wanting Aang to explain what happened in the cave. Aang asks why all the seniors decided to visit him. Tada Yashio explains that their brute commander brought all 4 of them back. And naturally she calls him Tang Tang again, embarrassing him right in front of everyone. Joel adds that Jiateng found the 4 of them unconscious inside a cave. Luckily, the one-finned demon was already gone, because carrying them all back while fighting that monster would have been a nightmare. Tada explains that the other 3 woke up after some time, but none of them remembered what happened in the cave. Aang was the only one who stayed unconscious, and during that time his body went through changes. She hands him a mirror so he can see his altered hair, then asks if he remembers anything from underground. Aang stares at his reflection, trying to understand what happened. Ever since he traveled through time, nothing has made sense. He remembers blacking out after being struck in the cave, but after that, everything is blank. For a moment, he considers telling them the truth about his time travel, but he quickly decides against it. No one would believe him anyway, and they would probably think he had lost his mind. For now, he chooses to keep living under this identity while searching for the truth on his own. So Aang says he briefly woke up inside the underground cave, but fainted again before seeing anything important. This makes Jiateng think back to the blood splatters he found down there, wondering who caused that mess. Joel looks at Aang and remembers that his name is the same as the mightiest warrior. His combat sense is sharp, but his body is clearly lacking. So Joel asks if Aang has ever fought demons before. Aang says no, explaining that he has always been interested in demon combat and studied it deeply, but he has no real battle experience. Since Aang seems knowledgeable, Tada suggests that Jiateng shouldn't give up on training him properly. Aang then asks what happened with the warrior test. Suju tells him they passed and are now part of the Stilt team. Lan adds that because of the recent incident, Jiateng officially formed the 4 of them into one squad. Lei also points out that they are already behind everyone else. Jiateng explains that they need to complete missions to earn points, and because Aang was unconscious for 3 full days, their team currently has 0. Aang is shocked to hear he was out for that long. The next day, the 4 of them stand in town wearing their new uniforms. People nearby talk about the new warriors who arrived 3 days ago. Jiateng appears and congratulates them on becoming official warriors. He praises them for surviving an encounter with a one-finned demon, then tells them he will personally lead their squad. Their squad is one of 9 under his command, and he expects them to compete properly against the others. Aang realizes the rules in this era are much harsher than before. Lan asks if Aang has really never heard of the squad ranking system. From the looks of it, Aang is still completely clueless, and right now their team is sitting at the very bottom of the rankings. Jiateng explains how the leaderboard works. Squads at the bottom receive monthly punishments like cleaning duty until the next ranking update. Aang finally understands why the town is so clean. Jiateng then names Lei as the group leader, and no one seems to object except Aang, who clearly wants that position himself. But he keeps quiet and lets Lei enjoy her new role. Jiateng instructs them to pick missions from the board and get used to using their nano wings in combat. If they run into trouble, they can come to him. Once Jiateng leaves, Lei suggests checking the mission board immediately since they have a lot of catching up to do. But Suju says there is something even more important first, a group photo. So of course they take one. Later, Jiateng asks the other seniors what they think about everything. Tada Yashio says that just like he noticed, there were no fin demons left inside the cave. They all seem to have died from some kind of explosion, leaving blood everywhere. That is why Jiateng suspects the 4 candidates may have been involved. He admits Aang makes him uneasy, especially because there is something strangely familiar about his scent. Tada tells him not to worry too much. She is simply glad the 4 returned alive. Still, she wants him to train them properly because she has no intention of letting his team lose to hers. Jiateng remains serious about his suspicions toward Aang, so Joel suggests they keep an eye on the kid for now. Meanwhile, at the mission board, Aang is excited to see that all the available missions are a level, each worth 10 points. Lan explains that A-level missions are the highest tier. Suju adds that they are also the most dangerous. Lan continues, saying B-level missions give 6 points while C-level missions give 3. The lower-ranked missions are safer and simpler, but A-level missions are infamous for being deadly. People can and do lose their lives on them. Lei looks at the 3 missions posted and together with Aang suggests taking all of them. Once the mission begins, the 4 start running. Aang activates his core and his nano wings appear, though one wing immediately catches on a rock, because of course his body still refuses to cooperate smoothly. Focusing on the energy from the nano wings, Aang manages to form a sword in his hand. He thinks about how far nanotechnology has advanced over the last 60 years. The team hides behind a rock. Lei says they are ready and explains the objective. 2 no-fin demons are nearby, and both must be taken down at the same time. She reminds everyone to follow the plan and wait for her signal. When the signal comes, they rush in. Lei points out that they have 3 A-level missions to finish, so they can't afford to waste time. This fight needs to end quickly. Lan moves first, disrupting the demons' vision and stopping them from noticing the others. Lei repeats the plan. She, Aang, and Suju will stop the demons from moving. After they strike, Aang wonders how well the demons can fight once their joints are cut. Meanwhile, Lan punches both demons into the air and Lei follows up with a clean finishing move. Their timing is almost perfect. Suju notices the fog has cleared and the insertion is stable. Lan is relieved they managed to disperse the fog. Clearing fog out here is much harder than it was during the exam, but that's exactly what they should expect from an A-level mission, and even just one mission has already taken them a while. Suju finds a red core among the defeated demons and smiles, while Lei is relieved that they finally secured the full 10 points. Aang, however, is surprised to learn that once a mission is completed, the cores break apart. Suju explains that the whole system is built specifically for demon combat. A chip inside the mission form automatically records the result and sends the points straight to the town leaderboard the moment the job is cleared. After the fog outside town is dispersed, she asks Aang if she can inspect the other 2 cores. She checks their size carefully, and after that, the team spends the entire afternoon fighting no-fin demons. But even after all that effort, they only manage to collect 3 cores. They still need 7 more. Capturing demons alive is a completely different problem, and it is much harder than just killing them. Lan points out that things have been pretty smooth for them so far, maybe too smooth. Lei then suggests the obvious next move. They should finish the remaining missions, keep taking A-level jobs, and climb straight to the top. Suju takes a picture of Lei, because apparently this girl sees motivation and immediately thinks, yeah, that needs a photo. Lan is also fired up, hoping they can reach first place and stop the other squads from looking down on them. Aang agrees with the idea too. Since every other squad is also earning points, they can't afford to move slowly. The ones who act first get the reward, and the ones who hesitate get left with nothing. Even though Aang has lived for more than 50 years and is technically on his second life, being around these kids makes something inside him spark again. Their energy, their ambition, their recklessness, it almost makes him feel young. So he suggests taking one more mission before sunset, and both Suju and Lan agree. Lei notices that Aang is slowly starting to take charge. Lan soon takes down a few more demons and reports that they have 3 more. But Lei reminds him they are almost out of tranquilizers for no-fin demons, and every squad only gets a limited supply. As Lei checks her gun, Aang takes a closer look. She explains that it is a nanotech tranquilizer gun, designed specifically to capture demons alive. Aang remembers how, in his era, capturing demons meant beating them unconscious with brute force, and researchers constantly complained that the specimens came back with brain damage. Lan says they were lucky to catch these demons at all, especially after using up every tranquilizer they had. By the end of the mission, they have defeated an entire group and captured 3 demons alive, more than 10 demons in total. Suju stretches and reminds everyone that warriors must return before sunset or face punishment, so heading back is probably the smarter move. Aang quietly wonders if he even has a home to return to in this era. Lei says she also needs to hurry back home. All that remains is setting the GPS so the researchers can locate the captured demons. Once the collection team arrives, the mission will officially be complete, but then Aang suddenly asks if anyone else feels that killing intent. In the next instant, red beams shoot from behind them, piercing the captured demons and killing them on the spot. A masked boy steps out, coldly declaring that he won't let them complete the mission. He claims his squad is supposed to handle every A-level mission, then demands to know who gave Lei's squad permission to take them. Aang studies them and immediately understands these people are bad news. Their leader reveals that they are seniors from the Black Gun Squad. He asks a girl on his team how many squads joined this mission, and she replies that there are 3. The leader then scolds Aang's team for failing to greet their seniors. The 4 members of the Black Gun Squad land nearby, accusing Leiyu's group of taking A-level missions without permission. In their eyes, this rookie squad is disrespecting them. Naturally, Leiyu is furious. They just killed the demons her team worked so hard to capture. One of the boys from the Black Gun Squad asks who leads Leiyu's team and why that person didn't come forward to greet them. Leiyu answers by charging straight in with a kick, but he dodges and asks how she dares attack her seniors. Leiyu makes it very clear that she has no respect for seniors like them. Lan and Suju step in, trying to stop things from getting worse. Suju questions how the Black Gun Squad can be this unreasonable after killing demons that weren't theirs. But the boy only shrugs, saying this is part of the competition and calls them naive. That only makes Leiyu even angrier. Her teammates hold her back and ask Aang to step in, hoping he can settle things peacefully. So Aang steps forward and immediately kicks the smug masked boy straight into the ground, knocking his mask off. He says he has never heard anything so shameless in his life, then asks if they have any idea how hard it was to capture those demons alive. Lan and Suju are shocked, but Leiyu of course looks pretty satisfied. The boy, now unmasked, tells Aang to prepare for a fight. Leiyu is more than ready to join in too, but just before things explode, Jiateng appears and forces both sides apart. The commander looks annoyed, reminding them that the sun is setting and warning them not to attract more demons. The masked boy tries to play victim, claiming his squad was attacked first, but Suju is already prepared. She shows the photos she took of the Black Gun Squad killing the captured demons. Lan is surprised and asks when she even took those pictures. Jiateng reminds Aang's team that they shouldn't have taken the A-rank mission in the first place. Leiyu defends them, saying they were about to complete it until the Black Gun Squad interfered. But the commander brushes off the entire conflict. He admits that the Black Gun Squad dealt with similar situations when they were rookies too, so he won't interfere. Each squad has to handle these problems on its own. The only thing that matters at Katada is earning points. Directly harming other warriors or putting their lives in danger is forbidden, but sabotaging another team's mission is apparently fair game. He tells them these rules apply to everyone, and they'll face even worse things in the future. The only reason he stepped in now is because it's almost dark, then he orders everyone to return to town. Before leaving, Jiateng calls out the Black Gun Squad, saying it's embarrassing that they were being pushed around by a rookie team. As the boy walks away, he asks for Aang's name. Aang gives it without hesitation. The boy freezes slightly, realizing that Aang shares the name of the mightiest warrior. He turns to his teammates, clearly unsettled, and vows that he won't let Aang's squad earn easy points. He also wants revenge for the cut on his face and the humiliation he just suffered. Then he puts his mask back on and leads his squad away. Jiateng explains that the Black Gun Squad is not the top squad, but they move fast and may try to interfere with Leiyu's group again. Their leader also uses a gun, and even though he didn't fully show his strength, Jiateng admits he is powerful for a newcomer. In a real fight, the outcome could go either way. He then orders Aang's team to return to town. Leiyu looks at Aang and asks why he acted so recklessly. Then almost immediately she thanks him for kicking that guy. Lan invites Aang to his place for dinner, but Aang refuses. That makes the musclehead wonder if Aang has some secret plan, and Aang admits he does. He plans to go after 3 more demons tonight. Later that night, the speakers ring out, warning everyone not to leave the tower for their own safety. Aang stands off to the side, thinking that he has only heard the announcement and hasn't seen anyone walking around. Since the whole town is locked down, there isn't much else to do. He figures he can check out his home after finishing his secret mission. He notices that security at the main gate is surprisingly loose. There is only 1 guard, so he guesses the town is either short on manpower or simply doesn't expect anyone to sneak out at night. There is a gap in the gate just wide enough for him to slip through, and Aang prepares to head out. But right then Leiyu appears. She already knew he would try this. She looks almost excited, reminding him that she caught on the moment he hinted earlier about going out at night. For once, her sharp perception and attention to detail actually make Aang nervous. She asks why he is sneaking out so late and whether he has somewhere special to go. Aang jokes that he ate too much and just wants to walk it off. Then he admits that he wants to surprise everyone in the morning and make up for the mission ruined by the masked boy earlier. Now that Leiyu has found him, his plan is already half exposed. As they move through town, Leiyu catches up and asks about the details. She can barely wait to see the masked boy's face when he realizes what happened tomorrow. Aang notices her giggling and points it out, but Leiyu immediately denies it, even though she is clearly enjoying this. On top of the gate, 2 guards sit around yawning. One complains that night guard duty is awful and says they should just close the gate completely since nobody is supposed to leave anyway. The other guard, while snacking, warns him not to say that too loudly or the 3rd captain might hear. He explains that the gap is left open for emergencies. A few years ago, refugees reached the town at night, but demons attacked them because the gate took too long to open. Since then, every town keeps a small opening just in case. The first guard apologizes, and the second tells him not to worry, saying he'll get used to the rough job eventually. Then he pulls out an adult photo book. The first guard notices it has new pictures of female warriors from other towns, which apparently cost an absurd amount of money. While the two perverts get distracted, Aang and Lei Yu quietly slip through the gate. Outside, they notice the old exam ground is covered in even denser fog than before. They move to another area, and Lei Yu says this place is less likely to be noticed because it's far from the walls and surrounded by a rotting forest. Aang explains the plan to her. He will lure the demons out, and she needs to aim for their heads. Since they have no tranquilizers left, they'll rely on pure strength to knock the demons unconscious. He steps into the fog and tells her to wait for him. Lei Yu trusts Aang's skills, but she still feels uneasy as he disappears into the thick mist. She can't tell whether she is excited or worried, so she focuses and stays ready. Soon, Lei Yu is impressed by how smoothly Aang lures the demons out. He only brings one no-fin demon at a time, making each capture much easier. To her, this brute force method feels strange, but also surprisingly fun. She picks it up quickly and performs well. When Aang gives the signal, Lei Yu moves in, and the two of them handle the demon with light but precise strikes, almost like they are playing with it. They continue until it finally collapses unconscious. For Lei Yu, it feels like stepping into an older, rougher way of fighting. Exhausted, Aang realizes just how much training this new body still needs. In his past life, grabbing no-fin demons was child's play, but now even this takes serious effort. Counting the latest one, Lei Yu reminds him they have captured 3 demons, and she is completely worn out. Aang tells her to leave all 3 demons there. Lei Yu hesitates, asking if he's sure. Aang is confident. No-fin demons aren't smart enough to rescue one another, and they probably won't wander into town either. A hard hit to the head should keep them unconscious long enough for the team to finish everything in the morning. Lei Yu is impressed by how much he knows. Her reaction makes Aang realize he may have said too much. Then suddenly 2 one-fin demons appear, clearly drawn in by the scent of humans nearby. Aang's expression tightens. 2 one-fin demons at the same time is bad news. He knows he and Lei Yu are nowhere near ready for that kind of fight. The town alarm suddenly roars through the night, and the 3 seniors rush straight to the top of the gate. Joel tells the guards that one-fin demons have been spotted, so they need to activate the spotlights immediately. Tada Yashio asks if they are the same demons from the exam, but Jiateng confirms they are different ones. The guards spot 2 one-fin demons outside the walls, and Joel starts wondering if something is drawing them closer. He orders everyone to stay calm, close the gates, and prepare the defense cannons. But Jiateng immediately yells at them not to close the gates, because someone is still outside, and when he sees Aang and Lei Yu standing beyond the wall, his anger spikes instantly. He demands to know why those 2 left town this late at night. Tada Yashio is just as shocked, desperately asking what the kids are doing outside at this hour. Then they notice 3 no-fin demons tied up nearby. Jiateng quickly understands what happened. These 2 came out here to make up for the mission that got ruined earlier. Joel isn't even surprised, because apparently, this is exactly the kind of reckless mistake new warriors make when they get too confident. But Jiateng is furious and decides that once those 2 come back, they are absolutely getting punished. He charges toward the demons, while Tada Yashio tells Joel she will follow Jiateng, leaving the rest to him. Joel sighs, realizing his well-earned night of drinking has just been completely ruined. Meanwhile, the moment the one-finned demons see the warriors, Aang tells Lei Yu to hold back. He wants to wait for backup and figure out whether he is the real target. He wonders if this is connected to what happened before, maybe his reincarnation, or that strange incident inside the underground tunnel. Lei Yu, however, suggests they fight together. One of the demons asks if they really plan to resist, then looks at Lei Yu and calls her useless. In the next second, it lunges at them, but Aang pushes Lei Yu away and saves her from the attack. The demon notices Aang's reflexes and comments on how quick he is. Lei Yu kicks at the demon, but when water appears, she wonders if her aim was off. The second demon suddenly traps her with 3 strands, while the first demon warns Aang to stay sharp. Then Jiateng arrives and slams a punch into one of the demons. He declares that he won't let them hurt the kids and tells everyone to remain calm. Tada Yashio quickly identifies the enemies. One is a blue core water type, while the other is a red core earth type, so she decides to focus on rescuing Lei Yu. The earth demon thanks the gods that it managed to block Jiateng's attack, because if it hadn't, its ugly head would have been blown clean off. Joel sees the battle turning into a standoff and orders them to pause the cannon fire. But then a girl rushes over and reports that a huge number of no-fin demons are approaching. Joel asks how many. She says it is an entire horde. With that many demons closing in, Joel orders the alarm to keep ringing and tells every warrior to get to their station. As the alarm blares across town, warriors rush onto the walls. Seeing the horde moving in, Jiateng realizes these demons came prepared. Aang notices that the monsters are heading straight for the town, and Tada Yashio says the two one-fin demons must have called them here. Meanwhile, Lei shouts for them not to worry about her and to protect the town instead. She blames herself for being careless and feels like she has failed as a leader. But before she can say more, a demon covers her mouth and silences her. Jiateng and the others pull back and the second demon launches another attack. Jiateng warns Tada Yashio to watch out and she quickly breaks apart the spikes flying toward them. Aang notices something strange. The demons are not really aiming for him. As he moves past one of the one-fin demons, it actually tells him to keep going. Jiateng sees the demon let Aang pass and immediately wonders why it would do that. Then the demon lunges at the seniors again, warning them that one careless move means death. At the same time, another demon drags Lei away. Aang suspects this is a trap meant to separate him from the captains. He tries to stay calm, knowing his current body is far too weak to charge in blindly. The two seniors shout at him not to chase after Lei, warning that he has no chance against a one-fin demon. But Aang cannot ignore her. Her eyes feel strangely familiar, and even if he knows it is reckless, he cannot leave her behind. So he ignores their warnings and runs after her. The demon places Lei on the ground and starts talking about how interesting humans are. It has heard that humans scream when they fall into despair, so it orders her to beg for mercy and satisfy its curiosity. When it notices her mouth is still covered, it realizes why she hasn't made a sound. It removes the restraint and tells her to beg, but Lei refuses. To her, a lowly one-fin demon is not worthy of her pleas. The demon asks why she thinks it is beneath her and Lei answers with pride. She comes from a martial family. She will never kneel before an enemy because showing weakness is a disgrace. If the demon wants something from her, then it can either kill her or fight her properly. Her words anger the demon and it strikes her, making it clear that death is exactly what awaits her. Just then, Aang arrives and tells the demon to let Lei go. Lei is shocked to see him alone and asks why he came by himself. The demon, on the other hand, is thrilled because its plan worked perfectly. Aang, the real target, has finally arrived. Hearing that, Lei starts wondering why Aang is being targeted in the first place. Aang asks if she is okay. Lei says she is fine but immediately asks again why he came alone. She warns him that he cannot keep up with a one-fin demon and tells him to run. The demon hits Lei again, ordering her to stay quiet. Aang begs it not to hurt her, saying it can take him instead if it leaves her alone. But the demon ignores his words and attacks, saying both of them are going to die anyway. Aang tries to strike back, but the demon dodges and counters with ease. He realizes his body still cannot react fast enough. The demon notices that Aang smells like a demon and starts questioning what he really is. Aang is also surprised, realizing this demon might be a water type. That makes him wonder just how much demons have changed over the last 50 years, gaining traits and abilities he never saw before. His weak body can only imitate his old movements. He cannot fight like this for long. Lei watches with growing fear, realizing Aang will die at this rate. She curses him for coming alone, but she also decides she cannot just stand there and do nothing. Aang finds an opening and moves to strike, but the demon mocks him, saying he already killed a one-fin demon in the cave, so why is he so weak now? Aang has no idea what the demon means. He does not remember killing any one-fin demon. The demon dislikes his tone and decides to punish him. It causes Aang severe pain and warns that if he lies again, he will die. Then it attacks once more, sending Aang crashing through the trees. Aang feels a sharp pain tear through his body and worries his organs may be badly damaged. Lei sees him struggling and realizes she has to help. The demon walks toward Aang, threatening to eat him if he refuses to reveal the truth. It wants to devour him and evolve. But just as it reaches for Aang, Lei suddenly charges in and kicks the demon away, warning it to leave her teammate alone. Aang realizes she must have forced herself free, even though her wrists and ankles are visibly burning from the restraints. Lei stands in front of the demon, daring it to kill her instead. As the leader of the squad, she refuses to let her teammate die while she is still breathing. The demon accepts her challenge and tells her not to dodge. Then it launches attacks at Aang from multiple angles, and Lei stands her ground, blocking every single one. Aang shouts for her to move, but Lei refuses. She does not want him getting hurt, so she tells him to stay quiet and let her focus. Then spikes suddenly burst from the ground and pierce through her feet. The demon grabs her and says it will not kill her immediately. First, it wants to humiliate her, break her pride, and finally make her scream. Aang lies on the ground, desperate to save her, but his body will not move the way he wants. Hopelessness crashes over him. Even after reincarnating, he is forced to watch a teammate die again. He hates that this time he is the one who needs saving. He wonders how he is supposed to protect anyone when he cannot even protect himself. Why does he have to lose comrades again? Why is he still this weak? Then suddenly, a massive aura explodes from his body, breaking Lei free from the demon's grip. The demon is stunned by Aang's speed. Aang gently catches Lei, feeling proud of her. For a first-time squad leader, she did well, more than well. From here on, he will handle it. He sets her down carefully. The demon suddenly catches a familiar scent coming from Aang and realizes there is some kind of secret hidden inside him. Aang feels it too, a violent power rising in his chest like it is about to burst. In a surge of rage, his core erupts with blinding light. The demon wonders if what it is sensing is a kingfin core. Leu, barely conscious, sees rays of light pouring from Aang as he stands against the monster. It looks like Aang has finally awakened his own one fin. Meanwhile, the seniors are still fighting another demon. That demon senses an aura similar to its own, but before it can act, Jiateng punches it hard. Tada Yashio follows with a brutal kick, blasting a huge hole through its body. Enraged, the demon begins glowing, preparing to self-destruct in midair. Tada Yashio realizes what it is about to do and asks Jiateng what his plan is. The demon screams that all humans will die, but before it can explode, a spear-like blast from the defense artillery shoots it far away. Thankfully, the cannon takes the monster down before its self-destruction can wipe everyone out. Joel, who is busy fighting off countless no-fin demons, sees the horde closing in and warns the other two seniors about the approaching threat. Tada Yashio tells Jiateng they need to return to town. Jiateng worries about Aang and Leu, but Tada refuses to abandon the battlefield. She reminds him that they are warriors first, not just captains, so after making the harsh call, they hurry back to defend the city. Elsewhere, the one-finned demon stares at Aang, confused by why he feels so similar to them yet still looks human. It cannot understand Aang's human fin because something like that should not exist. Aang wonders if his reincarnation somehow gave him demonic power. Then he uses a healing ability on Leu. Seeing Aang heal her so easily, the demon is shocked and asks if he is a wood type. Aang realizes this power likely came from absorbing the one-finned wood-type demon earlier, which means if he defeats and absorbs this one-finned water-type demon, he might be able to gain water abilities too. The demon is shaken by Aang's strength, something it has never seen before. Roots begin to appear behind Aang as he declares that he wants to take the demon's power for himself. The demon panics the moment it realizes Aang has absorbed a wood-type demon. And seeing a demon show fear for the first time in his life, Aang enjoys it far more than he probably should. Aang steps forward, calm but dangerous, telling the demon to stop holding back and show its full strength. He wants to measure it properly. The demon, still confused, demands to know what he really is, human or demon, before charging in without hesitation. Vines erupt from Aang's side, twisting like living weapons, grabbing onto the demon as he taps into the abilities of wood-type demons. The creature howls in pain, then retaliates, unleashing hidden power. Water whips slice through the air toward Aang, but he dodges cleanly. The demon rushes again, claiming it will show no mercy, bragging that Aang could never understand true demonic power. It lands a heavy kick, sending him crashing into the trees. Aang admits internally that he still doesn't fully grasp this demon's strength. But if the creature understood how quickly he adapts, it would realize who it's facing, the strongest warrior learning in real time. He knows one thing for sure: if he wants to win, he has to keep evolving mid-fight. The demon, shocked by Aang's wood-type healing, gives itself away for a moment. Aang immediately capitalizes, striking again, trapping it in roots before grabbing its face. He mutters that he's already tired of this fight, then something shifts. The demon feels something wrong inside its body, and suddenly, it bursts apart, leaving behind only its face and a water crystal. The demon claims it can dissolve and survive, but Aang calmly points out that its core cannot escape. No matter how cocky a demon is, once its core is gone, it's finished. He pulls out the water core and reminds the creature that even a 7-fin demon dies if its core is destroyed. Then, without hesitation, he crushes it and drinks it. As the essence flows into him, Aang notes that it doesn't even taste that bad. But inside him, another voice stirs, urging him to devour more demons and even kill humans. For a moment, that influence slips out and he lashes out toward Leu's shield, almost as if trying to consume her too. But the real Aang pushes back. He refuses. He won't harm his own teammate. He tells the voice to shut up. He came here to save her, not destroy her. Back at the main gate, warriors are still fighting off waves of no-fin demons. Lan notices Aang and Leu are missing, and Suju mentions rumors that 2 warriors snuck out and were targeted by a one-fin demon. Lan panics, realizing it might be them, but Suju shuts it down, saying there's no time to confirm anything. They have to survive the horde first. The 2 senior captains rejoin the fight. Joel checks on their core status, relieved to hear they're still holding up. In the middle of battle, he realizes something important. Since one fin demon has already been taken down, the rest are disorganized, moving like a panicked mob. He orders them to take advantage of that and push the demons back. The other captains agree, launching themselves forward and releasing massive blasts from their cores. Tada Yashio notes this is already the 2nd time they've pushed their cores to such limits, while Jiateng wishes his fire core had more stamina to maintain this level. Joel comments on how dangerous explosive red cores can be, then dives into the horde, cutting through demons from above. Suju watches in awe, realizing this is what a captain's power looks like. Lan, inspired, thinks this must be the level of a one-fin core and dreams of reaching that strength one day. As the battle continues, Joel checks in with the others. They confirm they're still holding strong and the plan is working. The demons are being pushed back. Then suddenly Joel senses something strange. He points forward. A figure is approaching. It's Aang carrying Leu in his arms. Tada Yashio immediately wonders what happened to the one-finned demon. Joel, however, feels uneasy. Even if the horde is shaken, Aang shouldn't be walking this casually among them. One wrong move and they could tear him apart. And right on cue, the demons try to attack him. The three captains jump in to intercept, but then Aang looks at them, just a glance, a terrifying one, and the demons freeze then start backing away. Moments later, they turn and run. The warriors on the wall erupt in cheers as the horde retreats. Some believe the demons fled because of the captain's overwhelming strength. Others agree, convinced the display of power broke their morale. Everyone praises the captains, but Jiateng isn't convinced. He quietly wonders, was it really them, or was it Aang? As Aang calms down, he sees the captains approaching. Inside his mind, a voice returns, the eight-finned demon mocking him, claiming he relied on its power. Aang demands to know who it is. The voice replies that they've met before, more than 50 years ago, so it's no surprise he doesn't remember. Aang realizes the truth. This is one of the eight-finned demons. He asks how many exist, but the demon only says he'll learn in time. Then it manifests before him, introducing itself as the Crimson King, the strongest of their kind. It notices that Aang isn't afraid, which makes sense given who he once was. It even praises him for resisting its influence. Then it promises something strange. It won't harm him. Aang demands answers, why it chose his body, what happened to his original one. Another eight-finned demon appears behind him, touching his face, saying he'll understand eventually. They explain that his body is now tied to crimson power, and for both their sake he must grow stronger. With time they'll reach perfection together. That's when Aang snaps. He refuses to accept being treated like a tool, like humans are nothing. He punches the demon. In reality, his body jolts forward, grabbing Leu by the collar as if about to strike her. Then he snaps back to his senses, and immediately realizes what he's doing. Leu reacts instantly with a slap. The others pin him down, demanding to know what just happened. At that moment a man arrives, Jun Gong. He tells everyone to stop, saying they're treating their savior like an enemy. The others greet him as master while Leu calls him father. Joel explains to Aang that this man is the head of the Sidhu martial family. Aang finally connects the dots. This is Leu's father. So he apologizes. But Jun Gong thanks him instead, on behalf of his entire family, for saving his daughter. He then tells the captains they can stay in the training area and mentions a celebration will be held that night for surviving the demon horde. The captains apologize, but Jun Gong laughs it off, saying he watched them grow up and they should treat the place like home. He adds that Leu is stubborn by nature, so they shouldn't hesitate to discipline her if needed. After everyone leaves, only Aang and the three captains remain. Jiateng immediately questions him, demanding to know everything about the one-finned demon from the exam and the recent attack. Joel backs him up, clearly suspicious. Aang asks if they're serious, pointing out that he and Leu barely survived that encounter. Joel counters, saying it took two captains to defeat one demon, so how did this kid manage it alone? Then he presses harder. Maybe Aang is working with the demons. That would explain why they keep letting him escape. Aang feels the pressure rising. If he tells the truth, they might kill him. If they don't believe he's human, he becomes the enemy. Joel steps forward serious. Aang realizes he might have to fight them, but Tada Yashio steps in and shuts it down. She points out that only four-finned demons can take human form, and it's unlikely one would show up in a small town like this. Jiateng adds that demons are selfish creatures. They don't save people. Since Aang saved Leu, he can't be one of them. Joel backs off, laughing it off as teasing, saying the kid must be exhausted. Leu confirms she remembers nothing after passing out during the fight, which makes the captains even more curious how Aang got her out. They ask if he really defeated the one-finned demon alone. Aang remembers everything, and realizes he never planned how to explain it, so he improvises. He claims he has a unique ability, something only he can do. He says he can temporarily amplify his core beyond its limits, pushing it to explosive levels. That's his trump card. Tada Yashio notes that it sounds similar to how they push their cores to unleash explosive force. Aang plays along. Joel still isn't fully convinced. Jiateng brings up the cave incident, asking if Aang used the same trick there too, and Aang without hesitation confirms it. That was the first time he used it. Because Aang's body absorbs the core's strength the moment he activates it, he managed to blow that demon apart while it was distracted. But since it was his first time using that power, his body couldn't handle the backlash, and he passed out right after. He says he tried the same technique again to rescue Leu, only to black out once more because the strain was too much. Surprisingly, Jiateng actually considers the explanation. Aang's story would explain why his chest core was damaged both times. The power surged past his limit and nearly wrecked him from the inside. Tada Yashio agrees that if Aang is telling the truth, then his condition makes sense. Their own technique works in a similar way, but they've trained for years to reduce the burden when releasing explosive core power. Aang, on the other hand, has no control over it yet, so she warns him not to use it again until he learns how to handle the recoil. Jiateng shares the same opinion, though deep down, he is clearly itching to test Aang himself and see just how much potential this student really has. Eventually, they move to an open training field and Aang prepares to face his commander. He can tell Jiateng still doesn't fully trust him. Jiateng gets ready and tells Aang to strike first. Aang braces himself, wondering how he is supposed to fight someone like him. His current power is nowhere near what he had in his past life. His body can't survive a proper all-out battle, and he starts debating whether he should tap into the demon power inside him. Before he can decide, Jiateng suddenly rushes forward and attacks. Aang dodges instantly, but the impact destroys part of the training ground behind him. Tada Yashio immediately yells at Jiateng to hold back, but the brute commander is too busy admiring Aang's reaction speed. For a rookie, it isn't bad at all. Aang realizes he is only surviving because of experience from his previous life, and even then, his body is already close to its limit. Jiateng attacks again, forcing Aang to keep dodging. Once more, the commander tears through sections of the training ground like the place owes him money. Then Jiateng closes the distance and grabs Aang by the neck, asking if that is all he has. Aang can't break free. In the next second, he is slammed into the side wall. Joel watches with concern, feeling like Jiateng is taking this too far and suggests they stop him. But Tada Yashio believes the commander wouldn't hurt someone without a reason. Jiateng keeps provoking Aang, mocking him and questioning whether he really deserves to call himself a genius. That insult hits Aang right where it hurts. He remembers being called a king by warriors in his past life. If Jiateng knew who he truly was, he would never look down on him like this. And since Aang already claimed to be a genius, now he has to prove it, so he stops holding back. He draws out the demon's strength, releasing a heavy aura that immediately startles Tada Yashio. Now Aang challenges his commander. It is his turn to attack. Jiateng feels the massive aura pouring out of this small student and finally gets serious. Aang realizes that by using the demon power, he can force the low-quality core in his chest to operate at a higher level. If he changes how he controls the energy, he may be able to bring out the full potential of this body. Joel wonders if he can feel Aang's synchronization improving. Tada Yashio questions whether a small town like Helios could really produce someone this talented. Jiateng notices it too. Aang's synchronization rate has reached 40% and it's still climbing. Leiyu's rate was 39%, which means Aang has now surpassed her. Aang warns his commander to stay focused, then rushes forward with a punch. Jiateng realizes the kid is now twice as fast, but Aang brushes it off, knowing this improvement is still barely anything compared to what he once had. Jiateng studies him closely. Aang is attacking the moments where his reaction slows, using low strikes to confuse his rhythm. He is not fighting like a reckless rookie. Then Aang lands another kick. Joel watches the relentless assault and is forced to wonder where this boy learned to fight like that. Just then, Jun Gong arrives, warning everyone that standing too close to Jiateng during a fight is never safe. The two seniors quickly approach him, apologizing for using his battlefield as a sparring ground and for all the trouble they've caused. Jun Gong looks at the shattered floor and calmly asks if this level of destruction can really be called trouble. Both seniors immediately promise to repair it. Jun Gong waves it off, more interested in the boy who shares the name of the mightiest warrior. He wonders how Aang will handle Jiateng's attacks. Meanwhile, Jiateng grabs Aang by the leg, setting up what looks like checkmate. Jun Gong watches and explains that Jiateng has always fought like this, waiting for the perfect chance to counter with precision. Years of fighting demons have sharpened his judgment to a terrifying level. But just when everyone thinks Aang is about to lose, he flips the situation. With a sharp maneuver, Aang slams his own head into Jiateng's face, landing a clean hit. Jiateng has no idea what just happened. Aang explains the trick. The human skull is strong, but the area between the eyes is softer. He used that exact weak point. He attacks again, even while taking hits, but Jiateng remains standing like a wall. The onlookers are stunned. Then Aang releases a powerful blast that shatters the ground, showing a technique that works as both offense and defense. He decides to push the demon's power even further. He attacks again, and for the first time, Jiateng actually backs away. Then the commander disappears for a moment and reappears behind him. Tada Yashio is stunned when Aang uses the dust from the broken ground to slip into Jiateng's blind spot. Jiateng is irritated after seeing his own move used against him. He warns Aang not to forget that it is his technique, and he knows it better than anyone. Jun Gong can tell Jiateng is starting to lose his edge against his student. Aang throws a punch but deliberately misses. Jiateng is shocked, wondering why he didn't land the hit. Aang explains that Jiateng has a habit of restraining opponents instead of attacking head-on. Aang used that tendency against him. The earlier headbutt blurred Jiateng's vision, creating the perfect opening for a final blow, but Aang missed on purpose. He wasn't here to beat his commander. He was only here to prove his skill and strength. By now, Jun Gong is truly curious about what Aang is capable of. The gate opens, and Suju enters with the others. She came to remind everyone that dinner is almost ready, and Leiyu's family has prepared a large meal in the main room. But once she sees the destroyed training ground, she immediately blames the captain. Meanwhile, Joel teases Jiating for losing so badly. Jun Gong cuts through the noise, reminding them that the sparring is over, then invites everyone to dinner. Aang is hungry too, so he thanks Jun Gong for the invitation. As Aang walks away, Jun Gong reflects on his determination, power, control, and battle experience. The conclusion is obvious. This kid has serious potential. Then Jun Gong teases his daughter, casually shipping her with Aang and embarrassing her on the spot. Later, everyone gathers for dinner. Jun Gong raises his drink and speaks on behalf of the town. He thanks them for protecting everyone and honors the warriors who fought hard. He gives special praise to Aang for saving his daughter. Aang stands up and says there's no need to thank him. But just as he is about to take a sip of alcohol, Jiating smacks him and reminds him that he is not old enough to drink. Aang argues that he is 18, which is exactly why he was allowed to take the warrior exam in the first place. As the mood grows lively, Jun Gong smiles at his daughter, still very obviously pushing the Aang and Lu agenda. Then the scene shifts back to the last conversation between father and daughter. Jun Gong believes Leiyu is highly skilled, but Aang's talent is just as impressive. And if a boy is that capable, maybe a strong girl like Leiyu could take interest in him. Leiyu thinks about it for a moment, then decides Aang is kind of silly, so she drops the thought and starts eating. Suju begins praising the food, saying it feels incredibly luxurious. Lan is also there, and he asks Aang how he defeated the one-fin demon. Jiating explains that Aang pulled a huge amount of power from his core, becoming stronger for a short time. Tada Yashio adds that it's similar to how captains use their cores, but Aang took a dangerous gamble to escape death. Without training, that kind of power can badly damage the body, and using it again could cause permanent harm. She also says that watching Aang spar with Jiating was eye-opening. His power is surprising, but without proper training, his body might break before he can fully use it. Internally, Aang knows that if he told them he absorbed 2 one-fin demon cores and gained wood-type healing, that would be way too much information. So he plays along. He confirms the captain's explanation, saying that is why he passed out. Clearly, he needs to train his body more. Lan is amazed by Aang's abilities and says he's incredible, hoping the rest of them won't fall behind. Leiyu is also impressed, finally understanding how Aang was able to save her. Jiating then reveals that he originally planned to punish Aang and Leiyu for sneaking out and messing up the mission, but since they defeated a one-fin demon, he'll let it go this time. He warns them not to repeat that kind of reckless stunt. Joel also reminds everyone that there's no time to relax, because the squad competition is still going. Speaking of that, Tada Yashio points out that Leiyu's squad is currently in last place, so they need to start working hard from the next day onward. Aang, however, is confident. His squad will reach the top. A month later, the squad competition enters its final intense phase. To gain more points, squads begin chasing a-level missions, the dangerous ones with the highest rewards. Leiyu talks with her squad and decides they will target a fattened sheep for high points while challenging other groups. The leader of the Black Gun Squad mocks her for making such a bold decision, reminding her of the kick she took last time. Leiyu refuses to take his nonsense and challenges him to a 10-point duel. The Black Gun Squad accepts immediately, more than ready to settle the score with Aang's team after what happened before. The scene shifts to the town's sparring arena, where everyone hears about the duel and starts talking. The Black Gun Squad leader looks at Leiyu's team and reminds them that the crowd is getting bigger. If they want to back out, now is their last chance. After all, if his squad looks like they're bullying a rookie team, it won't exactly make them look good. But Aang doesn't care about the crowd or the excuses. To him, the result hasn't been decided yet, so instead of wasting time with empty threats, they should settle it with fists. The Black Gun Squad believes their vice leader can easily handle Leiyu's team, even with Leiyu involved. At least that's what these overconfident seniors think. Aang warns them not to underestimate Leiyu just because she's a girl. She is anything but average. As usual, Suju starts snapping photos, making sure she captures every brutal moment of Leiyu's fight. Leiyu tells her opponent to hurry up and finish this quickly because she wants those 10 points fast. The vice leader already knows Leiyu is from the Sidhu family, so she hopes Leiyu can at least show her something interesting. Leiyu charges first, but the girl blocks her attack. The vice leader is confused, wondering how a green core recovery type can move with the speed of a blue core agility type. Leiyu disarms her and explains that veteran teams may have more experience and better teamwork, but that doesn't always mean their individual skill is stronger. Team tactics matter, but personal strength still decides a lot. The pain from Leiyu's strike kicks in fast, and the opponent realizes Leiyu forced power into her muscles, making them spasm. With the girl wide open, Leiyu attacks repeatedly without giving her time to recover. The Black Gun Squad leader looks absolutely devastated as his team starts taking the L in front of everyone. Leiyu knocks the girl down and reminds her that the Sidhu family specializes in physical techniques. The crowd cheers for her overwhelming performance, while the defeated opponent can barely believe what just happened. After losing 10 points, the Black Gun Squad leader immediately challenges Leiyu's team again, this time for 20 points. Naturally, Leiyu accepts without hesitation, excited by the chance to grab 20 more points. But this time, Aang steps in and decides to handle it while she rests. The masked boy tells Aang he isn't good enough and says he wants to fight Leiyu instead. Aang reminds him that Leiyu is the leader, so if he wants to challenge her, he needs to prove himself by beating him first. The guy doesn't look completely confident facing Aang, but his pride won't let him back down. He threatens to beat Aang so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Aang's teammates are shocked by the threat, while Suju prepares her camera for what is probably about to become a legendary shot. Aang and the Black Gun Squad leader take their positions on the battlefield. The leader draws his gun and explains that he has switched to training bullets. They will hurt, but they won't seriously injure Aang. To Aang, training bullets are completely new. In his era, warriors used real bullets from the very beginning. Still, he casually tells his opponent not to miss. One Black Gun Squad member laughs, saying that's exactly what rookies say, because their leader has excellent aim. The leader warns Aang that too much confidence will get him killed someday. Then he allows Aang to choose any weapon he wants, since he doesn't want the rookie claiming he was bullied later. Aang thinks back to the unique weapon he used in the past, but since he doesn't have it now, he decides to fight barehanded. He asks if that's acceptable. The Black Gun Squad leader is stunned, and even his teammates start wondering what Aang is planning. Then the guy laughs, asking if Aang seriously wants to fight without a weapon. To him, all rookies are the same, arrogant and clueless. Still, he agrees. But he warns Aang that even if a lion hunts a rabbit, it doesn't hold back. In the same way, he won't show mercy, and he plans to take back every point they lost. For Aang, this is perfect. A live fight like this gives him a chance to train the demon inside him and test its strength. The match begins. Aang dodges the first bullet and charges forward, but the leader calls him an idiot for rushing straight in. Then he reveals a guided missile-like weapon in his right hand and fires multiple shots. Aang realizes these high-speed bullets are difficult to dodge, even for agile demons. But that only makes him more satisfied with this opponent, because this is exactly the kind of fight that can sharpen him. He activates his water skill and moves through the attacks. The crowd watches in shock as Aang dodges the bullets smoothly, almost like flowing water. After watching his shots miss again and again, the Black Gun Squad leader threatens Aang with the trump card in his hand. One of his squad members explains that their leader's gun can store power and inject energy into bullets, making each shot far stronger. As Aang closes in on the gun, the leader challenges him, asking how he plans to dodge accurate explosive bullets at point-blank range. But Aang doesn't dodge. He punches the gun, sending the shot flying into the sky. Then he strikes the opponent's hand, takes control of the weapon, and follows up with a kick that sends the leader crashing down. Aang places his foot on the gun, claiming victory and earning 20 points. The defeated leader trembles, muttering that this should be impossible. Lan and Suju praise Aang's performance, while Leiyu, who couldn't clearly follow what happened, wonders where he learned those skills. With their wins against the Black Gun Squad, Leiyu's team gains 30 points and catches everyone's attention. Soon, more warriors come to challenge them, including older squads looking for the thrill of victory. Leiyu's squad accepts point-based challenges one after another. They win more than they lose, and their ranking rises fast. By the end of the month, despite plenty of jealous eyes watching them, Leiyu's squad climbs all the way to the top and earns a place in the finals. Eventually, the final competition comes down to 3 squads. The scene shifts to the Colosseum where the final battles will be held. The 3 seniors walk toward the arena, and Joel gets emotional every time they return to these ruins at the end of the month. Watching their squads grow step by step is genuinely heartwarming for him. Tada Yashio is fascinated by how Leiyu's squad shot up the rankings in just a few days after beating 8 teams. She heard they used their points strategically to challenge other squads and won most of their fights. Still, she thinks the method is ridiculous and asks Jiateng to stop it, but Jiateng refuses. They earned those points with their own strength, so there is no reason to interfere. Besides, with Aang and Leiyu on the team, they are already dangerous. He also secretly watched some of their fights and noticed that the other 2 members are not weak either. As they arrive at the gate, Joel remembers that it has been years since a new squad entered the finals, which explains why the outside crowd is making so much noise. Jiateng opens the gate, steps into the Colosseum, and says he is looking forward to the matches. In the crowd, one member of Tada Yashio's squad throws shade at Jiateng and his team, mocking Leiyu's squad for not even having a proper name. Another girl from Tada's team warns her that others might hear. By the way, Tada Yashio's team is called the Sunflower Squad. Joel's team is known as the Luminous Squad. Both teams seem to believe Jiateng's side is just a bunch of rookies, and all the hype around them is nothing but rumors. Meanwhile, Leiyu's squad stretches and gets ready. Suju notes that their opponents look pretty intimidating. Lan explains that the Sunflower and Luminous squads are the strongest teams under Tada, Yashio, and Joel, and they are famous throughout Helios. He adds that the next 3 captains who replace the current ones will likely come from these top squads. Aang stays calm and tells his team it's fine. They just need to give it everything they have. Even though his current body still lacks his old hidden power, he refuses to lose to anyone whose strength is only around the level of a one-finned demon. To him, winning should be manageable. Honestly, he is more curious about the prize. Meanwhile, Tada Yashio gathers her squad. When the members come together, their leader tells her captain that they are ready, then asks for something special if they win, like a shopping trip with their beloved captain in a B-level town. Right on time, the Luminous squad arrives and immediately throws shade at the Sunflower squad. While other squads dream of bigger achievements, Sunflower apparently can't think beyond shopping. A girl from the Sunflower squad gets annoyed and says he would never understand how important clothes shopping is to girls. At this point, it is painfully obvious why Sunflower and Luminous never get along. The captains of all teams finally arrive. Once the seniors finish their banter, Jiateng orders Aang's squad to gather too. When all 3 squads stand together, he says that since they already know each other somewhat, there is no need for long introductions, so he gets straight to the rules. The finals will include both team matches and solo matches, and the squad with the highest total points will win. Tada Yashio adds that the rules for each match will be revealed later, and they will also announce the prize to keep everyone motivated. She is sure the contestants will love what is waiting for them. Joel then announces the first prize, a one-way training session in a B-level town. The contestants immediately get excited and Leyu's squad is especially fired up. Without wasting any more time, Jiateng orders the squad leaders to come forward and draw lots. As the leaders draw, the other warriors keep guessing what kind of challenges they will face. Aang silently thinks about how different this era is from his previous life. Back then, town classifications were not this clear. Each town was independent and every settlement had to survive on its own. He remembers Lan explaining it earlier. This town is C-level, the lowest rank. Above it are B-level and A-level towns where stronger warriors gather. And at the very top is Grand City, the only S-level settlement, home to warriors as strong as 5 or 6-finned demons and even the elite 7-finned warriors. Aang wonders how that compares to his old hometown. He also wonders whether his old town still exists after the Great Battle. For a moment, memories of his old teammates rise in his mind. Then Lan calls out to him, noticing he has been spacing out. Suju tells him to get ready, because their squad is first to compete. Jiateng announces that every weapon has been switched to training mode, and the first match will be Leyu's squad against the Luminous squad. Suddenly, Suju realizes they still don't even have a squad name. She wonders if they should come up with one, and Lan agrees, saying they'll need something good for when they become famous. Aang thinks it's a solid idea but tells them they can talk about it later. Meanwhile, Leyu is tense. The Luminous squad leader sneers at them, asking how a messy rookie squad like theirs expects to win. He orders his members to take down their opponents while he personally handles Leyu. The signal is given and the battle begins. Leyu quickly realizes this match is turning into a series of one-on-one fights, which only benefits the stronger opponent. She regrets letting the situation shift this way and immediately tells her team to regroup. Aang sees that Leyu has read their tactics correctly. Their best move is to remove the enemy leader first. The Luminous squad's biggest weakness is simple: if their leader falls, their whole team's rhythm collapses. Leyu's judgment is sharp and Aang respects it, but the opponent also catches on. He orders his team to regroup and change tactics, and all of them begin targeting Leyu. Leyu tells her squad to support her and cover her movements. Her teammates respond instantly, blocking the other 3 Luminous members with precise strikes. The Luminous leader sees Leyu coming straight toward him and warns her not to underestimate him. Then he charges forward to meet her. He attacks with a small red glow in his hand. Leyu instantly tells her team to close their eyes. She realizes he used energy in his palm to create a flashbang, one so careless that it even hits his own teammates. Watching such a cheap move, Jiateng gets annoyed and asks Joel why he never taught the Luminous leader to fight without dirty tactics. A flash attack might work in a solo duel, but in a team fight it hurts allies too. Joel replies that he warned the kid many times but he never listened. Some habits only disappear after a painful lesson. Inside the arena, the cocky leader thinks rookies should learn not to act arrogant. But before he can launch his next move, Aang steps in and strikes his hands, asking if he ever considered his teammates' safety. Then Aang forms a water battle visor and kicks him back. The Luminous leader is stunned, demanding to know when Aang made that visor. Aang throws another jab while explaining that the lenses are made from thick water, bending light and reducing most of the flash. Since he absorbed water power, he can create lenses that weaken the brightness. And just like that, the light fades. Leyu sees the enemy leader stagger after taking a heavy loss from Aang, and she immediately rushes in to finish him. The leader suddenly realizes he can't move his hand. Aang must have dislocated his arm. Lei goes full savage mode, landing a brutal hit and dropping him hard. Meanwhile, Aang calmly helps the rest of his teammates, making the remaining fights go smoothly. After the battle, Lei gets the enemy team's attention and tells them their leader has fallen. If they still want to keep going, they can try. Naturally, they surrender. Joel says the result was expected. Worse for them, Aang hasn't even used his real power yet. The Sunflower Squad leader questions the Luminous leader, asking if they really lost because they lack strength. The boy insists they were only caught off guard, then warns that Sunflower will be next. As the Sunflower Squad enters the arena, their leader finds the Luminous Squad's excuses annoying. The team steps into position, and Tada Yashio announces that all weapons are now in training mode. The next battle begins. The Sunflower Squad charges toward Lei's team. Their leader tells them not to get shaken by the Luminous Squad's failure. They just need to follow their training, hold formation, and stay disciplined. Meanwhile, Lan decides to put everything into one punch. He slams the ground, creating a shockwave that cracks the earth. Aang sees the chaos and decides this is the perfect chance to use his own power. Roots burst from the ground, trapping the opposing team in place. The Sunflower members are shocked, wondering where that ability came from. Aang is pleased to see it working so well. The elemental powers he gained from demons have a lot of uses, and now he starts wondering just how many elements exist. Lei gestures for Lan to keep attacking and he charges forward, but the opponents dodge his blow. The Sunflower leader orders her team to move and regroup. She realizes their formation has been broken, but instantly Lei and Suju attack her together. The leader blocks and calls for backup, only to realize her teammates are already busy dealing with Aang and Lan. She sees Aang handling two of them by himself and remembers the Luminous Squad warning. Aang is the strongest member of Lei's squad, the one who can completely change a battle. Suju tells her to focus on the fight in front of her. The Sunflower leader still believes she has the advantage because she is an agility type, but that confidence gets checked real quick when Suju uses her own speed to attack, helping secure the win. Tada Yashio declares the match over. With Lei's squad winning all the team battles, it is now time for the solo duels. Since the warriors are allowed to choose their opponents, both the Sunflower and Luminous leaders want to fight Aang. Jiating explains that solo duels are one-on-one, so they need to decide who will face him. But Aang, being Aang, tells them he'll fight both of them at the same time. As the final solo duel approaches, Aang knows this is the last fight, so he should at least take it seriously. His opponents are sure he is underestimating them. They promise he'll regret looking down on them. Tada Yashio explains that the rules are the same as before. The duel ends when one side gives up or can no longer continue. And with that, the fight begins. The boy and girl charge at Aang together. The Luminous leader attacks first, warning Aang not to underestimate them. Then he uses his flash technique again, shocking even his teammate because he activated it so early. A little earlier, before the duel started, the two leaders had discussed their plan. The boy told her that since they were fighting Aang together, they could not afford to lose. The chance to train in a B-level town was still within reach. He handed her a special battle visor, saying it would block most of his flash attack. Once he blinded Aang, she would strike immediately. The girl was amazed by the visor's value. The boy warned her not to underestimate Aang and reminded her that they needed to work together if they wanted to reach the B-level town. The flash would be her signal, and she could not miss it. Back in the fight, the Luminous leader prepares his attack and tells Aang there is no escape this time, because his flash is 5 times stronger than before. The light erupts so violently that Tada Yashio and the others struggle to see through it. The Sunflower leader notices he poured a huge amount of energy into the flash, even more than he used in the previous finals. Joel worries that using that much power means the core won't last long, so they have to end the fight quickly. The Sunflower leader knows Aang will only be blinded for a short time. To use that opening, she activates her speed and moves in for a fast strike. She finds him and prepares to attack, but Aang is already right in front of her. And the look on his face is way too calm. She freezes, feeling as if something terrifying is dragging her down into a cold ocean. Aang uses water to trap her, making her scream in pain. While her teammate is still busy creating blinding light, he hears her scream and asks why she is the one yelling. She panics, saying Aang attacked her and knocked off the visor, leaving her blind too. Their plan has completely collapsed. Then Aang uses different elements to attack both opponents at once, knocking them down. Jiating watches the flashes and dust from outside the arena, hoping the warriors are controlling their power properly and not hurting each other. Concerned, he jumps into the arena to check, only to feel an ominous aura. After the massive burst of energy settles, the dust begins to clear, and there stands Aang, the only one still standing. His friends rush toward him. Lan is the first to praise him, asking how he stopped their attacks inside that blinding light and defeated 2 opponents at once. No one could see anything after the explosion of brightness. Aang explains that he simply grabbed their visor, making them blind too. But Lei silently feels there is more to it than that, even though she keeps her suspicion to herself. Jiateng walks over and announces that their squad has won the tournament. He congratulates them, clearly surprised by Aang's performance, especially how he countered and defeated both squad leaders. Aang humbly says his senior is exaggerating, but internally he is still the mightiest warrior. No tough opponent like that could truly make him lose. Honestly, he believes he could have won with battle experience alone, but using his powers made things easier. Jiateng then tells them they will receive their reward. The next day, they will travel through the underground tunnel to the nearest B-level city for a week of training. Everyone is thrilled by the news. The commander tells them to prepare and meet in the morning. As they leave, Lan says he heard there are 3 top warriors in those cities, and he is excited to meet them. The squad walks away smiling. Joel watches Aang and admits the kid is so strong that even they might struggle to beat him if he used all his power. Jiateng agrees, believing Aang will one day reach the peak of his career. Joel then adds that traveling through the underground tunnel is safer than going above ground. Tada Yashio reminds Jiateng to stay alert anyway, since no-fin demons sometimes appear down there. But Jiateng isn't worried. No amount of no-fin demons can threaten them. Jiateng is confident the 4 of them will be fine, even without his help. The underground tunnel was once a massive travel hub, full of movement and trade, but now it is nothing more than a ruined passage connecting cities. Meanwhile, somewhere deep inside one of those tunnels, a terrified warrior runs for his life, only to be caught and killed by a 2-fin demon. The demon looks down on humans, calling them weak and boring, then admits he has gotten lost in this place and has no idea how to get out. The next day, Jiateng and his juniors arrive at the underground passage. Suju is immediately excited, taking pictures while saying the place looks ancient. She asks when it was built, and Jiateng tells her it is even older than him. She notices how abandoned everything looks and wonders if people actually used to travel through here. Jiateng explains that after the Battle of Dawn, countless powerful warriors died, and the number of elites dropped drastically. Because of that, humanity lost the strength to expand territory or complete major missions. On top of that, they ran short on power crystals, which were essential for keeping these routes active. So the once great underground network was slowly abandoned. He adds that this system was built during the era of the greatest warrior. Suju is amazed that the tunnel was created during such a legendary time. What makes it even more interesting is that the hero who lived back then had the same name as Aang. Aang, of course, gets a little smug about that. Jiateng instantly gets annoyed, because to him, this kid only shares the great warrior's name and has no actual connection to him. He warns Aang not to joke about the mightiest warrior. After a little back and forth, Jiateng realizes he lost his temper for no real reason. He calms himself down and tells everyone to keep moving. As Aang studies the structure, memories start coming back. This place looks almost exactly like something he once suggested in his past life. And Jiateng is wrong about one important detail. This wasn't just some travel tunnel. It was a massive underground network that connected cities and served as the safest, fairest merchant route in the region. Aang never expected such an impressive system to be abandoned after his death. Out of curiosity, Lan asks about the energy crystals Jiateng mentioned, wondering if they are the same as the demon cores inside their chests. Jiateng explains that energy crystals are made by combining many demon cores together. A single core can enhance a warrior's power, but merging multiple cores is incredibly difficult. For a long time, every attempt failed until people finally created large energy crystals. Those crystals now power entire cities, almost like electricity. Most future operations involve group hunts to collect demon cores, which are then used to create more energy crystals for the hierarchy. Their destination is the B-level city of Pikadia, where they will learn more and receive their allocated energy crystals. Suju asks what would happen if a city's energy crystal ran out with no replacement. Jiateng says the city would stop functioning entirely. Everyone is shocked, and Jiateng explains further. Without power, normal life becomes impossible. Defense systems shut down, weapons stop working, and people would be forced to abandon their homes. It is one of the worst disasters a city can face. But he tells them there is no need to panic. Helios is not a large town, and their current energy crystal can still last another 3 months. They usually travel to Pikadia every month anyway, so this trip is just a precaution. There is no immediate danger. Then Jiateng warns them to mentally prepare themselves. A B-level city like Pikadia has not only 2 5-finned warriors, but 3, and one of them has a synchronization rate of 69%. Everyone is shocked. Everyone except Aang. Because in his head, he is still a 7-finned warrior who once had a 96% synchronization rate. Then Suju notices a button on the wall and reaches toward it, asking what it does. Aang catches the movement and stops her immediately. Jiateng scolds her for touching random things and is relieved Aang reacted in time. Suju argues that the button looked like it wanted to be pressed, so her hand just moved on its own. Jiateng explains that it is an emergency seal button. In the worst-case scenario, it completely shuts off that section of the tunnel. He points to the circular mechanism above them and says that pressing the button makes thick metal slabs drop from above and rise from below, sealing the area instantly. It exists to cut off access to other cities and keep the rest of the network safe. Aang realizes the most important function of the tunnel is still working, but then he senses killing intent approaching. His body tenses and he steps forward ready for battle. Jiating notices Aang's expression, then smells blood a moment later, which shocks him. Aang sensed the enemy before he did. For now, Jiating assumes Aang simply has sharp instincts and a sensitive nose. This is not the time to question it. He tells Lei Yu's squad to drop their bags and prepare for battle. As they move forward, they find blood on the ground. Jiating wonders what is happening in Pikadia because the blood is coming from that direction. Soon, they encounter a severely injured warrior from Pikadia. The man asks if they are from Helios, then collapses. Jiating wastes no time and demands to know what happened in Pikadia. The man says a demonic horde attacked the city, and Pikadia has already activated the evacuation alarm. Lei Yu quickly asks what that alarm means and whether they need to go help. Jiating reveals the grim truth. A city only sounds that alarm when all its warriors are dead. Hearing this, Aang's anger flares. The city has fallen and countless lives may already be lost. Then sparks flash from the direction of Pikadia. A bolt of light shoots toward the injured warrior and drags him away. Aang feels regret for not reacting faster as a demon appears. The demon grabs the injured man's head and looks at everyone else. It says they all have to die because the dead should not speak. Then it kills the warrior. The demon calmly wonders who to kill first. It attacks Lan, but Jiating blocks the strike. The demon can tell this new warrior is stronger than the last one. Meanwhile, Jiating realizes they are facing a two-finned fire demon and its power is no joke. He knows he cannot afford to take another direct hit, especially while protecting 4 juniors. There is no time to overthink. He grabs everyone and leads them into a retreat. The demon chases them aggressively, closing the distance fast. Jiating reaches an emergency button on the side wall, but the demon is already behind them, threatening to kill them all. Then Aang acts. He presses the button, pushing Jiating and the others to safety, while staying behind with the demon and the dead warrior from Pikadia. Lei Yu tries to protest, but the gate closes before she can do anything. She is left staring at the sealed door, worried and helpless. Jiating suddenly remembers how Aang insisted that he save the other 3, so he puts a little trust in the kid and tells everyone to stay calm. Aang gave them a chance to survive, and they cannot waste it. It is not safe to remain there, so Jiating tells them to hurry and leave. Lan points out that the demon is two-finned, and even Aang would struggle against something like that. Suju agrees, saying they cannot just abandon him. Lei Yu also insists they break the door and save him. But Jiating explains that the door is made from special material mixed with reinforced alloys, strong enough to withstand attacks from 3-finned demons. Breaking it is almost impossible. The ceiling is so thick they cannot even hear what is happening on the other side. There is nothing they can do from here. The 3 ask if there is any other way to save Aang. Jiating admits that even if the other 2 captains helped, there would be no guarantee, but there is one possible option. He tells them to follow him through the side tunnels. One route leads to another city where they might be able to get help, so they run down the path Jiating shows them. One of them thinks that choosing this route means turning their backs on whatever is happening behind that door. But still, all of them can only hope Aang survives. Meanwhile, the man himself is facing the demon alone. And now that no one is watching, he no longer needs to hide his real power. Seeing Aang's aura change, the two-finned demon asks if he is a demon or a human. Aang honestly isn't even sure anymore. But right now, he is more interested in the demon's fire element, because that power looks very useful and he wants it for himself. The two-finned demon becomes curious after sensing Aang's aura, wondering if this kid is somehow stronger than a one-finned demon. Aang quickly summons roots and attacks. The demon scoffs, saying if Aang is a one-finned wood type, then his fire element is the perfect counter. It unleashes a fierce blaze, burning through the roots while declaring that it will consume Aang's powers. The demon fires a blast of flame, but Aang dodges, making the attack slam into the sealed door instead. The demon mocks him, saying if he comes any closer, he will be burned alive and there is no escape. But Aang casually uses water to cancel the flames, then creates a powerful blast. The demon is stunned. Aang tells it that assuming he only had wood power was its first mistake. In an instant, Aang swings his sharp claws and grabs the demon's core. Then he rips the monster apart after taking it. Suddenly, more demons rush in from the darkness. Aang sees they are all no-finned demons and realizes they were drawn by the sound of the fight. He looks at the two-finned fire core, then shatters it and absorbs the fragments. After becoming a two-finned demon, he feels intense heat spreading through his body, like flames burning inside him. He understands there are endless no-finned demons ahead. So, remembering how to control fire, he creates a massive explosion of flames and wipes them out. Their screams become a tribute to the soldiers who died in this tunnel. As Aang keeps fighting, he eventually reaches an exit and realizes the demons may have come from there. Outside, the area is completely wrecked, with dead warriors scattered across the ground. Aang realizes the B-level city has been destroyed by a powerful demonic horde. The horrific scene, along with the remnants of the battle, tells him that a wood-type demon killed these warriors in a single strike, using an attack wide enough to affect a large area. That kind of power likely came from a three-finned demon, one strong enough to slaughter civilians. Jiating had said this city had two three-finned core warriors, then Aang sees them, two warriors hanging from the roots. Aang uses his own roots to lower the two fallen warriors from above. He recognizes at once that they were powerful fighters, warriors worthy of respect, so he gently closes their eyes and tells them they can finally rest. The weight of the battlefield settles over him hard. Then a young boy suddenly calls out to him, mistaking Aang for a demon. The child trembles, asking if Aang is here to kill everyone too. In the boy's mind, Aang must be a high-level demon because only something terrifying could take human form like that. He says those warriors saved his life, and he can't stand watching demons defile their bodies. Hearing this, Aang realizes that even if he explains himself, the boy probably won't believe him. But before he can even think of what to say, a demon attacks the child with a devastating strike. Aang reacts instantly, intercepting the demon and cutting it down. Then he turns back to the boy and tells him not to move, promising to heal him. The boy looks up and asks one final question. Is Aang a demon or a human? And before Aang can answer, the child dies. That question stays with him. For a moment, Aang wonders what he really is now. But in the end, the answer doesn't change his path. Human or demon, his mission remains the same. Kill every demon. And so the massacre begins. Aang unleashes his new firepower, tearing through demons with destructive attacks one after another. As he fights, he realizes that if he concentrates flames on his back, he can boost his speed. If he spreads the fire like phosphorus powder, he can create explosions around him. The only disappointing part is that he still can't fly. Then another thought hits him. What would happen if he injected the flames directly into a demon's body? He throws one demon into the ground, and the moment the compressed flame explodes inside it, the body erupts violently. Aang realizes that if he squeezes the flames tightly and forces them into an enemy, demons can basically become living bombs. Elemental abilities have far more uses than he expected, and he decides to study them properly later. Just then, he sees the remaining demons running away. Aang chases them down with fire and wipes them out. Afterward, he remembers the others waiting for him. Jiating was supposed to bring back an energy crystal, but Aang has no idea whether they are safe. Helios only has enough power left for 3 more months, and now the route to Pakadia is blocked. If they don't get a new energy crystal soon, the entire town will be in serious danger. So Aang needs to reach the city's crystal storage and recover an energy crystal himself. The problem is, he doesn't know where it is. He thinks carefully about the resources he has. Since an energy crystal is basically condensed demon core energy, it should give off a special signal. With his wood-type abilities, he may be able to scan the entire city for energy changes. So he spreads his roots through the ruins, searching for the crystal. Eventually, he finds a signal and rushes toward it. The source is underground and the energy feels faint, which tells him it must be heavily protected. He finds an entry point and descends into the lower levels. The underground area is far more complex than it looked from above. Inside the chamber, he sees a massive machine and realizes it must be part of the energy distribution network for a B-level city. The technology is impressive, so the energy crystal itself must be even more valuable. Then an automatic broadcast echoes through the room, ordering all warriors to protect the crystal with their lives. Aang heads toward the storage area, wondering how many defenders are still there. He uses his powers to check the surroundings and finds dead warriors scattered around. The demons have damaged the crystals too. Aang understands what happened. These warriors fought until their final breath to protect the crystals, but the demons didn't attack randomly. They targeted the energy supply directly. That means the demons are smarter than before. Someone planned this. Aang realizes he needs equipment and supplies from above ground if he wants to continue searching, but first, he must secure an energy crystal. If Jiating and the others are in trouble, Helios could fall next. He needs to find another city within 3 months and bring back a crystal before it's too late. So he enters the battle preparation room, takes a monster truck, and sets out to find a new city. As he drives, he notices that the areas beyond the city are still unexplored. The fog grows thicker, and the ruined buildings along the road look like leftovers from a once lively world, now possibly infested with demons. He checks the map and follows the direction toward the next city. But someone is watching him from hiding. A rope is cut and massive logs come crashing down toward the truck. Aang dodges with precise timing and steps out of the vehicle. At first, he thinks it might be a demon trap, but it is. A girl points a gun at him and orders him to stop. She demands to know who he is, which hunting group he belongs to, and tells him to identify himself. Aang realizes the timing couldn't be worse. A hunting group showing up now makes everything complicated. He tries to explain that he isn't part of any hunting group, just a normal warrior passing through. The girl calls him a liar. City warriors wouldn't travel alone like this, so she assumes he must be a scout from the Silver Wolf hunting group. Aang is shocked and repeats that he has nothing to do with them. He tells her to calm down because this is too sudden to explain properly. But the girl throws a bottle near him, orders him to stay quiet, and says people like him are worse than demons. Then she asks if her comrades from the Searing Gun hunting group are still alive. Hearing that, Aang pieces things together. Members of the Searing Gun group must have been captured by the Silver Wolves. Still with a gun pointed at him, he has no easy way to prove he is a warrior or that he isn't part of any hunting group. Then Aang senses more people approaching. The girl raises her gun again and tells him not to move. Suddenly, a bullet hits her, and she collapses. Aang sees a group of men arriving on bikes and realizes someone just shot the girl. It seems there are still survivors from the Searing Guns nearby. One thug suggests taking the survivors back to their boss, so the group moves in to investigate. When they reach the girl, she assumes they're from the Silver Wolf group and tries to lift her injured hand. One of the men grabs her by the head and realizes she's a woman. He looks her over, surprised, then calls her cute and starts considering something disgusting. That is when Aang arrives. He kicks the man away. Aang says he normally doesn't like getting involved in fights between hunting groups, but the Silver Wolf members are clearly scum. And after everything he has seen today, he is not in the mood, so he gives them one chance to leave. The man sees the terrifying look in Aang's eyes and calls him a demon. Aang grabs the man's gun and crushes it in his hand, saying he doesn't like being threatened with firearms. The man tries to bargain, offering to let Aang go if he backs off. But Aang isn't the one who needs mercy. He sends roots crashing into the man, launching him far away. The thug demands to know whether Aang is a demon or a human. Aang crushes the gun even further and says that whether he is human or demon is none of his business. Then he kills him. Afterward, Aang treats the girl's wound. The bullet passed through muscle, so it needs healing. Once he finishes, she thanks him and realizes healing must be one of his abilities. She says she has heard four-finned warriors have incredible powers, and Aang seems unbelievably strong. Then she asks if he is a five-finned core warrior. Aang feels the power of a two-finned demon inside him. He knows he is stronger than a normal two-finned warrior, but for now he simply says he is a two-finned core warrior with some special abilities. The girl is impressed. She thanks him for saving her and apologizes for threatening him earlier. Aang forgives her quickly, saying it's normal to be cautious when traveling alone outside. He tells her he needs to reach the nearest city and asks if she knows which one is closest. She does, and she wants to come with him. Aang points out that they just met and don't even know each other's names, so he questions how she can trust him so quickly. He also asks what business she has there. The girl explains that the closest settlement is Jin Wei Town, a very small sea-level settlement. But a few days ago, it was taken over by the notorious Silver Wolf hunting group. The Searing Gun hunting group tried to liberate the town, but they failed, and all her comrades were killed. They almost had a chance, but they never expected the Silver Wolf captain to have already become a three-finned core warrior. Her captain was only a two-finned core warrior, so they were completely outmatched. In the end, she barely escaped. If freeing the town doesn't interfere with Aang's mission, she wants his help, and she is willing to risk her life to support him. Aang thinks back to his past life. Hunting groups existed back then too, but under his watch, he never saw anything like this. He wonders what the current leaders are doing, while groups like this are forcefully taking over towns. The girl adds that she heard the Silver Wolf hunting group took over a tower to seize energy crystals, but she doesn't know what they plan to do with them. That makes Aang furious. These scumbags are trying to steal a city's lifeline, so he tells her to lead the way. They have some trash to clean up. Later, as night begins to fall, she tells Aang they are almost there. They keep moving, and Aang suggests hiding the car before getting too close to the town. He doesn't remember this settlement from any map, and since the Silver Wolf hunting group has already taken over, they need to be careful. They decide to continue on foot and scout the area. Just as they are about to leave, the girl notices demons hiding behind them. Aang's roots instantly shoot out, grabbing the demons and putting them down for good. He decides to leave the bodies as they are, because killing too many demons and spilling fresh demon blood could attract even more of them. He tells her to keep moving and she agrees. As they head toward town, she thinks about how strong Aang is. For the first time, she feels a real chance that they might save both the town and her surviving friends. While hiding in the bushes, Aang notices something strange. There are no guards on the wall, and the gate is wide open. Then they see someone coming out of town with another person, desperately asking for help. A man from Silver Wolf grabs that person by the head and throws them to the ground. The girl snaps in anger and raises her gun toward the Silver Wolf members, but Aang stops her before she gives away their position. He tells her to stay hidden and promises he'll handle it. Then a giant hand suddenly appears, picks up the two dead men and drags them inside the town. That changes everything. The demon isn't just nearby, it's working with the Silver Wolf group. Aang and the girl both realize their original plan won't work anymore. If a demon is involved, they need to move fast, rush in, and save as many people as possible. Aang instantly takes out the 2 Silver Wolf members guarding the gate and enters the town. The girl follows, saying she wants to help. But when she sees the 2 Silver Wolf members on the ground, she freezes, wondering what Aang did to them because their bodies look like they've been dead for days. The town is filled with Silver Wolf members, and Aang cuts through them one by one. But he quickly realizes these aren't living people anymore. They're corpses controlled by demonic power, so he stops holding back. He kills them all, noticing black strings connected to their bodies. Demons usually act alone, which means if he follows the strings, he can find the main body controlling them. Aang tells the girl he'll save the father and son they saw at the gate, while she looks for any other survivors. She agrees. Aang follows the trail until he reaches a gate. He strikes it open but feels frustrated by how slow he still is. Inside, a demon sits on a throne, declaring that everything in this town, dead or alive, belongs to him. He only kept the father and son alive for a game, but they crossed the line by trying to escape. The demon invites Aang closer, telling him to come see him properly. Aang notices 3 energy crystals behind the demon, so that's it. The Silver Wolf group came here for the crystals and their actions attracted this monster. But one thing still bothers him. Why would a demon want energy crystals? The demon stares at Aang and asks whether he is human or demon. At the same time, Aang realizes what kind of enemy this is. A rare purple core demon with special abilities. Aang tells the demon he must have killed all the Silver Wolf members, including their leader, a 3-fin core warrior who probably couldn't resist this thing's control powers. The demon kicks someone toward Aang, and it isn't just anyone, it's the Silver Wolf leader himself, now zombified. Aang blocks the undead warrior's attack, and suddenly more ghouls appear around him. He sees that not only the Silver Wolf members, but even the town's original warriors have been turned into puppets. There are a lot of them, and the demon welcomes Aang to his new group like this is some messed up party invitation. Aang studies the 3-fin demon while standing in his 2-finned form. If this were a normal 3-fin demon, it would be a serious problem. But this one is purple core, weaker in direct combat and relying on psychic control to dominate the battlefield. So Aang gathers flames around his fist and destroys the puppets in an instant. The demon is impressed, realizing Aang is no ordinary human. It commands its army to attack, but Aang tells it there's no point. He already burned their cores. The demon gets irritated, complaining that it worked hard to collect them. Aang is glad because those poor warriors are finally free from its control. With no cores left to manipulate, the demon's fighting strength drops heavily. Aang lunges forward and strikes. After a barrage of punches, he prepares the final blow straight for the demon's core. But just as he attacks, the demon places the child from earlier directly in his path. Aang stops. That hesitation leaves him wide open, and the demon lands a direct hit into his stomach. The demon then reveals that it doesn't only control cores, it also possesses sharp gold element abilities. Aang realizes this is metal power. The wound is deep, so he quickly uses recovery magic on himself. The demon admits the fight may be harder than expected, so it decides to use something it worked hard to obtain. It orders a man to bring an item. The demon regrets using its precious father-son pair this early, but the man arrives with a green liquid and the demon drinks it. Aang doesn't know what the liquid is, but his instincts scream danger. There's no time to fully heal. Despite the pain in his abdomen, he charges in and tries to stop the demon. But as he jumps forward, a shield appears and throws him back. Aang wonders where the demon got such a massive surge of power. It looks like the demon is forcibly drawing energy from the crystal. But that should be impossible. Humans condensed crystal energy so intensely that extracting it carelessly would make the crystal explode. Aang proved that theory himself in his past life. Yet the power inside the demon is wild and unstable, stopping just before the breaking point. Aang realizes the green drug must be controlling the process. And one thing is certain, this isn't something demons created on their own. The demon begins evolving, glowing as it uses the crystal's power to force itself into a 4-finned form. Aang knows this just got ugly. The demon grows smug and attacks with a thrust. Aang sees that it now has the abilities of a 4-finned demon. He tries to dodge, but the demon moves too fast and kicks him down. The demon mocks him, explaining that every fin gained through evolution creates a massive power gap. In other words, Aang stands no chance. At least that's what the bastard thinks. Then the demon offers Aang a choice: become his core. But just as it prepares to attack, purple circles suddenly appear around them. A creepy woman emerges from the circles, grabs the demon's head, and tells it not to interfere with her plan. Before the cocky demon can even process what is happening, she compresses and absorbs it. Aang feels a terrifying pressure from her, the same kind of pressure he has felt before. The demon inside him gives off that same aura. That is how he knows exactly what this feeling is. She mocks him for delaying the awakening of the great Crimson King. She finds humans irritating, especially because they are so weak. That weakness is the reason Aang is evolving so slowly. Using her power, she lifts Aang into the air, then forces a crystal into him, trying to evolve him straight into a four-finned form. Aang immediately knows this is bad. Skipping straight to four fins will make his chest explode. Pain tears through him. When his body fails to handle the four-finned core, the demon asks if he is truly so weak that he cannot absorb that level of energy. Light bursts from Aang's body as he struggles, telling the demon he is going to explode and needs help. She activates an 8-panel space lock around him and tells him to endure. Then Crimson speaks through Aang, revealing that she has disturbed his slumber. The female demon recognizes the voice instantly. Crimson asks if she has forgotten what he told her. He shatters the crystal barrier and takes over Aang's body, scolding her for interfering with Aang's evolution path. The moment she realizes it is truly Crimson, she hugs him, overjoyed that he has finally appeared. Crimson says it has been a long time. She explains that she has been watching humans from the shadows, and when she saw Aang struggling against the newly evolved four-finned demon, she became worried. If his vessel died, their combined strength would weaken, and recovering would require too much training. Crimson tells her that humans are different from demons. They are weak, yes, but also mysterious. Aang had only recently absorbed a two-finned demon's power, yet she forced him to skip the three-finned stage and injected a four-finned core into him. His body could not handle that. The leaked energy is the only reason Crimson woke up temporarily. He orders her not to interfere with Aang's evolution again. Aang needs to grow slowly if he is to become the perfect vessel. She agrees. Then she tells Crimson that during his absence while he faked his death, the other four kings only argued among themselves and never reunited, just as Crimson predicted. The balance of power remained. Crimson remembers how the other kings feared his strength and joined forces to eliminate him. Yet even without him, they kept fighting each other instead of improving themselves. They have probably forgotten their original mission. He asks if they suspect her. She says even if they do, they don't have enough energy to investigate what happened that day, so she is safe. Her real concern is him. She only wants to welcome him back in his strongest form. Crimson assures her it is only a matter of time. She forced his weak vessel into a four-finned state, but now Aang must adjust and stabilize that power. Crimson advises her not to contact Aang directly because any unwanted attention could ruin their plans. She admits she missed him and wanted to see him, even if only through his vessel. Then the girl who had been with Aang arrives. She sees the 8-finned demon and wonders what it is doing there. The female demon realizes she forgot to clear the area first. Crimson immediately attacks the girl, trying to kill her. At that moment, Aang's dormant consciousness rises when he hears the girl call him a demon. When Aang finally returns to normal, he sees the girl has been killed by Crimson. Rage consumes him. A red beam blasts into the sky and Aang transforms into his four-finned form. Memories of the girl begin surfacing. He remembers her talking about her dream of going to Dawn City and becoming a florist because she loved flowers. Later, Aang gives her a proper cremation and burns the entire town with her. He feels the cruelty of this world pressing down on him. Everything has become so cold, so merciless. Maybe if more beautiful flowers existed, some warmth could return. Aang struggles to forgive himself. In his heart, this happened because he failed to control the demonic power inside him. He hopes the fire protects her body from demons and wishes her peace. Afterward, Aang decides he does not want to rely on his four-fin powers. His mind is too clouded and too many things are happening at once. He is confused about the relationship between Crimson and the 8-fin demon, especially why she forced him to skip the 3-fin stage and jump straight to 4 fins. What is their real goal? And more importantly, how did a 3-fin demon evolve like that on its own? That kind of transformation is not something a demon can do alone. So who created that power? Such advanced engineering could only come from a major city or a top organization. Aang suspects it may have been developed in Dawn City, which means he needs to reach a big city as soon as possible. He decides to contact Jiateng and let him know he is safe. He also wonders how everyone else is doing. Then Aang starts driving the monster truck again, hoping his friends escape the tunnels and reach the city safely. Ahead of him lies an 11 city called Pisha. So Aang decides he'll send a message from there. Meanwhile, in Bryan City, Jiateng and the other 3 arrive safely and meet Koda, a 5-finned warrior and the city's battle commander. After hearing their report, Koda apologizes but says he cannot send a full rescue team for one person. The person they're talking about is Aang. From Koda's point of view, the situation is already hopeless. They have just learned that B-level Picadia City was destroyed by a high-level demonic horde, so the chances of Aang still being alive are almost zero. Jiateng pushes back, insisting that Aang has unusual talent and may have survived against the odds. Koda admits Bryan City has many young warriors with special talents too, but even they wouldn't survive a horde that powerful. Still, he makes one thing clear: in this apocalypse, they should never abandon human lives completely. Even if they can't send a rescue squad, they can at least dispatch warriors to scout the situation. Jiateng thanks him for the help. Koda then stands up and ends the meeting, saying he has other matters to handle. As he walks out, he wonders whether the high-level demonic horde that destroyed Picadia will affect the Grand Demon Hunt tournament in Dawn City. He mentions that Helios is only a sea-level settlement, but before leaving, he tells Jiateng that everything will be fine and invites them to stay in Bryan City for a few days to learn more about the situation. He explains that the tournament is hosted by the only S-level city, and only cities ranked B-level or higher can officially participate. Helios does not qualify yet, but Jiateng and his companions might still benefit from learning about it. Koda offers them a chance to explore the office and the city. They all thank him sincerely. After Koda leaves, Suju asks Jiateng about the Grand Demon Hunt tournament. Jiateng explains that it is an event held only in Dawn City, where warriors hunt demons of different levels to find and select new powerful fighters. Participants can also win special rewards from Dawn City. The event happens regularly, and every warrior dreams of competing, but only B-level cities and above are allowed to join. Jiateng believes they may get a chance to participate someday. Lan says Aang would definitely be interested in a tournament like that. He hopes Aang survived and is waiting for the demon horde to weaken. No one expected their first mission to turn into something this brutal, and the fact that Aang risked himself to save them still feels insane. For now, all they can do is wait for the scouts' report. Jiateng has already sent a message to Helios through Bryan City's communication tower. For the next few days, he plans to stay in Bryan City and learn as much as possible. There are many skilled warriors here, and all they can do is believe Aang is still alive. Meanwhile, in Pisha, Aang is inside a reception room with Paris. Paris confirms his report that Picadia City was destroyed by a demonic horde. She also helped him send a message to Helios about his squad's condition and believes a response should arrive soon. However, she apologizes because she cannot give him an energy crystal. Her city is not responsible for distributing them. Crystal allocation is handled by higher-level cities. Since Picadia, the higher-level city connected to Helios, was wiped out, Aang must request a new allocation from Dawn City. Aang did not expect the energy crystal system to be this annoying. Since he is already nearby, he decides he may as well inspect the city and investigate the strange demonic items, but his current identity could make entering Dawn City difficult. He thanks Paris and asks if he can enter Dawn City on behalf of Helios. Paris refuses, explaining that only a captain can officially represent Helios. Without that rank, Aang does not have the required access. She also cannot randomly appoint him as the representative. Aang considers returning to Helios to get an official appointment, but that sounds like a massive hassle. Then Paris mentions another way. A high-level city official can vouch for him, someone like herself. When Aang asks if she is offering to do that, Paris says she can, but not for free. If he joins the Grand Demon Hunt tournament as an external recruit, she wants him to join her squad and serve as the vanguard, gathering information during the competition. She cannot promise he will survive. Aang remembers exactly what the vanguard role means. It is dangerous, which explains why none of her actual participants want the job. After thinking it over, he accepts. To him, the Grand Demon Hunt tournament feels familiar, because it is something he originally started in his past life. Paris takes him to the nano-equipment storage and admits she made him the vanguard because they are desperate. Right now, no city wants to send important members into that role since too many have died over the past few years. She had already promised to help him get the equipment he needs, so she lets him choose anything from storage. Aang agrees and starts looking around. Internally, Paris wonders what his true potential really is. Since his core-level insignia is broken, she cannot detect his current strength. Since he came from a sea-level town, he is probably only a two-finned core warrior. But his confidence feels strange. Maybe he has some hidden trick. Aang eventually picks a nano wing that can transform into a great sword. He thinks his old combat knife was good for mobility, but it lacked raw damage. Paris tells him to wait because that equipment is meant for three-finned warriors. If he uses it with his current strength, it could become unstable and injure him, but Aang equips it anyway. Then he effortlessly rotates the great sword and says it feels solid. Paris is stunned. She wonders how he can control it so smoothly, then assumes he may have a rare talent for handling nano wings. She has heard of special warriors who can use high-level equipment without issue. Aang then asks if there is a live combat arena nearby. Eventually, they reach the main entrance, where Paris promises to gather all the equipment he needs. She asks why he wants to visit the live combat arena. Aang says he wants to test the new nano wing on demons and warm up. Paris asks if he really plans to go alone, since one-fin demons sometimes appear there even though the arena is supposed to be safe. She offers to go with him. Aang says he can handle a one-fin demon by himself. His confidence and bravery are rare, so Paris tells him to be careful. She also mentions she has to train some four-finned warriors and wishes more of them had Aang's confidence, because that would make her job way easier. With that, they part ways. Of course, Aang deliberately didn't let her come along. He isn't just testing the new weapon. He wants to see what he can do with his four-fin transformation. He arrives at a ruined zone and sees the area has been claimed with the fog already cleared. Then he hears a demon's voice. A demon appears and rushes at him. Aang dodges and swings the great sword, landing a powerful slash. He immediately feels that this weapon suits him much better. More demons begin gathering, and Aang worries they may stop appearing once daytime comes. For now, though, this is perfect. He can learn the weapon, release some frustration, and organize his thoughts. So he starts cutting them down one by one. Every swing sends demon blood flying. Limbs are severed, bodies fall, and his movements become almost like a dance, as if he was born to kill demons. He does not use wood, water, fire, or metal, just pure swordwork. Every strike helps his weak body rebuild the muscle memory his mind never lost. The enemies are only no-fin demons, so they are no match for his skill. The only sound left is their screaming, and Aang loses track of how long he has been fighting. Finally, he cuts down the last demon of the wave and realizes his body has changed because of the demonic power inside him. He is much stronger than when he first reincarnated, though there are still flaws he needs to fix. He is honestly surprised that he gets out of breath after only a few proper swings. Then stronger demons appear, drawn in by his presence. One-fin demons. One is a wood type, while the other seems to be a fire type. Aang recognizes them as the one-fin demons he expected. One demon notices Aang isn't afraid and wonders if his lack of fear is just his way of showing it. It attacks, but Aang moves faster, strikes it with a rock, and then drives his sword into it. He notes that metal works well against fire. Now he decides to test his four-fin powers. The other demon, clearly frightened, asks if he is really human. Aang remembers that his purple four-fin power allows him to control cores. After killing the demon, he uses a purple thread to control its body. The other demons freeze in shock as Aang manipulates one of their own right in front of them. As evening approaches, Paris realizes Aang still hasn't returned. A man tells her that sunset is almost here, and because of the demonic horde at Picadia, all gates, including the side gates, will close soon. Paris asks for a report on recent demon levels. The man says the numbers are getting worse. Not only are more one-fin demons appearing, but two-finned, three-finned, and even four-finned demons have been spotted. Paris worries that Aang may have been caught by demons. She needs him to survive, especially since she just submitted the participant list. If something happens now, it will cause even more trouble. She decides to look for him at the live combat arena and tells the man she will return before the gates close. He agrees. As she rushes out, Paris blames herself for being careless. Aang is only a normal warrior from a sea-level town, and even though he asked to go alone, she feels she should never have let him enter the live combat arena by himself. Usually, only no-fin demons appear there, though a five-fin demon did show up years ago. If Aang died there, she would be responsible, and as a five-finned warrior, that would be a disgrace. She worries about how she would explain it to the soldiers from Helios and hopes Aang is still alive. When Paris reaches the arena, she senses a powerful demonic aura and smells death in the air. That is never a good sign. There are many demons inside, including one-finned, two-finned, and even three-finned demons. The higher-level demons make her uneasy because this is not normal. Suddenly, a demon charges at her, recognizing her as a five-finned warrior. Paris kicks it with brutal force, creating a massive blast, but something still feels wrong. She senses an unusual presence. Then she sees the demons gathering together, which makes no sense. Demons normally don't group up like this. She knows she has to move fast before the gates close. Paris prepares to fight, noticing that these demons look like mindless corpses and smell rotten. They only come from the front, which makes them easier to strike. Paris decides to use her bowstring slash to cut through the demons. After she takes down several of them, even more begin pouring in, and she starts wondering just how many are hiding in this place. That is when Aang suddenly appears behind her and asks why she came here. Startled, Paris swings her sword at him by reflex, but Aang stops the blade and quickly tells her it's him. Paris is stunned. She asks if he is okay, barely believing he blocked her attack so easily. That strike was fast and heavy, and even a four-finned warrior would struggle to stop it like that. She starts questioning whether this boy is really from a sea-level town. Aang compliments her strength, saying she really is a good five-finned warrior. He admits the impact made his hand go numb, then explains that he was focused on something and lost track of time. He apologizes for being late. Paris tells him it's fine as long as he is alive, but now they have to deal with these abnormal demons. She warns him that there are three-finned demons here which could be dangerous for him, so he should stay back. Aang asks if she means all the demons around them. Then he snaps his fingers. Every demon collapses at once. While Aang casually prepares to head back to the city, Paris freezes in complete disbelief. She grabs his collar and demands to know how he did that, asking if he is controlling the demons. She also notices that he has a red core and asks what his actual abilities are. Aang keeps it vague, saying they are only working together and he doesn't need to explain everything. He admits he can slightly control dead demons, but nothing more. To him, it is normal for warriors to keep secret abilities hidden, especially in an apocalypse where one surprise can decide life or death. Paris still can't believe it. Controlling demons is rare, even among five-finned warriors. Aang then says they will leave for Dawn City the next day, because he needs to settle the energy crystal distribution for Helios as quickly as possible. As they walk away, Paris silently raises her expectations for Aang in the Grand Demon Hunt Tournament, completely unaware that inside the live combat arena, he has left countless demon corpses scattered everywhere. Later, they arrive at the gate of Dawn City. Paris tells everyone to do their best and not embarrass the city. Aang looks at the massive city in front of him and feels certain this is the same place he once managed in his past life. It may have been renamed after his death, since the battlefield itself became known as the Battle of Dawn. The city is even more impressive than before, and Aang wonders how long it will be before he can truly return. He also wonders if he might meet the 6 great heroes, the strongest team he personally trained. He wants to know how they survived after the Battle of Dawn and whether they would believe him if he told them the truth. Paris approaches and asks if he is nervous because it is his first time visiting Dawn City. She says it is too early to be shocked because they haven't even entered yet. Dawn City is humanity's only S-level city, the center of human strength. Not everyone gets the chance to see it, and some people spend their whole lives without ever reaching these walls. Aang thinks Paris, as a five-finned warrior, might know something important, so he asks if she knows what happened to the 6 great heroes after the Battle of Dawn. Paris pauses, finding the question strange, then asks if he means the old 6 heroes. Aang is confused. He explains that the 6 great heroes are the same 6 people he is asking about, the strongest team led by the king known as the mightiest warrior, the man who shared his name. Paris is surprised he does not know. She tells him everyone understands that the new 6 heroes dislike any mention of the old 6 heroes and warns him not to bring them up inside the city. The king has changed. The dynasty has changed. The current mightiest warrior is the new king, and the Aang he is talking about is now called the old king. She warns him again, do not speak about these things in Dawn City. Aang wonders what happened to the old 6 heroes. Paris raises her voice, asking if he heard a single thing she just said. People nearby start looking at them. She admits she never knew why he chose the name Aang, maybe because he admired the old king, but she never asked. Still, he must not mention the old 6 heroes or the old king inside the city. Maybe people in a sea-level town still admire him, but that is no longer true here, especially after the old king's so-called sacrifice. No one believes in it anymore. She tells him to remember her warning as they enter. Aang feels something heavy settle in his chest. No one recognizes him, no one believes in his sacrifice. He wonders what happened after his death. He led the 6 great heroes and every warrior into a desperate battle against the demons. Then he went alone to the ancient king monument to uncover the demons' secrets. Did everything he did mean nothing? Did his death mean nothing? He enters Dawn City and realizes they are in the city center. The city has been upgraded, but it is still Dawn City. It is far larger than an ordinary city, with countless urban clusters and buildings in different styles. Forests, lakes, seas, and mountains exist inside its borders, making the whole place feel like a world of its own. Massive walls surround the city, and it is divided into 7 great districts. 6 belong to the 6 heroes, while the central district belongs to the king. Aang notices many buildings have changed, but the layout remains the same and even the air feels familiar. Then he sees his own statue. The face is hidden by cloth. Paris confirms it is the statue of the old king Aang admires. It has stood there for decades and was made while the old king was still alive. He was once very popular, but Paris refuses to say more. She adds that the statue will soon be torn down and replaced with one of the new king. For the first time, she seems to feel a little pity for the old king. At the base of the statue, one of the old heroes is paying tribute to her fallen companion. Her name is Lena, the strongest 7-finned recovery-type warrior. Aang's mind almost crashes on the spot. He remembers her clearly. She was one of his allies. Without thinking, he calls out her name and sees her placing flowers at the statue's base. Then a man approaches and strikes Lena, telling her not to honor the old hero, especially when she herself is one of the old 6 heroes. The flowers fall from her hands. Aang remembers that even though Lena was a healer, she had a terrifying temper, so he expects the situation to explode instantly. But instead, Lena simply apologizes in a quiet, timid voice. More warriors gather around her. One of them says he does not care who she used to be. Right now, she is nothing but a self-proclaimed old hero who lost the right to own cores and can no longer be called a warrior. If not for the new king's decree allowing them to remain, she would have been thrown out of Dawn City to survive on her own. He blames the old king and his arrogance for their current situation, saying the statue should have been destroyed long ago. Then he insults it as useless trash taking up space. Lena finally slaps him. The man tries to strike back, but Aang steps in with his sword and blocks him, demanding to know how he dares. The other men get angry and draw their guns, asking if Aang is looking for trouble. They tell him to put down the sword or they will shoot. To Aang, these people are no different from the rotten hunting groups outside the city, warriors with power but no honor. Before everything explodes into a full fight, Paris steps in and stops them. She calls it a misunderstanding and explains that these are warriors from the level city of Picadia, here to join the Grand Demon Hunt tournament. Then she questions whether they are really trying to start a fight with warriors from another city. She also tells Aang to put his sword away since he is representing Picadia. Aang sheathes his weapon. The warriors tell him to leave and avoid fighting people from other cities. If the law enforcement captain hears about this, things will get ugly. One of them tells Aang to quietly go to his hotel if he is here for the tournament, saying he should consider himself lucky for getting away this easily. Then the noisy group walks off. Lena turns to Aang and asks if he knows her. For a moment he considers telling her the truth, that the mightiest warrior Aang has returned, but if he is careless, it could create even more problems. Paris steps in and tells Lena that Aang has a reputation for being a troublemaker. Aang plays along and admits he is definitely a troublemaker, even his name is troublesome. Lena begins to leave, agreeing that it really is a troublesome name, the kind of name that brings headaches. Paris gets irritated. Not only did Lena brush Aang off, she also called him a headache. But Aang isn't bothered. He believes there will be a better time to explain everything to Lena, and he is sure she has plenty to tell him as well. The next day, during the Grand Demon Hunt parade, Paris's team joins the celebration. Someone in the crowd notices a new face among them. Paris tells Aang that after the tournament, she will help him contact the person responsible for energy crystal distribution. Aang is glad she remembered and thanks her. He tells her not to worry, promising she will not be disappointed by his performance. Paris hopes so too, then reminds him to be careful and not die. In the crowd, Aang sees Lena and gives her a smile, but she only looks at him with timid eyes before avoiding eye contact. As for the tournament itself, Dawn City has forest tournament grounds, an enormous artificial forest built specifically for the Grand Demon Hunt tournament. It is practically a city inside the city, which is somehow normal in the monstrous scale of Dawn City. They stop at a designated point, and Paris tells Aang and the 5 warriors that since she is not a participant, she can only escort them this far. Once they enter, their skills will be tested. She tells them to bring glory to Picadia and bravely fight the demons. Everyone answers with a powerful roar, while Aang quietly wonders if all the yelling is really necessary. Then a broadcast announces that all squads must enter the grounds in order, with the vanguards heading to the judges' area first. Aang realizes the tournament has officially begun. As he steps inside, he can't help but notice how much the Grand Demon Hunt tournament has grown over the years. What used to be a small event in the city has turned into a massive spectacle, and for him, the whole place feels painfully nostalgic. The broadcaster welcomes the warriors of Picadia, especially since they have brought their own vanguard to gather information. The Picadia warriors bow to Aang, wishing their friendship lasts forever. One girl tells him to gather as much information as possible and promises to remember his sacrifice. Another boy even asks for one more handshake. Aang tells them to calm down because he is not dead yet, and he has no plans of dying either. He can tell they all understand how dangerous the vanguard role is. Their serious expressions make it look like they're sending him off to his funeral. To them, being chosen as vanguard probably means there is almost no chance of coming back alive. Honestly, their lifeless faces are kind of depressing. Then a lady addresses all the vanguards from the different squads. She explains that their mission is filled with unknown dangers, and praises their courage for accepting such a risky role. Their task is to enter the tournament grounds, gather as much information about the demons as possible for their squads, and stay alert because they may encounter demons of unknown levels. Aang notices that all the participating vanguards seem to be Tier 2 core warriors. So this tournament is basically a talent showcase, meant to reveal which city has the strongest young generation. Naturally, higher-level warriors are not allowed to participate. Paris understands that Aang's real abilities are far above ordinary Tier 2 core warriors, but that actually works in his favor. As long as he keeps his power hidden, no one will guess what he truly is. Then the lady asks the crowd to welcome a special guest with a loud cheer. The highest-ranking judge of the tournament appears, one of the 6 great warriors, Dylan, the strongest recovery-type warrior. The audience erupts for Dylan Fan. Aang looks at him carefully and immediately notices something extraordinary. Dylan has a dual-core setup. That is something Aang only imagined in his past life. 2 cores could grant double the power, and if the synchronization rate is high enough, the result would be monstrous. A warrior's strength comes from the power supplied by the core, and a higher sync rate lets them draw out more of that potential. But the higher the sync rate, the more the body must endure demonic power. If compatibility is low or the body is too weak, the sync rate stays limited. In Aang's time, humans could only create single-core grafting equipment. But now the new 6 heroes apparently use dual-core grafting systems, making them far stronger than expected. Everyone bows to Dylan, and the Horned Warrior thanks him for attending. Aang feels uneasy. After seeing what happened to the old 6 heroes, Dylan's presence only makes that feeling worse. Something about him doesn't sit right. Dylan addresses the crowd, praising the warriors for their bravery despite the risks. He honors their courage and gives each of them a Tier 3 core as a memento, praying for their safe return. The warriors bow again and thank him repeatedly. One warrior tells Aang to stop being rude and bow properly. Aang apologizes, claiming his back hurts and bending too much might make it worse. Dylan smiles at him, and that smile makes Aang feel deeply uncomfortable. He wonders why this man is looking at him like that. The announcer then declares that Dylan, one of the 6 heroes, will demonstrate a hunt against a Tier 4 demon. She wishes everyone luck in the Grand Demon Hunt Tournament and welcomes Dylan to the stage. The crowd cheers, saying they've been waiting for this. The announcer tells all vanguards to follow her and watch from the side, leaving the stage to Dylan. Aang realizes the demonstration is clearly meant to display the power and prestige of the new 6 heroes. Capturing and containing a 4-finned demon is already difficult, which means Dawn City's strength has grown tremendously. Dylan asks the announcer if she is a new referee. She happily says yes and tells him it is an honor to meet him. Then Dylan leans close and quietly says they need to replace her immediately. He finds the phrase "new 6 heroes" irritating. If she were a Dawn City warrior, he says he might have accidentally broken her bones. To him, there are no new heroes or old heroes. There are only heroes who represent the city. The audience, however, sees Dylan lowering his head to speak gently to her and thinks he is showing a sweet side. Then he dismisses her, and the terrified referee quickly runs away. A broadcast microphone appears near Dylan's head. He asks for permission to represent the 6 heroes and perform the 4-finned demon hunt. He wishes everyone success in the tournament and hopes his demonstration can serve as an example for the brave vanguards. Then a box rises from the ground. The broadcaster emphasizes how terrifying this demon is, explaining that 4-finned warriors had to be sent just to capture it. The box opens and a rare, violent demon emerges, dangerous even among 4-finned demons. A red core metal element demon. The demon looks around, confused. It doesn't know what the humans are planning, but it realizes they have trapped it inside an arena full of spectators. Furious, it rushes toward the audience, only to slam into a protective barrier. The demon falls back and Dylan asks if it finally understands the situation. He explains that the arena's protective barrier is extremely strong, created by one of the 6 heroes, known as the strongest psychic-type warrior. The audience realizes the barrier is invisible. Dylan then tells the demon to die for his performance. The demon warns him not to come closer and slashes at him. Dylan blocks with his shield and says the demon is just a brute with no manners. The demon tries to punch through the shield, but the barrier holds, forcing it to absorb the force of Dylan's counterattack instead. Dylan tells the demon it has no right to fight back. The demon is confused. How can a green core withstand brute force like this? Green cores are supposed to specialize in healing and regeneration, not raw power. To prove its point, the demon throws another punch. But Dylan uses green ropes to bind it and says it is his job to correct the demon's misunderstanding. He introduces himself as a green core warrior with dual cores. The demon tries to reveal something about that mysterious power, but Dylan tells it to shut up. Then he strikes. The demon explodes, blood spilling across the arena. Dylan stands safely behind his shield and announces that this is the beginning of the Grand Demon Hunt Tournament. Everyone is ordered to begin. Aang is genuinely impressed by Dylan's strength. He realizes dual cores don't simply double a warrior's power. When combined properly, their strength multiplies into something far beyond a single core. The new 6 heroes are more powerful than he expected, which makes him wonder how terrifying the new king must be. Even though Aang acknowledges their strength, he still cannot forget how Lena was treated. The broadcaster thanks Dylan and calls the vanguards back onto the stage. As expected, Dylan is wildly popular and the vanguards bow respectfully. Everyone except Aang. Dylan notices and asks whether the kid dislikes him or if he is hiding hostility. Aang says it is probably a misunderstanding. He explains that before going on stage, he usually acts hostile to focus himself. After all, being a vanguard is not easy. Dylan finds him interesting and says he will watch Aang closely. He tells him not to disappoint him. Aang finds the whole thing almost funny. Back when he was ripping demons apart in his past life, this guy wasn't even born yet. The broadcaster then gathers the vanguards to explain the rules. The first task is to enter the forest and scout the area. Their main goal is to find the best route for their squad based on its strength. Each squad must defeat demons within a set time to earn points. The tournament grounds contain not only no-fin demons, but also 1-finned, 2-finned, and 3-finned demons spread throughout the forest. Since the area is huge, the vanguards must carefully choose the safest and most efficient path. The broadcaster reminds them this is not their home territory, so they need to be extremely careful. They must work alone to avoid attracting demons. One vanguard wonders if that warning is even necessary, asking who would risk their life just to provoke a demon. Another agrees, saying that even no-finned and 1-finned demons still carry danger. A third adds that fighting recklessly might attract more demons. The fourth reminds everyone to take care of themselves, because the survival rate for vanguards in this tournament is below 36%. Aang looks at these Tier 2 core warriors and understands why the odds are low. They are not especially strong. He thinks about synchronization rates and how much self-confidence matters. These young warriors don't carry the same responsibility as captains, so they seem immature compared to one-finned warriors like Jiatang's group. The warriors from resource-poor towns had to sharpen their skills through life-or-death battles to protect their homes. These vanguards, meanwhile, are already starting to panic. Then the broadcaster announces the tournament's special rule, just like every year. A level 4 demon has been sealed inside a container somewhere in the tournament grounds. If a squad believes they are strong enough, they may attempt to hunt it. If they successfully defeat the 4-fin demon, the tournament ends immediately and their squad becomes the winner. Aang notices this rule has remained the same as in past years. A man says everyone knows the 4-fin demon gives the most points, but no one dares to take that risk. When the tournament begins, all the other vanguards leave. Except Aang. He rushes straight toward the 4-fin demon because that has been his goal from the start. As Aang moves deeper inside, he notices most of the vanguards are sticking together. The other teams clearly have no intention of chasing the 4-fin demon, even though defeating it would instantly secure victory. The young warriors know the reward is massive, but fear is still holding them back. Dylan watches the vanguards from above and asks the woman beside him for information. She asks which warrior he means, and Dylan describes the one with a patch of white hair. Casually walking through the forest like this is a sightseeing trip. The woman checks the report and tells him the warrior is registered under Pikadia as a 3-finned core warrior. Dylan notes that the tournament allows warriors up to 3 fins to enter, but very few 3-finned warriors actually participate because the risks are high and the rewards are not worth dying over. If this boy is really 3-finned, then he is at least one level above most of the other participants, which may explain his arrogance. Then Dylan asks for his name. The woman hesitates before reading it out. Aang. The moment Dylan hears that name, disgust flashes across his face. His mood changes instantly, and he demands that she repeat herself. She quickly explains that she only read the name from the report and shows him the document. Dylan stares at it coldly, saying people with that name deserve nothing but death. Meanwhile, the vanguards push deeper into the forest, and several of them begin encountering demons. The broadcaster announces that demons have been spotted and that the vanguards are marking their locations. This zone will likely become a gathering point for no-fin demons. As the others rush toward the next area, Aang walks calmly through the forest. Marking locations, planning routes, and finding the safest path forward, these are all part of a vanguard's job. At first, the role felt unfamiliar, but now that old feeling is coming back and Aang starts enjoying the nostalgia. His squad watches him from outside, and one member says Aang looks like he is taking a relaxing stroll. Another asks if they should really trust this guy. Paris, however, doesn't look too worried. She remembers Aang telling her to trust him. Unlike the other vanguards, Aang clearly doesn't follow the rules exactly, but he promised Pikadia would win, and the confidence in his eyes told her he meant it. His performance during combat training proved he was becoming bolder, and the way he spoke to her without hesitation only made her more interested in him. Meanwhile, the other vanguards continue scouting as demons chase them through the woods. One boy gets terrified after spotting 3 one-fin demons and tries to avoid them. But soon after, he runs into a 2-finned red core demon and then spots a 3-finned demon nearby. Some of the vanguards immediately flee. One of them sees Aang standing still and warns him to run because there are 3-finned demons ahead. Aang notices that the demon is standing exactly along the route he needs to take. Suddenly, roots burst from the ground and attack several vanguards. The audience panics at the demon's appearance, shouting for the warriors to escape. The demon declares that humans have trapped demons here for too long and now they deserve to die. As it attacks Aang, he realizes the demons inside the tournament grounds are far more violent than the ones outside. He dodges quickly while thinking how annoying all these spectators are. He wants to stay low profile, but with everyone watching, that is getting harder by the second. So to avoid standing out for too long, he decides to end this quickly. Aang closes the distance on the 3-fin demon, his eyes locked on its core. The 4-fin demon is still waiting for him, so he has no time to waste on this one. With precise force, he strikes straight at the core. The audience falls silent as they watch him defeat a 3-fin demon by himself. Using a metal element sword, Aang reinforces the blade with metal power, making it sharper and far more destructive. After cutting the demon down, he retrieves the 3-finned agility core and continues searching for the 4-fin demon. He wonders if the terrain layout has changed. The most important spectators would naturally be placed where they can get the best view of the tournament. So the 4-fin demon should be somewhere high, visible, and central. Dylan watches Aang's movements and immediately realizes the kid is searching for the 4-fin demon. Aang stabs his sword into another demon. This is already the 5th one he has defeated. The deeper he goes, the stronger the demons become, which feels strange. He wants to inspect the area, but demons keep chasing him, forcing him to fight non-stop. Now he understands why no one wants the vanguard role. For lower-level warriors, this job is basically a suicide mission. Aang has already defeated 5 two-fin demons for his team, which should have raised their squad's score nicely. He hopes his team won't be too shocked by how much he has improved. He remains convinced the 4-fin demon is on the highest hill, close to where the top spectators are seated. Dylan notices the kid's ambition and wonders whether Aang decided to hunt the 4-fin demon alone, or if his entire squad agreed to this madness. Then the broadcaster announces that Aang is heading toward the 4-fin demon. It seems strange, because no one understands how he knows exactly where it is. One of Aang's squadmates asks if he is planning a route for them to fight the demon. He points out that their squad is not strong enough to take down a 4-finned monster and asks if Paris ordered this. Paris immediately says no. She has no idea what Aang is doing. She only hopes he doesn't cause trouble because their squad cannot beat a 4-finned demon. The broadcaster reports that Aang has found the 4-finned demon and seems to be preparing his next move. Some people assume he is planning to escape, letting his squad attack first so he can return safely. But Aang simply breaks the seal on the gate leading to the 4-finned demon. Everyone is stunned, then he boldly tells the demon to get up and fight. Dylan is losing his mind in fascination. Aang isn't waiting for his squad. He intends to fight the demon alone. This man is trying to win the tournament as a vanguard. The broadcaster shouts in disbelief, highlighting that Aang opened the container himself and is preparing to battle the 4-finned demon solo, something no one has ever done before in tournament history. The crowd erupts, cheering loudly for Picadia. The broadcaster announces that Picadia's vanguard is challenging the 4-finned demon alone. Meanwhile, Aang's squadmates ask Paris if this arrogant guy has completely lost his mind because there is no way he can win. The crowd is going wild, amazed by his insane move. Paris knows that even with Aang's control ability, a 4-finned demon is still a nightmare. Fighting one alone requires everything he has, and she wonders if Aang is truly ready for that kind of battle. The 4-finned demon, a blue-core water element demon, breaks free and sees Aang standing there alone. It attacks immediately with an exploding drill. Aang swings his sword and raises an earth wall, but the drill keeps tearing through. Earth is weak against this level of water power, and for a moment, Aang looks like he is in real danger. The demon mocks him, asking how he dares fight alone and promising to tear him apart. Aang responds by summoning a demon to fight beside him. Then he calmly asks whoever said he was alone. Dylan realizes the demon assisting Aang is one of the 2-finned demons he defeated earlier. As the battle continues, the 4-finned demon senses something strange. It soon understands that Aang is controlling demon cores. Aang feels a little smug because this ability should belong only to demons. No ordinary human should be able to do this. Paris watches him using that special control ability, while the broadcaster is amazed by what everyone is seeing. The 3 demons helping Aang are the same ones he previously defeated. The audience is shocked. Aang orders the controlled demons to charge at the 4-finned demon. The water demon laughs, believing 2-finned demons could never challenge it. It prepares to unleash its extreme water gun. But before the attack can happen, Dylan suddenly jumps in. He strikes the 4-finned demon and slams it into the ground. Aang is surprised that this new hero defeated the demon just by landing on it. Dylan apologizes for barging in, saying he became too curious about Aang's abilities and now wants to fight him instead. Controlling dead demons is something completely new, and Aang looked capable of defeating even the 4-finned demon. So this discount Homelander decides to personally test his strength. The broadcaster announces the challenge, and the audience explodes with excitement at the rare event unfolding before them. A man asks Paris what is happening, and another explains that Dylan, one of the 6 heroes, is personally testing Aang. Paris realizes the situation is completely out of their control now. Internally, Aang wonders if this guy has lost his mind. He can sense Dylan's killing intent. Dylan notes that Aang doesn't look afraid at all, which is unusual for such a young warrior. Aang replies that he has gone through strict training, and because of his unique abilities, his squad captain has always expected a lot from him. That might explain why his strength is above his peers. Then he adds that people consider him a genius. Of course, Aang is just saying whatever sounds believable, assuming Dylan won't bother checking whether any of it is true, but Dylan only finds him more fascinating. He prepares to attack and tells Aang to show his full power. The rocks Dylan sends flying are like bullets, fast and deadly. Aang dodges, knowing that if he hadn't been fully alert, that attack would have hit him clean. Dylan comments on Aang's agility, saying it explains how he dodges so well, and now he expects even more from him. Aang questions Dylan's hostility, wondering why he is being this aggressive. Dylan suddenly moves behind him and explains that part of his hostility comes from disliking Aang's attitude. And his name, he attacks again, but Aang dodges. Dylan keeps circling behind him and notices something else. Aang reeks of a demon. Aang realizes he cannot completely hide the demonic energy inside him, which means avoiding suspicion is no longer possible. Even while using less than half of his true strength, Dylan's pressure is overwhelming enough to remind Aang of the 8-fin demon he once faced. Then Dylan reveals the real reason behind his hostility. He hates Aang's name. By now, Aang can guess where that hatred comes from. It is tied to the old king, the one who sacrificed himself for humanity, the one who lost countless comrades in the process. Dylan lets his anger take over and launches a brutal attack, forcing Aang to draw out his demonic form just to fight back. Their clash erupts into a massive explosion, but the audience remains safe behind the protective barrier. The broadcaster reports in shock that Aang actually managed to land a hit on one of the new heroes, despite the absurd gap in power. Dylan heals himself immediately, but even the broadcaster admits this is surprising. Aang injured him, even if only for a moment. Now determined to end this, Dylan decides to kill him. He points out the strong demonic scent coming from Aang, and his killing intent becomes impossible to ignore. The broadcaster announces that Dylan is about to unleash devastating abilities, including high-speed spinning energy gears capable of tearing through anything in their path. They hope Dylan will hold back a little, while telling the audience to enjoy the performance. As Dylan charges forward with overwhelming force, Aang realizes he can no longer keep hiding his abilities. If he does, this bastard will kill him without hesitation. Right now, Aang is weaker than he should be, so if he wants to survive, he has no choice but to reveal his full strength. But just as the two are about to collide, a protective barrier appears and stops Dylan's attack. Dylan recognizes the barrier immediately and knows exactly who is behind it. He asks why she is interfering. Lena replies that even if Dylan hates this boy, she feels the opposite because she likes him. She appears fully equipped for battle, sharp and ready from head to toe. Aang notices her and wonders if she used her green core to restore herself to her prime condition. Dylan questions her, reminding her that she is not allowed to wear battle gear and asking if she plans to defy the king's orders. Lena calmly corrects him. She is forbidden from participating in demon-killing activities, but no one ever said she couldn't wear battle gear, and she asks if he seriously expected her to walk around unarmed. Aang can tell she is still the same as before, sharp, bold, and impossible to push around. In his past life, he was always the one standing in front of her during battle, but now she is standing in front of him. The broadcaster announces Lena's arrival, calling it a shocking and unexpected turn of events. Dylan acknowledges her reputation as a great warrior, but warns that he will not go easy on her, and she should choose her words carefully. Lena criticizes him for causing such a public scene on an important day. Then she introduces Aang as the son of her friend, saying Dylan has tested the boy enough already. Dylan laughs, calling them both detestable, then activates his ability, Serpent Decree. A dense wave of energy spreads outward, nearly impossible to dodge. Dylan sends it straight at Lena, but Aang steps in with his sword and blocks the first wave. The broadcaster warns that the follow-up attacks are relentless, and Aang will not be able to block all of them alone. Lena tells him to fall back and let her shield protect them, but Aang refuses. He takes the hits head-on, stopping Lena from being harmed. He knows her temper too well. If this keeps escalating, someone could die. The broadcaster grows even more excited, calling this clash between heroes a spectacle rarer than seeing a 7-fin demon. Dylan gets more serious and launches his demon-piercing full Gatling attack, proving he is no longer treating this like a joke. Before the fight between the two heroes turns into a disaster, Aang changes the whole flow by grabbing everyone's attention. He suddenly thanks Dylan, saying he has learned many valuable battle techniques from him. He claims Dylan's guidance is priceless, and he feels unworthy of such generosity. From the sidelines, Paris wonders what the hell this kid is trying to do. Aang keeps pushing the act, asking Dylan if he is satisfied with his performance. The broadcaster notes Aang's respectful attitude, while some spectators wonder if this means the fight is over. Others can only imagine the destruction that would happen if all 6 heroes ever fought each other seriously. For now, they are thrilled just to witness Dylan in action, and they cheer loudly for him. Dylan decides there is no point in continuing. Aang continues thanking him for his guidance and promises not to disappoint him in the future. He says he will keep improving. Dylan acknowledges Aang's performance, calling him full of surprises and praising him as an impressive young warrior. He tells Aang to keep striving forward. The broadcaster congratulates Aang for earning recognition from one of the new heroes, describing it as an extraordinary achievement. Then they announce that Aang's team has won the Grand Demon Hunt tournament, making this year's tournament the fastest and most unexpected in history. Paris and Aang's teammates are stunned by how easily everything ended. The broadcaster explains that Aang's role as vanguard, along with his unexpected strength, secured their victory. The team celebrates as they receive the tournament trophy. Paris congratulates Aang properly, saying he won the tournament for them, and she is willing to grant him any reward he wants. Overwhelmed with joy, she hugs him tightly and tells him he can ask anything of her. The others quickly tell her to let go before Aang stops breathing. Afterward, Aang reminds her of their earlier agreement. Paris agrees, promising to vouch for him so he can enter the city properly and meet the people responsible for energy crystal distribution. Aang thanks her, then mentions that his cape is dirty and asks if she can prepare some clothes for him. He says he will not join the celebration because he has a prior engagement. A girl teases him, asking if he has a date and whether it is with a man or a woman. Aang simply says he is going to visit an old friend. Later, Aang meets Lena. She is surprised he actually came and asks how he knew this was the secret base where they were supposed to meet. Her eyes fill with warm tears, and deep down, she desperately wants him to confirm what her heart already suspects, that he is the Aang she once knew. Her memories drift back to the past, to the secret base she and Aang used to visit together. She always loved this quiet place with its beautiful view over the city. Aang used to tease her for acting like a child, but this was where they came to fool around, laugh, and escape the weight of war. That is why she called it their secret base, a place only the two of them knew. Back in the present, Lena grows emotional and asks if he is really the person who remembers this place. Before he can answer, she turns away, wiping her eyes and apologizing for losing control. She says he reminds her of someone very important. She admits she was worried about him during the tournament. He was reckless, and if she had not arrived in time, things could have ended badly. Lena tells him to consider this her way of thanking him for helping her near the statue of the mightiest warrior. Aang softly calls her name. Lena asks what he just said. Then he lightly taps her forehead just like he used to, teasing her for still worrying about their secret base after all these years. That is when Lena breaks. Tears begin falling as she finally understands. Aang smiles and tells her it is wonderful to see her alive and well. Then he confirms it. He is the same Aang, and he has returned to their secret base. Lena hugs him tightly, overwhelmed with relief, asking why it took him so long to come back. Aang tells her everything: his time travel, the ancient king monument, the existence of an 8-fin demon, the sinister power now living inside him. Lena is stunned. She thought 7-fin demons were the highest level, and now she can barely process what he is saying. Aang admits he does not fully understand it himself. He should have died 50 years ago, but somehow he arrived in the present, carrying something dangerous within him. Lena is simply overjoyed that he is alive, and she welcomes him back warmly. Then Aang asks the question that has been haunting him. Why does everyone in this era hate him and the old 6 heroes so much? Lena explains that the resentment began with his actions during the Battle of Dawn. Aang had led a group of warriors to the ancient king monument despite heavy opposition. Many warned him not to go, fearing what might happen. But Aang ignored their warnings, told everyone to wait for his return, and entered the monument with his team. When news spread that Aang had died inside the monument, the morale of the warriors collapsed. Their king was gone. The mightiest warrior was gone. Humanity fell into despair. The demons launched a massive counterattack and reclaimed nearly all the territory humans had fought so hard to win. Casualties exploded, and 9 out of 10 warriors died in the battles that followed. To many people, all of it could have been avoided if Aang had listened. Over time, new heroes and a new king rose to power, many of them people who had opposed Aang's decision from the start. That resentment spread toward him, his supporters, and the surviving old 6 heroes. Their status as warriors was stripped away by the new king, leaving them powerless and despised. Aang is shaken to learn that his choices led to so much devastation. Lena says it has been a long time, and she has grown used to the hatred. To her, the past no longer matters the same way. It is not simply about who was right or wrong. She often visits Aang's statue and thinks about what was lost, but now that he is alive, it feels like a miracle. Aang explains that his goal had been to eliminate the demons completely and create a future where humanity no longer had to live in fear. Lena understands his pain, but reminds him that the consequences of his actions were too heavy for many people to accept. As their king, he naturally became the one to carry the blame. Aang then asks about the surviving heroes. Lena reveals that 3 of the 6 died in the battles after his death. One Yellow Corps hero suffered severe injuries, voluntarily gave up his status, and disappeared into hiding. And the Blue Corps Phantom opposed the new king, which led to his brutal punishment. His hands and feet were shattered, then he was thrown into a dungeon and left there to die. Lena admits she has also been thinking about leaving Dawn City because the memories here have become too painful to carry. Aang is furious after hearing how the old heroes were treated, and he asks why she never gathered people to oppose the new king. Lena explains that the new king is not someone they can simply fight. He is terrifyingly powerful, the only known 3-core 7-finned warrior. She doubts even Aang at his peak could defeat him now. The new 6 heroes are also monsters in their own right, each possessing dual-core 7-finned abilities, meaning they have surpassed the warriors from Aang's generation. But Aang still refuses to let Dessa rot in a dungeon. No matter how dangerous it is, they have to find a way to save him. At the same time, Aang wonders how a 3-core warrior is even possible. Lena says there may be an explanation, then asks if he knows demons can control elemental powers. Aang thinks of the abilities he has already absorbed, while Lena explains that demons are no longer classified only by their 6 core colors. Over time, they also evolved into 5 elemental types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That evolution has made demons far harder to kill. Aang realizes earth is the only element he still lacks. Lena continues, explaining that elemental powers can also fuse with warriors, granting them overwhelming strength. Aang compares this with his own elemental control, but since he still doesn't fully understand what he has become, he asks her to explain further. Lena says the gap between 4-finned and 5-finned warriors is enormous. Among the strongest 5-finned warriors, many search for fusion cores. One of the places where warriors hunt for these fusion cores is Dracula's Boneyard Castle. The name immediately brings back memories for Aang. He remembers leading a brutal battle there with more than 1 million warriors. The battlefield left behind so many corpses that the place eventually earned its name. Lena says that beneath Boneyard Castle lie the remains and cores of countless warriors and demons. Later, a new breed of demon was discovered there. Even the weakest among them are 5-finned, and inside their chests are fusion cores, crystals that allow warriors to merge with elemental power. But not everyone can use them. Only 5-finned warriors with strong physical resistance can survive the fusion process. Aang asks if one fusion core can grant control over all 5 elements. Lena says no. A fusion core only allows control over one element because the 5 elements are too different to merge together. No one, not even the new king or the 6 heroes, has ever combined more than one element. Aang is amazed by how strong modern warriors have become with elemental cores. Back when he fought Dylan, that man probably wasn't even using his full strength. He had to maintain his image and avoid destroying the barrier. If Dylan had gone all out, Aang knows he wouldn't have survived. Lena adds that the new king and the 6 heroes are far stronger than the warriors from Aang's era. With dual cores and complete elemental representation, rescuing Dessa from the dungeon is practically impossible. Aang thinks about the 4 elements he already gained from the 8-finned demon, but he understands he is still far weaker than the current heroes. He decides he cannot rely only on demonic power. He has to become stronger himself, and for that, he needs to visit Dracula's Boneyard Castle. Lena reminds him that he is not a 5-finned warrior yet. Aang says he knows the gap between 4 fins and 5 fins is massive, but if there is a wall in front of him, then he will overcome it in this lifetime. Later, Aang meets Paris at the market and tells her about his new plan. He says he will leave only after securing the energy crystal. Seeing his determination, Paris agrees to help him and go with him, hoping this will finally solve Helios Town's energy crystal crisis. As they walk, Aang suddenly sees Jiating and the others right in front of him. The captain is busy explaining their plan to visit the warrior war department for help. Paris notices Aang stopping and asks what is wrong. The moment Aang greets his companions, they rush toward him and hug him, overwhelmed to see him alive and clearly stronger than before. Jiating senses immediately that Aang has grown a lot. Lan even points out that he seems taller now. Hearing that, Aang realizes the change may be because of the demon cores inside him. Lan explains that they followed the commander from Bryan City just to watch the tournament. Thankfully, Leyu managed to get information about Aang's whereabouts, but the information turned out to be wrong. So they returned to Dawn City, where Jiating managed to strike a deal and obtain some energy crystals. After that, their next goal was to find Aang. They never expected him to already be in Dawn City. Aang is relieved that the energy crystal problem has been solved and offers to represent them from now on. Paris watches their reunion for a moment, then decides to leave them alone. Before she goes, Jiating thanks her for looking after Aang. Paris replies that Aang is the one who helped Pakadia City. Moving on, Lan suggests Aang should talk to Leyu because she hasn't been eating properly since they got separated. Suju also shows him photos of Leyu looking sad and distant because of course she photographed the depression arc too. Eventually, Aang goes to Leyu and apologizes for making her worry. He promises he will not run off alone again. Leyu becomes emotional but accepts his words. For a while, all the friends simply spend time together, talking and laughing like they finally got a small piece of peace back. Meanwhile, Lena watches from hiding, remembering everything she once shared with Aang and the old heroes. Seeing him surrounded by friends reminds her of the bonds they used to have. That night, Leyu dreams of a devastated battlefield. In the dream, she is helping Aang, begging him to stay awake and hold on. She keeps pleading with him not to lose consciousness. Then they finally see an elemental crystal, the same type of crystal that allows warriors to wield demon elemental powers. But a demon suddenly appears and mocks them, calling them low-level warriors. It says that even with the crystal, they are only delaying the inevitable. The demon charges at Leyu and knocks her hard onto the ground. Even after being attacked, the only thing she struggles for is to help Aang. Then the nightmare ends. Leyu wakes up in bed, shaken and sweating. She realizes it was only a dream, but it felt painfully real, even the sensation of being stabbed. Trying to calm herself, she decides to take a shower. Just then, Aang opens her door, saying he heard her shouting. Seeing her in her nightdress, Lei instantly throws a pillow at him and yells at him for entering without knocking. Aang explains that he came because he was worried, but she only shouts at him to get out. Later, Aang waits outside the hotel for Lei. When she joins him, she says it is time to go. Aang asks if she cleaned up and she tells him to call her squad leader. He agrees, then asks if she rested well, reminding her that they have a long journey ahead. Lei says she is fine, though she admits the nightmare scared her. She wonders how Aang can stay so calm when the place they are heading to is so terrifying. They are traveling through a sea-level area on the way to Dracula's boneyard castle. If they hurry, they should arrive by evening. Aang adds that they will need to pass a strength test to enter the castle. Otherwise, they will be treated as trespassers. Lei remembers Jiating mentioning the castle before. It is an important site where promising five-finned warriors go to obtain elemental crystals. A city has grown around the castle, with military grounds and high-level warriors stationed there. The area is heavily guarded, not only to stop unauthorized entry, but also to keep whatever lives inside the castle from escaping. Aang asks if she is afraid to come with him, especially since only five-finned warriors usually dare to enter. Lei says it is not just her who is worried. Jiating is also concerned that Aang might act recklessly again, which is why he assigned her, a green core recovery type, to watch his safety. But this is not only about protecting Aang. Jiating also wants Lei to grow stronger beside him and return as a two-finned warrior. She then complains about how quickly Aang has leveled up, reaching 4 fins in such a short time. Aang remembers that their other 2 teammates are also receiving special training from the captain, and they were excited about it. Lei, acting fully like the squad leader, says she has to keep an eye on Aang, especially after he once left the squad without warning. Aang gives her a mischievous smile, which immediately irritates her. She accuses him of thinking about what happened that morning, but Aang denies it. At Dracula's boneyard castle, warriors are recruiting others into their teams. Some squads are looking for agility types, others want green core warriors, but the requirement is always the same. They must be five-finned warriors. When Aang and Lei arrive at the castle, the warriors at the entrance notice them immediately. They identify Aang as a 4-finned warrior and Lei as a 1-finned warrior, then question where they came from. Some assume they must be desperate. One jokes that the young couple must be lost, while another says they will never be allowed inside because there is no way they can pass the test. Clearly, these people have no idea who they are underestimating. Then another group of warriors arrives, and one of them mocks Aang for bringing his girlfriend along. Aang and Lei ignore them, focused only on entering Dracula's boneyard castle. Lei grows mildly annoyed by the constant insults, but Aang tells her not to waste energy on stupid words from stupid people. The one mocking them is Other, the young master of the Mir family from Ula City. The warriors nearby are surprised Other came to the castle to search for an elemental crystal with a 6-finned warrior beside him. That 6-finned warrior is said to be one of the top fighters hired by the Mir family. Someone mentions seeing his information on the hiring board, noting both his impressive strength and his connection to the Mirs. They also say this warrior already possesses an elemental crystal and has gained significant elemental power. Because of that, everyone believes Other will succeed this time. Other steps forward and introduces himself as the young master of the Mir family from Ula, and a level city. Other boasts that everyone knows the Mir family, the largest warrior guild in Ula City. Then he turns his attention to Lei, saying a green core warrior like her doesn't belong in a place like this. He offers her a position as his personal healer and promises she will be rewarded generously. Aang and Lei ignore him completely. That only annoys Other more. He can't believe they aren't instantly worshipping him just because he comes from a powerful family. In his mind, they must not understand how important the Mirs are. This guy is painfully full of himself, and Lei finally snaps. She demands to know who gave him permission to speak to her like that. Other keeps bragging and insulting her, making her anger rise even further. Then he shoves his companion aside, ready to personally put Lei in her place. Lei knows she isn't strong enough to defeat him head-on, but she refuses to back down. Furious at his arrogance, she prepares to fight. Other charges, saying he will teach her a lesson. But before he can touch her, Aang steps in and stops him. Other tells Aang to move aside, threatening to deal with him too if he gets in the way. Aang reminds him who started this mess and warns that causing trouble here could damage his family's reputation. If the guards decide he is making a scene, they might refuse him entry. But of course, Other is too arrogant to back down. That is when the 6-finned warrior beside him steps forward and agrees with Aang. He says the warriors gathered here are all capable fighters, and making a scene would only embarrass the Mir family. He advises Other not to rush. Once they enter the castle, anything can happen. And yeah, we can already tell what these bastards are planning. Other reluctantly backs off, saying he won't waste time on weaklings, then moves ahead. The 6-finned warrior follows, secretly using his earth elemental power to shoot small stones toward Aang. Aang catches them easily in midair. Lei senses something off and asks if something is wrong. Aang casually replies that it was nothing, just a tiny annoyance like swatting mosquitoes. Then he suggests they continue with the test. The six-finned warrior is surprised. His hidden attack was fast, and even if Aang blocked it, it should have hurt his hand. He tells other they need to reconsider who their real competitors are for the elemental crystal. Aang is clearly stronger than an ordinary four-finned warrior, and even he cannot fully measure the kid's strength. So instead of testing him directly, they should find a way to eliminate both Aang and Lei first. During the synchronization test, Aang scores 54% while Lei scores 42%. Lei asks if they passed since there doesn't seem to be a minimum requirement. Aang remembers that Lei's rate used to be 39%. Now that she has become a one-finned warrior, her rate has also climbed to 42%, a solid improvement. The woman conducting the test notes that one of them is a four-finned warrior and the other is only one-finned. Then she asks why they want to enter Boneyard Castle for an elemental crystal when the demons inside are at least three-finned in strength. Aang confirms their decision, explaining that Lei is their squad's medic, while he is a highly agile warrior, so they can defend themselves. Lei immediately frowns at being reduced to just the medic. The woman explains that no warrior below 5 fins has ever dared enter the castle before. If they go in, they will become the lowest-level entrants in recorded history. She reminds them that elemental crystals can only be found inside a special demon, and usually only one appears at a time. Once that demon is hunted, another takes a while to emerge. She also warns them that demons won't be their only threat. Stronger warriors will be inside too, and their lives will be at risk. Then she asks if they still want to proceed. Aang agrees, saying their goal is more than simple survival and thanks her for the warning, so she allows them to enter. Lei remembers the rumors that 9 out of 10 people who enter the castle never return. She admits she is scared, but with Aang beside her, she also feels strangely calm and confident. And with that, they step into Dracula's Boneyard Castle. Inside, they quickly hide from the demons. Lei sees the place swarming with monsters, and Aang explains that this used to be a massive city just like Dawn City, but after the demon invasion, it was abandoned and turned into a battlefield. Now the main castle and surrounding region belong to demons. No one lives here anymore. People simply call it the castle, maybe because remembering what it used to be is too painful. Lei is fascinated by how much Aang knows, but Aang downplays it, saying he only heard stories as a child. Then he stands and decides they should start searching for the special demon and its elemental crystal. While doing that, they need to avoid unnecessary battles at all cost. Suddenly, Lei sees an explosion in the distance and thinks some warriors are fighting hard. She asks if they should help. Aang says no. Inside the castle, it is better to stay out of other people's fights. Since Lei grew up in Helios, she probably doesn't know how dangerous outsiders can be. He warns her that the warriors they saw at the entrance are greedy and cunning, so she should not throw her kindness around carelessly. Suddenly, Aang spots a demon rushing toward Lei and pulls her to safety instantly. The demon is surprised Aang reacted in time. Its water attacks are silent and odorless, so detecting them should have been nearly impossible. Aang realizes this is a 5-finned demon using silent water and agility to sneak up on them. Lei understands that if Aang hadn't reacted so fast, she would have been badly hurt. Aang decides they need to deal with this monster quickly. They cannot afford to attract more demons or warriors. Lei agrees. She doesn't want to make another mistake or become a burden. The demon asks if they seriously think they can defeat him, pointing out that they are only a 4-finned and a 1-finned warrior. To him, their confidence is ridiculous. Then he disappears, drops from above, and unleashes a rain of spikes. Aang identifies it as an area attack and tells Lei to move closer. He creates a protective barrier that blocks the spikes. The demon starts acting cocky again, but then notices wood and metal surrounding them. He wonders if this is elemental power. He is confused. How can this kid control more than 2 elements? Human warriors should only gain elemental power once they are 5-finned or higher. Aang attacks, and the demon warns that he will pierce him through. Spikes burst from the ground, but Aang uses water to close the distance and asks if the demon is surprised. The demon smirks, saying it was only a joke. Even if Aang can use water, he still cannot match the demon's agility and water combination. But Aang doesn't agree. He gives Lei a quick signal. She appears behind the demon and lands a kick, while Aang drives his sword straight into its body. Together, they defeat it. Aang feels proud of their teamwork, and the fight earns them a water core. Lei takes the core, claiming the 4-finned blue core as a 1-finned warrior. Aang pulls his sword from the demon's chest and praises Lei's fast reaction. Naturally, she says her usual line, that the Sidhu family specializes in martial arts, and those moves were only basic techniques. Aang rests the sword on his shoulder and tells her they need to move fast. Their fight probably attracted both demons and warriors nearby. As Aang starts walking, Lei notices a small cut on his cheek. She points it out and suggests they find somewhere safe so she can heal it. Aang touches his cheek, smiles, and says it is nothing serious, just a small accident. She doesn't need to worry, but Lei looks serious. She reminds him that they agreed she would handle his healing. Whether the injury is big or small doesn't matter. If she can't heal him, then her role means nothing. Aang respects her determination and decides not to argue. He asks her to heal his cheek. Just then someone comes flying toward them. Lei tells Aang to duck, and they realize it is Other's bodyguard. As the man crashes in, Lei jumps back, while Aang blocks the blow like it is nothing. The bodyguard steps onto his axe blade to add more pressure, but Aang still doesn't budge. By now the bodyguard can tell Aang is not merely a four-finned warrior. His potential is much higher than that. This eye-patch warrior is a six-finned red core fighter and a master of earth. Lei tries to attack, but green threads suddenly wrap around her body. It is the healer from Other's team, using her three-finned green core to paralyze Lei. Lei had been too focused on Aang and failed to notice the ambush. The nurse walks up, and Aang asks why they are attacking him instead of protecting their spoiled young master. And right on cue, Other appears. He mocks Aang for acting tough so he won't look weak in front of his woman. Being called Aang's girl instantly shocks Lei, making her blush and get angry at the same time. Other walks over and slaps the nurse's backside, telling her he will reward her once they return to the city. Then he gently holds Lei's chin and smiles, saying he will play with her after she watches her man die. Lei is furious, but she can't move. Her body is completely paralyzed. Other mocks Aang again, calling him four-finned trash and threatening to hurt Lei. That is the final straw. A purple aura begins glowing around Aang's body. Threatening Lei crosses the line. Aang launches himself at Other, but the bodyguard jumps in to defend him. Aang blocks the axe and sends the man flying back with a single sweep of his sword. The bodyguard is stunned. Aang is controlling fire like a veteran, and somehow he is also manipulating wood. Sharp branches shoot out from the smoke, aiming straight at him. He tilts his neck to dodge, but still takes a shallow cut across his skin. The bodyguard is impressed that Aang can control two elements and demands to know how he is doing it. He prepares his ultimate attack to force Aang to reveal his secret. But before he can move, a five-finned blue-core demon emerges from the shadows, grabs the handle of his axe and roars. The bodyguard notices the threat and turns, confused by the sudden appearance. He grips his massive axe with one hand as the demon slowly closes in. The bodyguard starts sweating, completely confused about how he failed to sense the demon nearby. He releases his axe and jumps back several meters, pressing one hand to the ground. The moment he stops moving, he realizes what he is facing: a five-finned demon. The demon quietly holds the axe, then activates its blue core. Water gathers around it, and in the next instant it rushes forward at terrifying speed, leaving the axe floating behind in midair. The bodyguard freezes for a split second, watching the demon close in. Once he realizes it can control water, he prepares himself. In an instant, the demon appears right in front of him, slashing with sharp claws. The warrior reacts quickly, stepping back and blocking the attacks. Then he turns and sees Aang watching calmly from the side. The bodyguard tells Aang they should put their differences aside for now and work together to defeat the demon. Aang only smiles and asks why he hasn't realized the demon is attacking only him. That is when the bodyguard understands. Aang is controlling it. The demon rises and shoots sharp icicles with its water power. The bodyguard crouches and activates his stone element. Rocks and stone branches rise from the ground, forming a wall to block the icicles. But the demon's attacks pierce through the rocky defense. Aang watches with interest, impressed by the bodyguard's reaction. He admits the warrior is skilled, and now it makes sense why a powerful family hired him. The bodyguard summons his axe back, shedding the stone from it to make it lighter. The axe glows, spins through the air, and launches toward the demon. But the demon dodges easily. The bodyguard rushes in, only for a branch to burst from the ground and wrap around his leg. Confused, he looks down and sees Aang's wood element holding him in place. The demon uses that distraction, leaping forward with claws ready to strike. The bodyguard blocks with his axe and the impact cracks the ground beneath them. Blood leaks from his mouth. Fighting a five-finned demon alone would not normally be impossible for him, but with Aang setting up surprise attacks from the side, this battle has become a nightmare. Meanwhile, Other shoves the nurse forward and orders her to fight the demon. She hesitates, saying she is only a healer and needs to watch Lei. But while they argue, Lei activates her green core and realizes she can move one hand. Other keeps forcing the nurse forward, saying the mission is falling apart and they won't get paid if they fail. The nurse tries to convince her senior, but Lei suddenly appears and stabs her with a knife. The nurse tries to move, only to realize she is now paralyzed. She asks how Lei broke free. Lei, being a green core healer herself, says she understands healing and recovery systems very well. The nurse closes her eyes, realizing Lei is far better at recovery than she expected, then collapses. Lei pulls out the knife and tells Other that the nurse's survival depends on her because she intentionally avoided every vital point. Naturally, this useless rich kid is furious. He demands to know why she dared attack them by surprise, mocking her as nothing but a one-finned warrior. Lei walks toward him and notices his heavy breathing and lack of composure. He does not look experienced at all. She tells him he lacks real combat experience. He is only a 5-core warrior because his family forced him into that status. With a cold look, she says people like him are the ones who ruin the reputation of warriors. Other explodes with anger and insults her again. He says his father spent years and a fortune turning him into a 5-core warrior through painful methods, and now Aang and Lei have ruined his plans. As the bodyguard and demon keep fighting, Other screams for the bodyguard to come protect him from this girl. Aang activates his wood element, sending branches to attack the bodyguard. The man dodges, but small cuts open across his face. Other yells at the bodyguard to deal with Lei because he is losing patience. The bodyguard finally snaps, calling Other trash and telling him to give up. He says Other is a waste who probably cannot even fight a finless demon. Other's expression twists. He trembles with rage, unable to believe someone like the bodyguard would insult someone as important as him. Lei steps in, telling him to stop talking nonsense. She mocks him for relying only on family reputation and money. At first, Other looks confused. Then his anger takes over. He activates his blue core and charges at Lei aggressively. He pulls out a knife, but Lei activates her green core, appears behind him in a flash, and stabs him in the side. Other turns to attack, but Lei dodges cleanly, leaving him screaming as he starts charging his energy. That is when Lei looks into his eyes and realizes the truth. He never learned how to control his energy. If he releases all of it at once, the backlash will be brutal. Remembering the professor's warning about warriors losing control of their cores, Lei smiles, thinking this is the perfect ending for someone like Other. She gathers her strength and charges in to end the fight. Her green core activates, surrounding her body with a powerful energy bubble as she rushes toward Other, whose body is already starting to fall apart from unstable power. He glares at her, then smiles, saying she should never have come here looking for a fight. Lei closes the distance. Other swings his knife, but she dodges just in time. Frustrated, he transfers energy from his blue core into the dagger, making it glow. His stare turns wild and he begins attacking her with a chain of strikes. Lei blocks with her knife and steps back. Other mocks her, saying a green core warrior can never match the speed of a blue core agility type. But despite having a green core, Lei dodges his attacks smoothly. She takes a small cut on her cheek, but soon finds an opening. Wrapping green core energy around her knife, she steps in and strikes his chest, sending him flying back. She attacks again, pushing his body aside with precise movements. Other's blue core energy flares around him as he tells her not to underestimate him. He is Master Other of the Mere family, and anyone who mocks his family deserves to die. He stands with his knife in one hand, stretching the other toward the sky as he screams. Unstable blue energy surges around him, turning into lightning bolts that strike everything nearby. One bolt crashes near Aang, the bodyguard, and the demon. Aang senses the danger, activates his red core, and rushes toward Other. Then Other's blue core explodes, carving a massive crater into the ground. Lei shields her forehead, feeling a protective barrier hold around her. When the smoke clears, she hears someone praising her for breaking through a 5-core warrior's defense. She opens her eyes and sees Aang standing in front of her, holding a wood element shield. He smiles and congratulates her on a job well done. Lei sits up and tells Aang that Other was not strong enough for a 5-finned warrior. He was weak, and because he had no real battle experience, he couldn't keep up with her skill. Aang notices her injuries and tells her to recover quickly. Lei is surprised and checks the small cuts she hadn't even noticed. Aang continues praising her bravery and decision-making. She looks up at him, blushes, and tells him to stop talking about her like that. Then she asks if he finished fighting the bodyguard. When Lei stands, they both look toward where the bodyguard was. Aang explains that the demon he controlled was destroyed in Other's explosion. Then the bodyguard emerges from the dust. He says his young master is dead, and if he leaves the Mere family now, he will be hunted by warrior killers, hired assassins who work for a secret organization driven by greed. One of them is even a 7-core warrior. He rests his axe on his shoulder and looks at Aang and Lei, calling them strong despite their strangely low core levels. Aang smiles, realizing there is no real reason to fight anymore. The bodyguard's job was to protect someone who is already dead, so the battle no longer has meaning. The bodyguard stares at Aang and asks about his strength and background. Aang smiles again and says he is only a 4-core warrior with some special abilities. The bodyguard thinks Aang may be a genius warrior, someone with abilities ordinary warriors do not possess. If Aang has already mastered elemental powers, then why did he come to the castle looking for elemental crystals? Aang does not answer because that is nobody's business. But internally, he agrees with the question. He originally came to see whether a crystal could allow warriors to use all 5 elements together. He wants to merge metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into one. Aang lowers his gaze, thinking about becoming stronger. If he wants to rescue Dessa, he cannot rely only on demonic power against the threats ahead. The bodyguard turns his back on them, puts his axe on his shoulder, and tells them to leave quickly. Other self-destruction will attract more demons and warriors soon. He says each side should focus on surviving, then he wishes them good luck and walks away. Aang and Lei silently watch him leave, A few hours later, the duo follows the demon's trail. They fight several demons along the way, but Aang defeats them easily. At night, they meet some warriors gathered around a campfire. Aang naturally starts making friends with everyone, which surprises Leu. Later, they rest near a bridge. Leu climbs into a sleeping bag while Aang sits by the wall. She notices how calm he is and asks how he has so much experience. Aang says he simply knows how to handle things. Sleepy and confused, Leu teases him, saying he acts like an uncle. Aang smiles and says maybe that is possible, then tells her good night. The next morning, they wake to the sound of fighting. Aang looks toward a new hole in the wall, and Leu says it sounds like a battle. They get ready to move, sensing chaotic energy from the elemental demon. They jump off the bridge, activate their cores, and descend quickly. Leu asks why he looks so excited. Of course he is excited. This elemental demon is a species he has never seen before. Even after fighting countless demons in his past life, this kind of creature fascinates him. He charges toward the castle, determined to beat it before anyone else can. They both run toward where the demon is hiding. On the way, Aang tells Leu that the demon has slowed down after hiding, so they should use this chance to follow it. Leu asks if he is sure about its location. The area is huge, and finding a hidden demon will not be easy. Aang tells her not to worry. He could feel the demon's energy earlier, almost like it was part of him. He closes his eyes, focuses on the energy around them, and realizes the demon is moving underground. As they keep running, Leu notices other fighters moving through the area too, clearly searching for the same demon. Confused, she points them out. Aang stops focusing for a moment and sees those warriors gathering their power, rushing toward the place where the demon's energy flared earlier. He figures the faster teams must have sensed the fight, but even then, it should take them some time to locate the demon properly. So he decides they need a shortcut. He grabs Leu's hand and pulls her toward a deep hole in the ground. The two jump in together, and Aang creates wooden stakes beneath them to slow their fall. When they finally hit the bottom, Leu opens her eyes and asks where Aang is. Aang calmly answers that he is right underneath her. Only then does she realize she is sitting on his chest. He asks if she can get off him, and she quickly moves away, completely embarrassed. They reach the demon's hiding place, and Aang admits he didn't expect to find a cave this deep underground. Leu joins him and asks how far the demon is. As they move closer, they finally see it. A five-finned demon, sleeping there while giving off a powerful aura like it owns the whole cave. Aang whispers that this is the one they are looking for. Leu studies the demon, wondering if it really has the elemental crystal or if it is just an ordinary five-finned monster. But its energy feels far stronger than normal. Aang explains that if they start a prolonged fight, other warriors will come rushing in. So they need to take the crystal and escape quickly. They have 5 minutes. To defeat it that fast, he needs her help. Leu is nervous, but she trusts him. They crouch down while Aang explains a plan built around one decisive strike. Leu is once again surprised by how much Aang knows, asking where he learned these techniques and how he has so much experience. And once again, Aang keeps the answer vague. Then he steps closer to the sleeping demon, ready to attack. As he approaches, the demon senses his aura and wakes up, instantly ready to fight. Aang releases demonic energy, his horns appearing as unstable red power surges around him. He faces the demon without backing down. The demon stands, forming a fireball in one hand and a water ball in the other, then asks if Aang is a demon because their energy feels strangely similar. Seeing the demon use two elements at once confirms Aang's suspicion. He was right all along. So he mirrors it, creating fire in one hand and water in the other. Both attacks slam into the demon, filling the cave with thick smoke. Leu activates her green shield to protect herself from the collateral damage. Aang and the demon clash violently, turning the cave into a battlefield. The demon pauses after being wounded and begins healing its foot with wood power, growing small branches to close the damage. It demands to know how Aang can control both fire and water. But Aang is already moving behind it, preparing another strike. The demon dodges using water, but Aang predicts the movement. When he sees it trying to heal with wood again, he reinforces the ground with metal and stops its recovery. Then he traps the demon with his wood release and extends a sharp blade from his arm. The demon goes silent, watching him carefully. Aang knows the plan is working, so he signals Leu to move. Leu steps forward with a spear charged by her green core energy. She takes a deep breath, remembering Aang's instructions, focus her power into the weapon, aim cleanly, and strike without hesitation. A few minutes earlier, Aang had shown her how to channel her core energy. She had asked if she would be the one to finish the demon. Leu reminded him that this was a five-finned demon, and a smarter one at that. If its defense was too strong, they wouldn't be able to kill it quickly. Aang told her that he would force the demon to spend all its power in one attack. Once it became exhausted, its defense would weaken, and that would be their chance to strike quietly. Back in the present, Leu throws the spear with all her strength. The demon turns, shocked by the surprise attack. It realizes they planned this, but it reacts too late. Leu's spear pierces through its chest, cracking ribs and exposing the crystal inside. The technique Aang taught her gives her enough focused power to break through the demon's defense. Even Lei can barely believe her special energy damaged its body like that. The demon, exhausted from defending itself, lowers its head in disbelief. It tries to heal with wood again, but the energy from Lei's spear blocks the regeneration. Aang praises her, then rushes forward even faster. The demon panics and tries to defend itself, but Aang reaches in and grabs the crystal. He steps back with it, and within seconds the demon drops to its knees, unable to heal anymore. Its flames fade as its body trembles. With its last strength, it asks why it cannot recover. Aang explains that Lei's attack uses regenerative energy, which prevents any healing that doesn't come from the attacker's own body. The demon's fire finally dies out and it collapses. Lei rushes over, worried about Aang. He tells her he is fine and thanks her because they got the core. Then he calls her a genius for that final attack. Lei blushes and says it wasn't a big deal. Aang notices small cuts across her body and asks if she used too much energy. She says no, she can still move without issue. Then they hear warriors approaching. Lei looks toward the entrance and realizes they are in danger. Aang knows some warriors can sense battle energy waves, so they need to leave immediately. They activate their cores and run toward the exit. But while they are escaping, Aang suddenly feels sharp pain in his mouth and drops to his knees, coughing blood. Lei rushes to help him as the crystal falls from his hand. Aang realizes his body cannot handle using so much demonic energy. With the last of his strength, he grabs the crystal and tells Lei to leave with it. The warriors are almost here, so she has to go first, but Lei refuses to abandon him. Stubborn as ever, she drags him out with her. As expected, the two are soon surrounded by warriors who appear from every direction. Lei is devastated when she realizes they are all six-finned warriors. The moment they notice the crystal in her hand, their eyes light up. Their leader says they should take the crystal first, then dispose of the two of them. Lei feels completely helpless against six powerful warriors. Aang forces himself to stand. Another warrior gives them a choice: hand over the crystal for a quick death or fight and suffer. Aang feels his energy fading fast. This battle is going to be long and ugly. The warriors rush toward him and Aang takes a defensive stance. At that moment, Lei remembers the nightmare she had before coming here and a terrible feeling settles in her chest. All the warriors charge. The Red Core warrior smiles and orders them to kill both Aang and Lei, then take the crystal. One of the triplets draws his dagger and apologizes to Aang in advance. He says their team already has someone willing to buy the crystal. Even if they don't use it, selling it will make them a fortune, and that money will buy all three of them better gear. Aang looks down, trembling. He has about 1 minute. If he uses demonic power again, his body will last only 60 more seconds. Rage burns through him. Why is this body failing him now? Lei clutches the crystal close to her chest, visibly terrified. Seeing her fear, Aang decides one thing clearly. He has to protect both her and the crystal. He rests his sword on his shoulder and faces the approaching warriors. Blood drips from his mouth as he slowly turns toward them. Then, in seconds, he transforms into a demon. One of the triplets is shocked by the change. The Red Core warriors freeze, confused, wondering if this kid is turning into a demon. As they close in, Aang grips his sword and slams his other hand into the ground, releasing fire element. Then he vanishes. The warriors try to track him with their abilities, but suddenly Aang appears behind them, ready to strike. 58 seconds remain. Before one triplet can react, Aang uses his speed to stab him straight through the chest. Aang looks into the third triplet's eyes with a dark smile and begins his attack. 55 seconds remain. Seeing their brother dead, the remaining triplets, now twins, are stunned and furious. The Red Core warrior and the others stop advancing. The two surviving brothers charge in to avenge him. Aang has 54 seconds left. Before they can do anything, he pulls out his sword and cuts them apart. Then he uses golden earth element, sending gold branches bursting from the ground, breaking through the triplets and piercing their bodies. The remaining three warriors retreat several meters, staring at Aang in shock. With the triplets impaled on golden branches, Aang slowly walks toward the survivors. The Red Core warrior tells the others to work together, use everything they have, and fight Aang to the end. He cannot believe they are struggling to kill one demon. The green-haired and blue-haired warriors agree immediately. But then something goes wrong. Aang starts coughing blood again. It feels like his insides are about to rupture. Very bad news for our boy. The warriors watch in confusion, and Lei realizes Aang's body is reaching its limit. The Red Core warrior smiles, remembering that Aang already looked badly injured before they arrived. He decides to take advantage of that weakness. Taking the crystal from Lei will be easy, but first they need to deal with Aang. The three warriors rush toward him. The Red Core fighter orders them to go in for the kill. Seeing them attack together, Aang smiles and taunts them to try. He grips his sword with both hands and slams it into the ground, forming a red energy shield around himself. The warriors hesitate, then attack the shield directly, pouring all their abilities into breaking it. They strike for several minutes, but nothing happens. The blue-haired warrior keeps hammering at it until the Red Core warrior notices the shield shrinking. Then he understands. It is a trap. He orders them to stop attacking. But Aang smiles and tells them it is already too late. All the damage they poured into the shield is about to come right back. He activates the rebound. As the timer hits 0, the shield explodes, releasing a violent wave that kills the warriors instantly. Seeing that she is safe gives him a strange sense of peace. Controlling the blast radius was the right call after all. Then his fingers loosen around the sword and his body falls forward. But before he can hit the ground, Lei moves fast and catches him in both arms, supporting his neck. Aang weakly tells her to leave first, because the remaining energy from the explosion will attract more warriors and demons. Lei asks if he would ever abandon his team if he were in her place. Then she grabs the crystal, lifts him onto her back and places his arm over her shoulder. As she carries him out of the crater, she tells him she will handle the rest, because she can't keep letting him fight alone. This is the exact scene she saw in her dream. Aang and Lei rush into a nearby building to escape the demons and warriors chasing them. When Lei opens the door, she immediately feels a dark presence inside, but luckily, the demons in the room are already dead. After confirming the area is clear, she adjusts Aang on her shoulder and runs down the hallway. Carrying him is exhausting, but Lei keeps encouraging him to hold on a little longer. She tells him to stay awake because they are almost safe. But after a few moments, Aang loses consciousness. Lei panics and calls his name, reminding him that they cannot rest yet. She holds him tighter, begging him to wake up. After everything they have survived together, this moment hits even harder. Slowly, Aang begins to stir. His hand opens and the elemental crystal falls to the ground. The crystal rolls away and Lei quickly picks it up. But the moment she stands, everything around her feels terrifyingly familiar. She doesn't know when the vision started, but somehow her dreams have prepared her for this exact moment. Sweat rolls down her face as she turns her head. And just like in her nightmare, two powerful demons are above them. One is a green core wood-type demon, sitting on a sharp branch and staring down at her. The other is a blue core water demon floating above. Lei clutches the crystal tightly, knowing they are in serious trouble. She activates her green core and uses the last of her strength to escape. She knows she cannot fight both of them alone, not as a single-finned green core warrior. The green core demon suddenly moves above her and turns its hand into a wooden blade. It pierces straight through Lei's chest. Pain tears through her as she screams. The demon slams her into the ground, forcing her to drop both Aang and the crystal. Aang and the crystal fall, and the two demons begin approaching. Lei bleeds from the wound in her chest and tries to heal herself with green core power, but the injury is too severe. The water demon moves toward Aang and turns him face up. It tells the other demon that Aang is still alive, surprising them both. Then it notices the strange demonic scent coming from him and decides to cut off his head to investigate. Lei struggles to stay conscious, reaching out to protect him. She tells the demons not to hurt him. Even weakened and bleeding, she refuses to give up. The water demon kicks her hard in the chest, sending her flying back. She watches helplessly as the demon prepares to decapitate Aang. Exhausted and full of guilt, Lei realizes she can't save him. Then suddenly a portal opens. The black-finned queen steps out. She is one of the 6 royal fins with power over space and time. With a single wave, she freezes time. The queen walks toward Aang and checks on him. At first, she considers helping him directly, but remembers that the Crimson King Fin warned her not to interfere with Aang's path. She studies him closely and confirms that the Crimson King Fin is still inside him. Aang has only survived this long because his willpower is monstrous. She tries to see if Crimson will respond, but he remains silent. Then she notices Lei's body floating nearby and recognizes her. The queen approaches and senses something special in Lei. As a human, Lei cannot use her full potential yet, so the queen decides to help her become stronger. Since Crimson told her not to assist Aang directly, she might as well help him indirectly. She gently lifts Lei's chin and looks into her eyes. Then she kisses her, transferring her own power into her. Lei's green core turns black, and she gains the power to control space and time, just like the black-finned queen. The queen is amazed that Lei can handle so much of her power. She believes it must be because this girl truly wants to become stronger. Before leaving, the queen tells Lei that what she becomes from here is up to her. Then she steps back through the portal, and time begins moving again. Lei is thrown back to the ground, now transformed into a 4-finned warrior with brand new power. As the wood demon tries to attack Aang, a mysterious hand emerges from a portal and grabs the blade, saving him. The demons are confused when they realize the hand came through space itself. The water demon is shocked to see Lei still alive. It becomes clear that the queen has empowered her. Lei now has 4 fins, black and white flow elements, and the ability to control space and time. She goes absolutely ballistic, throwing the demon away for daring to touch Aang. The demons realize she has become something like them, but Lei tells them she could never be the same as animals like them. The blue core demon launches at her with killing intent, but Lei counters effortlessly, creating a matter cube and dropping it on him like an anvil. The demon is shocked she can use spatial manipulation, but says one construct will never be enough to kill it. Lei asks who said there was only one. In the next instant, countless constructs form above the demon and crash down all at once, smashing it into a massive sinkhole. Yeah, that one is not getting back up. The other demon stares in horror, wondering how she did that. Its comrade was crushed into nothing. Leyu tells it that it is next. The demon slowly backs away, saying that despite looking like a weak and delicate human, her aura is terrifying. It demands to know what she and Aang really are, insisting they must be demons to have powers like this. Spatial manipulation is already extremely rare, and Aang's abilities are just as frightening, so what in the world are they? Leyu answers simply. They are human warriors. The demon laughs, asking if she even believes that herself. It makes no sense for a single-finned warrior to suddenly become a four-finned monster capable of destroying a five-finned demon. Leyu replies by tearing it apart, telling it that it talks too much. Then she bends down and places her hand on Aang's face. She tells him that he has been protecting her until now, so from this point forward he can leave everything to her. Using telekinesis, she picks up the core, then lifts Aang as well, and together they leave. At the gate, the warriors sense humans approaching from inside the castle, so they open it. They find an injured Leyu walking out with an unconscious Aang. They immediately call for medical help. Then they notice the horrifying scene behind her. All the demons have been compressed into cubes through spatial manipulation. Meanwhile, inside Leyu's consciousness, the black-finned queen tells her she was right to think Leyu would be a perfect vessel for her power. She can sense that Leyu still has a special ability waiting to awaken, and she wants to transfer it to her. With that, Leyu suddenly wakes up in a hospital bed. She recognizes the room as an infirmary on the city outskirts. She wonders who she just dreamed about and how her wounds have healed so completely. She tries to remember what happened in the castle, but her memories are hazy. Then she hears Aang tell her that she was the one who saved him from the castle because she endured until the very end. He praises her determination. Leyu immediately asks where the core is. Aang shows it to her, saying he found it inside his clothes when he woke up. She gets up right away, ready to leave. As she exits the room, Aang notices an aura around her that feels strangely similar to his own. And now he has a lot of questions about what happened while he was unconscious. Later, Aang and Leyu ride away in a car. They are searching for a place where they can cultivate with the integration core and fuse with it smoothly. Since the integration core demon could use all elements, Aang believes this may finally give him the last element he lacks, Earth, and he wonders what will happen if he combines all 5 elements at once. Leyu remembers her father telling her that B-rank cities have empty cultivation spaces, usually used by warriors for training, so one of those places may be exactly what they need. Aang finds the timing convenient since they are already heading toward a B-rank city. They arrive at Salamanca City, a B-rank city built with ancient architectural plans and known as a major trade hub. The city is crowded and popular, filled with foreigners from other continents. Leyu spots a hunting team, and Aang is surprised she knows about them. She says it is common knowledge. Hunters are basically warriors who live outside cities without a fixed base. Even though they carry firearms, they function like a large and dangerous organization. They enter a huge super cultivation room building, where the staff asks them to pay using battle points. Aang has no idea what battle points are. The cashier is shocked, because any real warrior should know that battle points are the global currency for warriors. He even starts wondering if Aang is just cosplaying as one. Leyu tells Aang to scan his finger on the machine and check how many points he has. He does, and the result is 0. Absolutely 0 battle points. The cashier gets angry and everyone in the room starts laughing at him. As the cashier yells, Aang wonders why he is always broke no matter what life he is in. Then Leyu checks her own account. The machine announces that she has won 2 million battle points. She immediately demands their biggest room and tells them to hurry. Everyone in the room stares in awe. Apparently, Leyu's father is also the richest man in Hella City, so for her this is basically pocket change. Aang promises Leyu he'll pay her back someday, but she tells him to forget it. He already knew she was rich, but he didn't realize her family was this rich. The two enter the cultivation room, and sure enough, the place is massive. Leyu tells the owner she will pay the entire month's rent up front once Aang finishes his first round. As Aang heads inside, Leyu decides to look around the city, leaving him to begin his training. Aang wastes no time. His goal is still clear: rescue Dessa, grow strong enough to challenge the new king, and eventually face the new 6 heroes. Meanwhile, Leyu walks through the city, slowly remembering what happened the night before. She still doesn't understand the full extent of her new power or what it can really do. Then she spots a warrior battle arena. For Leyu, this is the perfect chance to test herself. But she can't exactly walk in as herself, so she buys a disguise and registers under the name Rakshasa Cat. The arena organizer welcomes Rakshasa Cat and asks if she plans to participate today or another time. Leyu answers immediately. She wants to fight now. The organizer is thrilled because there haven't been many female warriors in the arena recently. He quickly calls over a young attendant and tells him to guide her to registration. As they walk, the kid explains the arena rules. He tells her the highest ranked participant in Salamanca is a 5-core warrior. But she doesn't need to worry about that, because that applies to the men's arena. Apparently, men and women fight on separate stages, and the strongest female participant is around the same level as her. Rakshasa Cat asks why the arena separates men and women. The kid explains that very few female warriors choose to join arena competitions like this, unlike male warriors, who are always eager to jump in. A long time ago, there was a mixed arena where men and women fought each other, but over time, most male warriors refused to fight women. If they lost to a woman, their pride would be crushed. If they won, they would feel embarrassed. So eventually, fewer and fewer female warriors entered. Lei thinks that is ridiculous. To her, victory depends on strength, skill, and resolve. Gender has nothing to do with it, so there is no reason anyone should feel embarrassed. Her words make the kid blush, and he starts thinking she is unbelievably cool. They finally arrive at the arena, and Lei notices a huge crowd watching for some reason. Honestly, if she weren't wearing a mask, she might have been nervous. The kid encourages her to fight hard and win the prize money. But of course, the rich heiress is not moved by money. She says she would rather increase her ranking because for a warrior, glory matters more than cash. At this point, the kid is basically smitten. After she steps onto the stage and the formalities are handled, her opponent is introduced, the only remaining female warrior in the arena, the beautiful Ling Hua. Ling Hua walks in, throwing air kisses to the crowd, and the audience reacts way too enthusiastically. Rakshasa Cat finally understands why so many people are watching the women's matches and why female warriors barely participate. They are not here for battle. They are here for fanservice. Ling Hua greets Rakshasa Cat, saying she is curious about who she really is. Then she makes a bet if Ling Hua wins, Rakshasa must remove her mask. The match begins. Ling Hua uses her special move, spreading an intoxicating charm through the air, almost like a love potion aimed at the audience. Rakshasa Cat is disgusted by the way Ling Hua feeds off their attention, so she ends the fight instantly. One slap. Career over. Then Rakshasa Cat tells her that she is not worthy of calling herself a warrior if all she does is rely on cheap appeal. The entire audience is left frozen, eyes wide, unable to believe their so-called goddess just got deleted. Then the crowd begins talking about how incredible Rakshasa Cat is. And just like that, the cult-like audience switches religions and starts worshipping their new goddess. Lei, meanwhile, demands to be moved to the men's arena. Everyone is shocked. Over in Salamanca City's marketplace, people notice a strange man walking around in nothing but a bathrobe, carrying a little girl on his shoulders. Some wonder if she is his daughter or little sister. But the two are clearly not normal. They appear to be demons in disguise. When the little girl spots a stall full of sweets, she immediately demands some. They approach the seller, who cheerfully welcomes them. But instead of buying a normal amount, the large man casually picks up the entire stand and walks off with it. The seller is stunned and tries to confront them. After all, she is a former arena fighter, but the two use mind control to force her to back away. They say that all real threats have either been eliminated or left the city, so now everything is basically easy mode. Once their mission is complete, they plan to wipe out Salamanca. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the announcer declares that a female warrior wants to challenge the men's arena. The crowd reacts surprisingly well, cheering for her to teach the male warriors a lesson. The announcer calls her onto the stage. At first, the male warriors refuse to come out, but eventually one finally gathers the courage to fight Rakshasa Cat. He is a four-finned warrior just like her. The rules are announced: no killing and no crippling injuries. The two fighters step forward to shake hands. But when the man quietly suggests they make the match a draw on purpose, Lei pulls her hand back and says warriors like him are not worthy of a handshake. He snaps. He says he doesn't care about the rules anymore, then throws a powerful sucker punch that cracks the floor open, making the crowd think Rakshasa Cat has been crushed. The man thinks he has just scored the easiest win of his life. But then Rakshasa's demonic hands appear on his face, and she emerges from one of her portals. She remembers what her father once said about desperate situations and how that memory helped her activate the black core. The crowd erupts as she stands before him again. Her opponent charges furiously, but Rakshasa dodges every strike like she can read his mind. Then she grabs his hands and smashes him into the ground with her feet. Rakshasa keeps using her ability to beat the four-finned warrior down, while he keeps asking what kind of sorcery this is. She tells him his rhythm and timing are completely off. He becomes even more confused, wondering how a black core warrior can use green core power to numb his left arm. Deciding to take things seriously, he equips a pair of nanometer gloves to teach her a lesson for being too arrogant. But Rakshasa keeps overwhelming him by trapping his hands and feet inside portals, forcing him to retreat. Seeing him go defensive, Rakshasa decides it is her turn to attack. Meanwhile, the announcer checks her synchronization rate using an expensive instrument and sees it rising rapidly, pushing past 60%. Rakshasa begins remembering what happened the previous night, how to use her powers properly, and even the demon who granted them to her. While her opponent is stunned by her rising sync rate, she creates a matter cube above him and drops it straight down, smashing him into the ground. Even for an audience that loves violence, this is a lot. Her opponent groans that he cannot lose to a female warrior. He would rather die. Hearing that, Rakshasa Cat walks toward him and threatens to grant his wish, forming even more matter bricks above him. He immediately surrenders. Rakshasa claims victory and asks for the next opponent right away. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room, Aang is finally seen again. He is exhausted after trying to activate the integration core for more than half a day. Then he realizes the problem. Since the core came from a demon, ordinary breathing techniques won't work, so he channels the demonic energy he had been avoiding. And it works. At last, Aang gains the earth element. Back in Salamanca's neighborhood, the two mysterious demons continue causing trouble. They notice the energy blast from Aang's experiment but ignore it for now. The man asks the little girl if she is ready for her mission. If she succeeds, she will evolve to 5 fins. With that, she activates her demon power and prepares to spread terror. Meanwhile, the entire city starts buzzing with excitement. Everyone hears that a female warrior called Rakshasa Cat is dominating the men's arena, and people rush there to see it for themselves. After hearing she has defeated most of the male warriors, the kid tells his boss that the entire city is flooding into the arena and they don't have enough space. Bad news for the kid, great news for the boss. The boss is celebrating because he is about to get disgustingly rich. Outside, people swarm the ticket booth while the kid struggles to breathe, annoyed that he can't even watch his celebrity crush fight anymore. Inside the arena, the crowd chants Rakshasa Cat's praises as she battles another opponent. This one is not making things easy. He looks exhausted but focused, calculating every movement carefully. Eventually, he resorts to weapons and pulls out a knife. Rakshasa Cat draws hers too. Their blades clash and cancel each other out, both weapons flying away, but her opponent has another blade. Just as he thinks he has the advantage and powers up, Rakshasa's hands appear through a portal and throw him straight out of the ring. She wins again. The man claims he was only caught off guard by a blind spot and tries to re-enter the fight. But the announcer tells him the match is over and calls for the next fighter. The glasses-wearing warrior gets angry at the announcer, preparing to demand a delay because he still wants to continue. But then, someone walks out from the tunnel, and this new challenger looks like pure trouble. The warrior begins sweating immediately, because he knows this is someone he should not mess with. He is rumored to possess strength equal to a co-captain, and on top of that, he is the champion of the arena, the dancer of Lulan Kylo. The crowd's cheers die almost instantly. Now they are not excited anymore, they are worried for their new female champion. To them, putting Kylo against her feels less like a match and more like open hostility. Rumors say some warriors surrendered the moment they heard they had to fight him. The young attendant immediately calls his boss, begging him to cancel the fight and asking how he could do something this reckless. But the boss says he is only following Rakshasa Cat's request. Besides, he is already making a fortune by selling tickets at 10 times the normal price. Kylo steps into the arena with a grim aura surrounding him. He tells Rakshasa Cat that he has watched all her moves and he is not some rookie. According to him, she is destined to be crushed into the ground. Leyu tries using her time-reading ability and sees him launching an aerial attack at 5. But instead, Kylo suddenly strikes straight at her face. She is shocked. Kylo tells her that her powers will not work on him. Rakshasa Cat's mask cracks and she wonders if she made a mistake. She is clearly confused, asking herself how he moved differently from what she saw in her prediction. Kylo says that if this is all she can do, defeating her will not even be satisfying. People will say he bullied a young girl who couldn't defend herself and that would annoy him. Leyu gets frustrated, saying she was honestly impressed at first, but now he has only pissed her off. She calms herself and begins watching his footwork carefully. Kylo gets furious at her attitude and charges, saying he actually likes girls who act tough. Leyu predicts he will attack from the left, but he tricks her again and strikes from the right, threatening to break both her mask and her skull together. The crowd can barely watch, knowing how brutal and sadistic Kylo can be. Most of them already think she is dead, but fortunately there is not even a crack on her face. Leyu blocked at the last possible moment. He is so fast that she only survived by reacting desperately, and now she knows she cannot afford another mistake. Kylo is a red core user with terrifying strength and speed, then she understands. Her precognition is not wrong. Kylo is using his lightning-fast movement to create multiple fake openings, and her ability only shows her one possible outcome. So instead of waiting to react, she needs to use her black core to seize the initiative. Leyu activates her special ability and closes in instantly, but Kylo sees through it. He creates a defensive and offensive barrier around himself, warning that if she tries to break through, her face will get smashed. But Leyu is already one step ahead. She emerges from beneath his feet and lands a devastating cut, forcing him to the ground. Kylo realizes his leg muscles have been sliced so deeply that he can no longer stand properly. He cannot understand how she pulled off such a trick. Leyu tells him the injuries are not fatal and can be healed easily. If he begs, she can even use her green core to heal him. Kylo finally realizes he underestimated the black core far too much, and now Rakshasa Cat is about to be crowned the winner. The crowd goes wild. The young attendant rushes toward the arena, panicking because the cheers are so intense that he thinks something terrible happened to his warrior sweetheart. But when he arrives, he realizes the opposite is true. His boss announces that the #1 rank in the men's arena is finally about to change. He even starts advertising Rakshasa Cat merchandise and hands the mic to the kid, making him the new host. Just as the kid gets excited about making a fortune, he runs into the strange little girl from earlier. He stops and politely offers to help her find her parents, but she immediately reveals herself as a demon and separates his head from his body. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the kid acting as commentator hypes up the moment, quoting Rakshasa Cat's earlier words that power is not about gender but strength. Leyu summons a spatial cube that pulls Kylo toward her while she charges forward to finish the match. Kylo feels completely humiliated, getting tossed around like her toy, so he tries to prove he still has fight left. But just as they are about to clash, Leyu feels a sudden interference in her mind and sees a vision of that demon girl. She stops for a second, wondering what that was. Kylo sees the opening and attacks. Leyu immediately evades, then casually steps on his head like she is playing with him. After putting some distance between herself and Kylo, she questions why a demon would appear in a B-rank city like this. But she is not mistaken. That aura was definitely demonic. Kylo is furious at being humiliated and promises to kill her right there. The crowd starts mocking him for getting tossed around the arena like a pinball. The commentator begins wondering what Rakshasa Cat could possibly be looking for in the middle of a fight, and soon the crowd starts complaining too. Kylo grows even angrier, thinking she is distracted on purpose just to mock him. Leyu tells him he probably won't believe her, but she sensed a demon just now, so they should pause the fight. Kylo laughs, saying there is absolutely no way a demon could appear inside a B-rank city. Then he charges again, thinking she is wasting his time. But right as he moves, a sharp tentacle pierces him from behind. Both of them realize it belongs to a demon. The demon girl reveals herself and slices Kylo's body in half. Rakshasa Cat tries to get the host to use the mic and warn everyone, but she sees him trembling on the floor, so she does it herself. She shouts for the crowd to run. The audience is confused at first, wondering where Kylo went and why a little girl suddenly appeared on stage. But once they understand what is happening, panic erupts and everyone rushes for the exits. The demon mocks them, calling humans weak trash. Rakshasa Cat wonders how a demon is inside a little girl's body. The demon explains that her mission is to kill 6 5-finned warriors, and Kylo was her first target. After that, she and her master will kill everyone in the city. Then she begins transforming into her demon form and walks toward Leyu, saying she will play with her for a while. Meanwhile, inside the cultivation building, Aang suddenly stops what he is doing. The uneasy feeling he had earlier is getting worse. He senses trouble somewhere in the city, but he does not know why. 2 strange and powerful auras are moving, and he wonders if he is becoming overly sensitive to energy around him. Still, he refuses to let anything interrupt him. The integration crystal exists to grant elemental powers to warriors, because it contains a pure and immense amount of all 5 elemental energies. Normally, those energies should be impossible for him to use directly. But if he resonates with them, he should be able to find the earth element he needs. Once he senses and extracts earth completely, he will have metal, wood, water, fire, and earth inside his body. And when all 5 elements are gathered, he plans to combine them and see what happens. Meanwhile, people are struggling to escape the battle arena, screaming at each other to move and begging for help. The demon girl enjoys the sound. Master Fledgling told her that humans have a low tolerance for fear, and fear is a negative emotion that destroys calm and reason. She says demons are different, beings of higher existence who are not controlled by emotions. Rakshasa Cat thinks about that and partially agrees. She cannot allow herself to be fooled by the demon's childlike appearance. This is an extremely high-ranking demon. The way she speaks and thinks is completely different from ordinary demons. Leyu asks who this fledgling is and how many demons like her have infiltrated the city. The demon reminds her she only has 1 minute, then attacks, appearing behind Leyu and striking with tentacles, but Leyu avoids the hit. The demon quickly realizes Rakshasa Cat has spatial abilities. She can also sense that Leyu's power was given to her by a supreme being. The aura feels very familiar to the supreme being she knows. Now she wants to know who gave Leyu these powers. Leyu is also impressed by the demon's agility, which proves she truly is high-ranking. Leyu tells the demon her powers were given by the same supreme being she mentioned, implying they might be on the same side. Then she asks why the demon infiltrated the city. The demon answers that it is for the mission of evolution. Rakshasa Cat thinks demons usually evolve by consuming demons of the same level or higher, so she asks what this evolution mission means. The demon explains that only lower-ranked demons rely on devouring each other to evolve. There are other ways to evolve too. Leyu realizes this information is important. Other warriors may not know anything about these alternate evolution methods, so she decides to keep the demon talking, especially about the Supreme Being, but the demon catches on. If Rakshasa Cat were truly on the same side, she would already know these things. The demon gets furious, realizing Leu lied, then she starts punishing her for it. This little girl hits like a monster. She unleashes beams so destructive they rip the ground apart and Leu barely avoids them. Leu is thankful she had time to familiarize herself with her abilities during the arena battles. Without that practice, she would already be dead. The demon girl goes all out again, launching flame ignition beams, but Leu uses her spatial power to outmaneuver her. Appearing behind the demon, Leu tries to strike her nape, but then she senses the demon is about to self-destruct. Leu immediately jumps backward, creating distance, but it turns out the demon was not self-destructing. She was entering her formal demonic form known as Blue Flame form. This shocks Leu because it makes her realize just how little she actually knows about these demons. Meanwhile, warriors arrive to fight the demon, but their captain and vice-captain are missing. They find it strange that demons keep appearing in peripheral areas. These monsters seem to be causing serial killing incidents all across the city, killing people mysteriously, including high-ranking warriors. The warriors head toward the arena with confidence, believing 3 four-finned warriors, all candidates for vice-captain, should be more than enough to take down one demon. Meanwhile, little fledgling sits on a rooftop, thinking about how to make the killings look more like accidents. To him, humans are strange creatures. They miss things they should notice things they shouldn't, and create bizarre ideas out of nothing. He decides to check how Little Bean is doing, which seems to be the name he uses for the demonic little girl. Back in the arena, Rakshasa Cat and Little Bean are still locked in battle. Leu refuses to let the blue flames touch her. Even from a distance, the heat is intense, and the demon realizes Leu is carefully avoiding direct contact. Then Little Bean calls her big sister. Leu is instantly disgusted. Closing the distance between them, Leu creates a portal and forces the demon through it, sending her into a free fall from the sky. The move works, and Little Bean is shocked that spatial power actually affected her. She wonders what level this ability really is. She has only ever seen spatial power like this granted to veteran demons. There is no way humans could research spatial abilities this deeply. Leu suffers severe burns from even the smallest touch, but the demonic energy inside her lets her endure the pain. She realizes this is her chance, because the demon cannot fully use her speed-type core while suspended in the air. Leu uses their airborne position to throw and wrestle the demon downward, then enhances the move with spatial power, raising it to a lethal level. She crashes down like a meteor, slamming Little Bean into the ground with devastating force. Then Leu questions the injured demon, demanding to know how many demons like her have infiltrated the city. Little Bean is stunned that a human managed to push her this far. She comments on Leu's spatial ability, saying it must have come from the Black-Finned King. Otherwise, there is no way a human could possess such high-level spatial power. Leu remembers the Black-Finned King, the woman she saw inside her mind. She realizes that female being must be the Black-Finned King, but she still doesn't know exactly how powerful that king truly is. Even injured on the ground, Little Bean is furious with this human warrior. She agrees with Master Fledgling, humans really are disgusting, despicable creatures. Then purple flames surge from her body, blasting Rakshasa Cat directly. After taking the hit, Leu realizes she can't move. This must be a purple core psychic attack, but the bigger problem is worse. The demon has grown another fin. Little Bean knows Master Fledgling would be disappointed if he saw her in this condition, so she decides to use everything she has. The arriving warriors sense the change and realize this is now a 5-fin demon. One warrior tells his teammates not to freeze just because of its rank. They can still take it down together. They all launch forward to attack, but the demon is far too powerful. Little Bean says they are not even worthy to become her mission targets or prey. Then she freezes them with a hypnotic voice and forces them to slaughter each other. After disposing of the useless trash, she turns back to Leu and compliments her. Unlike them, Rakshasa Cat is different, worthy of becoming her prey. She says Leu qualifies as the target of her exam mission. Upper-ranked demons can earn the right to evolve after passing their exam missions. Her mission is to kill 5-finned warriors and examine an entire city. Master Fledgling helped by drawing away the troublesome captain and vice-captain, baiting them outside the city, because having them around would have been annoying. There are still enough 5-finned warriors in the city to complete her task. The demon admires Leu's strength, even though she is only a 4-finned core warrior. In Little Bean's eyes, Rakshasa Cat already has everything needed to become her target. Leu is trapped in a terrible position, and the only person who comes to her mind in this danger is Aang. Little Bean decides to finish her and fires purple beams. Inside Leu's mind, the voice of the demon queen echoes, telling her she cannot keep interfering and saving her every time. They all have someone they wish to protect, and she has already given Leu the ability. The queen reminds her that Leu has become familiar with spatial power. How she uses it now depends on her own enlightenment, her own interpretation. Leu hates taking advice from a filthy demon, but she still breaks out of the trance with a powerful burst of energy. The shockwave sends Little Bean flying back. The demon is stunned by the oppressive energy and assumes it must have been given to her by the black-finned king. She insults Leu as a mere human warrior and wonders if the demons have been betrayed by their own king. Rakshasa Cat doesn't care. If an ability lets her protect Aang and grow stronger, then she will accept it, no matter where it came from. Little Bean warns her not to think she is equal to demons just because she received demonic power. To prove the difference, she decides to kill Leu and take her head. Rakshasa Cat accepts the challenge. She is determined to kill this demon no matter what. Meanwhile, the demon man from earlier watches everything from a distance, clearly pleased. Some warriors approach and question his identity. He cannot give a proper answer. The warriors warn him that demons are loose in the city, but he does not seem concerned. They ask again who he is, and he simply replies that he is a regular passerby. When the tension rises, he jokes with them. One warrior decides to kill him for messing around at a time like this. But as they prepare to attack, they realize too late that he is a demon. He snaps his fingers and kills them all. Blood splashes across his face, and he grimaces because he hates getting blood on him. Still, he thinks they would not have died if they had not attacked first. Then he notices a cultivation practice building. He realizes that must be where the energy he has been sensing is coming from and decides to take a look. Inside, Aang is still meditating. He is finally close to obtaining the earth element. First, he has to stabilize the earth energy inside his body. Once that happens, he will have gathered all 5 elements. After that, he tries combining them, but quickly realizes how much pressure it places on his mental strength. If his concentration breaks for even a second, he will lose all the elemental energy he has gathered. So he forces himself to focus. He cannot afford any distraction. Outside the room, people wonder why Aang is using such a massive cultivation chamber all by himself. Then the news reports demons have infiltrated the city and urges all citizens to stay indoors until the situation is handled. Soon the same demon man enters the building. The staff questions him and points out that he does not look like a warrior. They tell him to leave because the facility is temporarily closed, but he keeps walking toward the cultivation rooms. They warn him not to enter, saying those rooms are for warriors only. So he kills them all and continues deeper inside. The demon wonders how the aura he sensed could possibly come from a human warrior. Unsure which room is the source, he begins entering them one by one, killing everyone inside whenever they are not his target. Meanwhile, Aang has already exhausted most of his willpower and mental energy, but he still refuses to stop. Only one room remains. The demon reaches it and prepares to barge in. He decides to send a greeting first, stretching his hand toward the door. But his attack is intercepted by another demon. He is surprised the door did not break. Then the other demon phases out from the door. It is the Crimson King. The demon who was cocky moments ago immediately starts stuttering in front of him. It takes him no time to realize he is facing an 8-finned demon. Crimson tells him to be quiet. He does not want Aang disturbed. He is looking forward to Aang's evolution, so he creates a sound barrier to ensure not even a whisper reaches him. The demon is awestruck. The legendary Crimson-finned king is standing right in front of him. Cutting straight to the point, Crimson asks if he is a subordinate of the Amethyst-finned king. The demon admits it and bows, saying the kings have always been the strongest existences among demons, including Crimson himself. Crimson acknowledges his strength, saying he should be considered one of the stronger generals in the Amethyst-finned king's army. Then Crimson senses another demon in the city, one of this general's comrades. They came here to evaluate a boy's strength. The higher-ups have given that boy a chance to prove himself. If he passes, he will be granted the power to evolve. Crimson understands. After all, he was the one who created the rule, kill warriors and exterminate the city. But right now, he does not want this boy disturbed by anyone. The demon tries to warn him that the boy is not just an ordinary warrior, but Crimson cuts him off. Aang is his little secret. He cannot allow this general to return and expose Aang's existence to the Amethyst-finned king and the others. The demon quickly promises he won't tell anyone, but Crimson does not take risks. He exterminates him instantly, making his head explode. Then Crimson turns back toward Aang and quietly praises his growth. Inside his consciousness, Aang can already visualize the different elemental energies. He is just a normal human with a normal body, yet he is trying to forcibly integrate all 5 elements into himself. Crimson thinks it is greedy, but he likes it. He imagines how much pain Aang must be enduring, especially since Aang cannot even sense Crimson's presence, despite him standing right in front of him. The ability to fully enter one's own consciousness is already incredible for an ordinary human. Crimson knows Aang is the strongest human warrior in history, and that alone makes him the perfect vessel for a king like him. He prepares to return to Aang's body since he only stepped out to avoid disturbing him. It wasted a huge amount of psychic energy, but to Crimson it was worth it. Aang's body will become stronger through this process, and in the long run that benefits him too. Then lightning begins to form. Even Crimson is surprised. He quickly creates a protective cover around himself and watches closely. Aang is trying to force all 5 elements into his body at once, integrating them simultaneously. Crimson questions whether that is even possible as Aang overflows with violent energy and lets out a shout. The power exploding from him destroys the entire building. Crimson realizes he underestimated this human. Aang is not simply evolving into a 5-finned warrior. He is using all 5 elements to control, merge, and reshape them together. And from that fusion he creates something completely new. Lightning. Crimson feels uncomfortable with the white lightning, calling it a troublesome attribute, but even he cannot deny the result. Rakshasa Cat notices the lightning from afar and wonders what it is. While she is distracted, the demon is still stunned by her strength. Even though Rakshasa is only a 4-finned warrior, she truly carries the power of a finned king. Lei realizes that if the fight continues like this, she cannot hold out much longer. Even after awakening 4-finned strength, she is still facing a dual-core demon. She knows help is coming, so she changes tactics, deciding to drag out the battle until others arrive. But the demon sees through her plan and attacks. Lei remembers instructions from her younger days: widen the space between yourself and your opponent, then search for weaknesses. The demon mocks her spatial energy, then uses a hypnotic voice to freeze her in place and pierces through her leg. Lei cannot heal this injury quickly. The demon says this city has already caught the demon's attention and is destined to become a dead city. Even if she fails, Master Little Bird will still reduce it to ruins. Then she tells Rakshasa Cat to give up and blasts her with a beam of energy, but lightning intercepts the attack. At first, Lei has no idea what happened, then she realizes it is Aang. He has saved her. Aang now appears in a 5-finned thunder god form. The demon is not happy to see him and demands to know who he is. Lei is just as shocked, asking him to confirm if it is really him. Aang tells her it is him. She immediately warns him about the demon. It is a dual-core monster, completely different from regular demons. But Aang tells her not to worry. Taking down high-ranking demons is his specialty. The demon senses that both of them carry auras similar to demons. Aang warns her not to compare them with creatures like her. He was trained to kill demons. Seeing lightning crackling around Aang's hand, the demon girl realizes she is in serious trouble. After all, demons hate lightning more than almost anything. She fires blue flames at Aang, but he pushes Rakshasa Cat out of the way and tells her to leave this to him. Then he splits the energy blast apart. The demon cannot understand how he did it and begins questioning what that lightning really is. Aang thinks this is quite the upgrade from combining all 5 elements. His lightning is clearly extremely effective against demons. He remembers the pain he felt while merging the elements inside his body. At first, he thought the elements were rejecting one another. He never expected that conflict to create a new lightning element. Now he wonders what will happen if this lightning touches a demon's body directly. The demon realizes he intends to kill her and says he is overestimating himself. She decides to fully unlock her core's potential and crush him here. Hearing this, Aang recalls that unlocking core potential is similar to forcibly activating a core's strength, boosting power to its peak in the shortest possible time. This must be the demon's last resort. After releasing her full strength, she launches continuous attacks at Aang, but Aang still isn't used to controlling lightning properly. He realizes that if she keeps the aerial advantage, he and Lei will be at a disadvantage. He can form wings, but only for a short time. The demon admits that humans like Aang, who carry demonic energy, have changed her view of human adaptability. But to her, lowly humans are still lowly humans. Then she decides to show them the true strength of a demon and creates a massive tornado. Originally, she planned to use that tornado to turn the entire city into ruins, but it is a shame she has to use it this early. Aang quickly grabs Lei and starts running. The demon is confident they will never escape the tornado. In the aftermath, she is sure they must be dead, but they return using Lei's spatial ability. Aang tells her warriors never back down. From above, Aang strikes the demon down with lightning. Battered and bruised, the demon wonders why the lightning is so powerful, especially when her entire body has gone numb. Aang explains that lightning causes paralysis, which slows movement. Then he tells the demon that tonight is her last. The demon becomes furious and warns him that if she dies, her master will seek revenge. Her master is unbelievably powerful and immortal. Aang has no idea who this master is, but that does not matter. He is willing to kill the demon again and again until she stays dead. The demon is enraged that Aang looks down on her master, insisting they have no idea how powerful he truly is. Aang's answer is simple: everything will be fine as long as he becomes stronger. Lei wants to help him, believing her power can give him stronger propulsion. Aang agrees. Together, Lei's spatial ability and Aang's lightning combine into one devastating blast that strikes the demon. As she dies, she calls out to her master and remembers her past. She feels sadness, believing she has disappointed him. Then the demon finally dies. Lei points out that this was a high-ranked demon, even though it was still in its growth phase. Aang says that is exactly why he is proud of her. She managed to fight against something like that and survive. Then he notices blood on her toe and asks about her injuries. Lei says she used her green core energy to stop the bleeding, but it still needs time to fully heal. She needs somewhere secluded to recover. Suddenly, they both sense auras. Lei believes they are warrior auras. Captain-level warriors must be returning from their mission on the outskirts. Aang understands the enemy's plan now. The demons probably used false information to lure the captain-level warriors away from the city, leaving it exposed. This was part of their strategy. He decides they should give the captains information about the demons and their plan. Lei also believes there may be demons above 7 fins. Aang notices she is starting to understand the truth. Humanity's knowledge of demons is painfully limited. They do not understand the different types, ranks, or hidden methods demons use. Lei then explains how she received her powers. She borrowed and tapped into demonic energy, meaning she and Aang are similar in that sense. Aang worries that other humans and warriors may no longer see them as human if they discover this, so he suggests they leave. He grabs her and flies her somewhere safe so she can recover. After that, they will continue their journey. Back at the cultivation room, the demon Crimson Killed begins regenerating. He is grateful for his revival ability, but now he knows one thing for certain. The Crimson King is far too terrifying. He needs to report this to the Purple-Finned King. He also has to stop the evolution mission and bring Little Bean back home, but he can no longer feel her aura. Little Bean is gone, and he is right, she is already dead. Meanwhile, the captains spread out across the city searching for remaining clues. They present the broken core fragments they collected to the head captain. They believe the pieces came from a 5-fin demon, but the fragments are completely drained of power and energy. The head captain says they are useless for now and orders them sent to the analysis team to extract whatever information they can. He believes something is deeply wrong with these attacks. It feels like there was a deliberate plan to kill high-ranked warriors. He can still sense a strong demonic presence and energy in the arena. This was definitely not an ordinary 5-fin demon. Now he wants to know who fought it and who killed it. He suspects there was more than one demon involved. Others suggest it may have been a death match between demons, but the head captain does not agree. The man from the analysis team thinks this is his moment to shine. Whenever accidents happen, his abilities become valuable, and the captain pays more attention to him. He sees a chance for promotion. Meanwhile, the same demon lurking in the shadows uses a hypnotic voice to summon the worker. The warriors have no idea the man is being controlled. The demon questions him about everything that happened in the arena, and the worker explains as much as he knows. After gathering enough useful information, the demon concludes that Little Bean is dead. He wonders if the Crimson-Finned King killed her, but quickly dismisses it. If Crimson had been responsible, the entire city would already be gone. The demon orders the worker to open the case containing the broken core fragments. He wants to see who killed Little Bean. Activating his soul-seeking ability, he invades the remains of the core, using its lingering consciousness to witness the final scene its owner saw before death. The more complete the core, the more information he can recover. And there he sees them. Aang and Lei. Rage overtakes him. He kills the analysis worker and threatens nearby bystanders. Meanwhile, Aang is trying to heal Lei. Her body cannot recover properly because the battle drained too much of her energy. Fortunately, Aang's wood element works almost as well as her green core regeneration. Lei thanks him, quietly admitting that she has never let anyone touch her foot before. Then she asks where they will go next. Originally, they came out to find the integration crystal, the one that could combine all the elements inside Aang's body. Now that the integration core is complete, Aang decides it is time to move on and finally gather information. Lei asks what kind of information he means, but Aang cannot answer honestly. Other than Lena, no one knows about his reincarnation. Lei also has no idea about his plan to rescue Dessa, who is currently imprisoned. If he moves openly, he will be opposing the new king and the new 6 heroes. He wonders if Lei and the rest of his team would still stand with him if they knew the truth. After a short silence, Aang answers her while thinking that it may be better to continue alone. Since Lei's strength is already close to a 4-finned warrior, he tells her to report to Captain Jiateng that she has completed her mission. Lei immediately asks if he is planning to leave by himself. Aang says he will return with her first because he still needs to speak with Jiateng personally. As they talk, Aang finishes healing her injury and warns her not to do anything too intense yet. He has regenerated her muscles, but they will still hurt for a while. With that settled, they prepare to leave. 3 days later, back in C-rank Helios City, the warriors wonder when Lei and Aang will return. Without them, everything feels boring. One of them guesses they are probably training and leveling up somewhere, then suggests they should do the same. But Suju is still bored without them and wants to go outside for trials too. Leveling up in Helios is painfully slow. That is when a familiar voice suddenly teases them. It is their squad leader, Leu. Everyone is happy to see her and immediately asks where Aang is. Leu tells them he went to find Captain Jiating to revoke his status as a warrior. They are stunned. Jiating is not pleased either when he hears that Aang wants to give up his warrior status in Helios City. Everyone demands an explanation. To them, Aang left the city to train, came back stronger, and now seems to look down on being connected to Helios. They misunderstand him, thinking he is acting ungrateful. But Aang insists he would never disrespect the city like that. He explains that he does not want to implicate the other warriors in what he plans to do next, because those matters may eventually affect Helios as well. The warriors demand a better explanation, reminding him that revoking a warrior license is not a small matter. Aang struggles to explain himself. If he says too much, he will drag himself into danger. He cannot exactly tell them he is the reincarnated Aang or that he plans to challenge the current king and the new 6 heroes, so he simply says it is something he cannot explain. He asks them to trust that he has his reasons and says he only wants to avoid pulling anyone else into danger. The female captain is not satisfied with that vague answer and pushes Jiating to scold him too. She worries Aang is planning something reckless. Jiating, concerned for Aang, offers a challenge. If Aang can defeat all 3 of them, they will agree to his request. Aang is confident. To him, this is a perfect chance to show the results of his training outside. Jiating tells him to choose his first opponent. But to ease all their concerns at once, Aang decides to face all 3 together. Meanwhile, in the warrior training room, Aang's friends are still worried about his decision. They feel like he is trying to cut himself away from the warriors completely. They want to understand why, but Leu does not know the full truth either. On their way back, Aang had admitted to her that what he planned to do could be considered treason. He said their shared experiences should remain memories and nothing more. The people he intends to challenge are far beyond their current level. He wants to rescue an old friend, and to avoid dragging others down with him, he needs to abandon his warrior identity. Leu had asked why he was making such a sudden decision, and she even considered revoking her own status to help him, but Aang refused. He insisted this was his fight alone. That is all Leu remembers. Suju feels Aang must see them as burdens, but Lan understands him differently. To Lan, Aang is someone who cares deeply about his comrades. They refuse to let their team of 4 fall apart and decide they need to do something. At the mock battlefield, Aang, Jiating, and the other captains gather. They remind him that he is about to face the protectors of Helios City, but Aang is not shaken. He simply asks about the winning condition. Jiating explains that whichever side fully subdues the other wins. If Aang truly wants to revoke his warrior license, then he should treat this as a serious test. Jiating acknowledges Aang's growth and talent after training outside, but he still thinks challenging all 3 captains at once is arrogant. Aang accepts the lesson. The warriors believe he is overestimating himself, so they plan to teach him properly. They attack without mercy, simulating a real fight. Jiating launches off the ground to strike first, but Aang stops him immediately. Jiating is shocked, wondering how this is possible. The captain has been shut down so hard that Aang calmly suggests all 3 of them attack together. The watching warriors stare in disbelief as Aang blocks Jiating's strike with his bare hands, stunned by how much stronger he has become. Realizing they need to combine their strength, the captains channel explosive core energy and launch a coordinated attack. Aang carefully avoids hurting them directly. Instead, he uses wood element to pin them against the wall. Jiating narrows his eyes, noticing something strange in Aang's expression, and even calls him a demon. Aang quickly tells everyone to calm down. He has no intention of harming them and only wanted to demonstrate his strength. He reminds Jiating of his last expedition, when he and Leu explored the cemetery of Dora's castle and discovered the integration core. Through pure luck, they refined and integrated the core, gaining strange and powerful abilities. But using those powers also changes their physical appearance. Aang explains that since Leu gained similar power, the 2 of them understand the integration core better now. This explanation may help the others accept their new, demonic-looking abilities. The warriors become curious about Leu's current strength. Aang says she still needs practice before fully mastering her abilities, but right now, she is already comparable to a 4-finned warrior. Then they ask how strong Aang himself has become. He says he is about equal to a 5-finned warrior and can become even stronger by activating his lightning element. The warriors find that hard to believe, but Jiating stays quiet and deep down he is proud. He remembers something painful. Years ago, when his younger brother was around Aang's age, Helios City suffered a small demonic attack. His brother was taken by demons and later found dead. From that tragedy, Jiating swore to become strong enough to protect the people around him. Now seeing Aang and Leu, he is reminded of that brother. Aang does not know this story, but he listens as Jiating advises him not to misuse his strength. Power comes with pressure, responsibility, and consequences, and despite everything, the captain is proud of both of them. The other warriors do not fully understand the deeper meaning behind Jiating's words. Finally, Jiating approves Aang's request to terminate his warrior status. He trusts that Aang knows what he is doing and chooses not to press him further. Young people, he says, always have their own paths and futures to face. Aang is overjoyed and respectfully thanks his senior. One of the captains remembers how weak Aang was during his first evaluations and wonders how far he will go now that he is leaving the warrior ranks. They also realize Aang shares the same name as a legendary figure from the past. Jiating believes this Aang's future might even surpass that great man's accomplishments. As Aang begins his journey, he thinks about raising his power to the level of a six-finned warrior. Before attempting to rescue Dessa, he needs that kind of strength to feel even remotely safe. Nearby, he notices a demonic rift and decides to hunt more cores so he can level up faster. But then he finds a box. And to his surprise, it contains Lei and his teammates, who had been hiding inside his truck the entire time. Naturally, Aang is not pleased. He is unhappy that Lei and the others followed him. They already talked about this, but Lei refuses to let the team split apart like this. Lan and Suju say they were stuck suffocating in the city while Aang and Lei were out having dangerous adventures. They had no choice but to come along. All of them are willing to be part of Aang's mission, no matter how dangerous it gets. Aang realizes their resolve is real, and honestly they are right. He should have informed his team about his problems, even if it is inconvenient to tell them about his reincarnation. Whether they believe the rest or not is up to them. He tells them to decide after hearing him out. Aang warns them of the danger, then explains his plan to rescue Dessa. They are shocked and ask how he plans to pull something like that off. Aang says that part is still a secret. He thinks this will finally scare them away. Instead, they get excited and say they absolutely do not want to miss something this big. Lei explains that Helios City has always been loyal to the past king. Her grandfather, Tsundere, was once a subordinate of the 6 heroes under the old king's leadership. He established Helios City with a few friends, and she believes her father would support her choice. That is when Aang realizes why the name Sidhu always felt familiar. He remembers the first time the 6 heroes brought Sidar to him, looking fresh, nervous, and full of potential. So much time has passed. Moving on, Aang still does not think anyone here is strong enough to join him. If they insist on following him, then he wants to add one more person to the roster. Lena, one of the old 6 heroes, a 7-finned green core warrior. He wants Lena to train his team, because carrying out this plan alone will be difficult. Lan is shocked, wondering how Aang knows someone who is basically a living god to them. Even more insane, he is close enough to ask her to train them. Lena agrees to train them, but she cannot promise how much stronger they will become. That depends on their own talent, effort, and limits. She still asks if Aang is seriously bringing all 3 of them. Aang says he has no other choice, but honestly that is exactly like him. More and more people will always end up standing beside him, because Aang has never been the kind of person who leaves others behind. Lena also hears that Aang created the lightning element. She is impressed with this new body of his, though in a way she thinks it is only natural. After all, this is Aang, the man who can somehow accomplish the impossible. Meanwhile, the rest of the team watches Aang and Lena from a distance, unable to hear what they are saying. They wonder why Lena has not aged at all. Lei thinks it must be because of her green core. Lena has regenerated her body and keeps maintaining it at peak condition, an ability only someone at her level could ever pull off. Aang then announces his goal to everyone. He wants to become a 7-finned warrior, and he wants the rest of the team to reach at least 5 cores. He will continue leveling up by himself, but along the way, he also needs to find a method that can raise his friend's strength even further. Lena accepts the challenge of training these rookies into 5-core warriors. She begins by warning them that increasing their strength in such a short time will be exhausting and painful. Then she asks if they can endure it. Of course, they all agree. With that, Aang sets off. If he can obtain more integration crystals, he might be able to achieve something even greater than before. Suddenly, the Crimson-Finned King appears inside his truck, thanking Aang for helping him recover a little of his strength. He says he can help Aang find integration crystals because he knows a thing or two about them. He had claimed he would be in deep sleep, but thanks to Aang's integration, he has regained a small amount of psychic strength. Still, it is far too little. He wasted a lot of psychic power helping Aang solve that troublesome issue earlier. Now he decides to help Aang find the crystals he wants quickly. Aang asks why he is helping him, then he suddenly slams the brakes. Crimson hits the dashboard and snaps at him, telling him to warn him before braking like that. Aang simply tells him to buckle his seat belt. Crimson seems to remember Aang's fight against the dual-core demon. That makes Aang realize the king is not completely unaware of the outside world while inside his body. Crimson says the dual-core demon Aang fought was actually low-ranking. Otherwise, Aang could have obtained a demonic revival core. Aang asks what that is and whether it is the same as an integration core. Crimson explains that the result is always powerful, never weak. Normal demonic evolution happens when demons consume others of the same level or higher. But ranking demons can only evolve by refining extremely rare revival cores. If Aang refines a demonic revival core, he can gain an enormous amount of power. His friends can use them too to strengthen themselves. Aang asks how he is supposed to refine one. Crimson reveals the condition. He needs a dual-core demon that is 7-finned or above. Aang immediately questions why Crimson is telling him this. Maybe the demon wants to control his consciousness. Otherwise, why would he betray his own kind? Crimson says demons are chaotic creatures, except for the higher-finned demon kings. Aang would not understand the state the dark species are currently in, so explaining it would only waste time. As for why he is helping Aang evolve, the answer is simple. Their evolution is connected. If Aang grows stronger, Crimson grows stronger too. To show how powerful he remains despite his weakened state, Crimson immobilizes Aang effortlessly. Then Aang asks where he can find 6-finned demons because they should be difficult to locate. Crimson wonders why humans are always so impatient. Whether Aang reaches his goal depends on him. Thinking about it, Aang remembers a place where high-level demons might appear. It is dangerous, but if Crimson is telling the truth about revival cores, then it is worth trying. So they set off toward Dawn City. They reach the outskirts at night, and Aang suggests resting there because it is a blind spot of the city. Crimson then says he will not appear again unless Aang obtains a revival core. Manifesting repeatedly costs too much energy. He also warns Aang not to let his friends forcibly refine revival cores or try to gain enlightenment from them. If they do, their minds and consciousness will explode. Aang asks him for one more favor. He needs Crimson to change his appearance. He has to find a way to join the high-ranking crusade teams, and he also needs a proper weapon. The broadsword is useful, but it is not enough when he fully uses his strength. Crimson decides to help, because in a way they are one. After changing Aang's appearance, he lends him a sword named Crimson Tide. Aang thanks the demonic bastard and heads off to deal with the crusade team. On the northwest side of Dawn City, a voice welcomes all outside warriors willing to assist with the current cleanup mission. They request warriors no lower than 4-core level and promise rewards after the mission succeeds. The outsider warriors are told to move toward the training ground in an orderly manner. The warriors hear that one of the city's strongest fighters will lead the team. Aang sees all kinds of people signing up for this demon hunting mission and thinks the more people there are, the better. Captain Ran Yang thanks everyone who joined. The warriors whisper about him, saying he once killed a 5-finned demon all by himself. Ran Yang explains that they will start by tracing the path of another team that had been tracking demons. The demon traces disappeared 3 kilometers north of Dawn City, inside a rotten forest. The 6-person team sent there was completely eliminated. That team had been led by a 5-core blue warrior, one of Ran Yang's friends, so it was not weak by any means. The last information sent through their tracking items suggests they fought an extremely powerful demon, possibly a 5-fin demon, a dual-core fin demon, or even a high-ranking demon. This threatens Dawn City's transportation routes and surrounding area, which is why external warriors are being recruited. Aang realizes there may even be a dual-core 6-fin demon there, perfect for him. After Ran Yang finishes explaining, the warriors set off. Citizens cheer them on as they leave. The road stretches 3 to 4 kilometers and a few demons are scattered along the way. All warriors are told to stay careful, follow the team closely, and remain silent. One careless mistake could leave a warrior lost and attacked by demons. Aang can already tell they are attracting demonic attention. After leaving the city gate, one team member tells the captain not to treat them like rookies. He believes everyone here is capable. Before Ran Yang can warn him not to raise his voice, he is attacked. A sand-type demon. These demons like to ambush living creatures from hiding places beneath the sand. Soon, more sand-type demons encircle the team from behind. With this many, it is almost like a small-scale 3-fin demon horde. Ran Yang orders the warriors to form teams and fight together. They are only 3-finned sand-type demons, not strong enough to be considered real enemies if handled properly. The team quickly splits, but everyone is instructed to gather and fight in formation. Aang takes on the demons by himself and tells his teammate to join the others. It is more convenient for him this way. One teammate is about to be killed, but Ran Yang saves him and tells him to rejoin the group and stop falling behind. Everyone regroups. Then they notice injured warriors walking toward them from the distance. Ran Yang wonders how they survived despite being so far from the team. He asks if anyone else is behind them. They tell him about Aang. He saved them but stayed behind to hold off the demons. Ran Yang thinks that was a foolish decision, but the injured warrior remembers Aang saying it was more convenient for him to fight alone. To the captain, that sounds arrogant. Everyone assumes Aang is probably dead. Still, Ran Yang realizes Aang's choice distracted the demons long enough for the team to move away. So they decide to go back and find him, dead or alive, because he is still a comrade and a warrior. Ran Yang warns everyone to prepare for battle since there may still be demons left. They return to the location and move toward the battlefield. The captain tells everyone to stay alert as they search for Aang, and then they find him. Aang simply asks why they are all there. He thought they would keep moving forward, since he was already preparing to catch up with them. Ran Yang notices the strange aura around him and wonders if it is because he is covered in demon blood. The entire team grows even more shocked when they realize Aang killed more than 10 sand-type demons alone. They can barely believe it. There is clearly something unusual about him. Aang explains that he is about as strong as a 5-core warrior. Of course, he knows that is still an understatement. Even against a 6-core warrior, he would probably survive. Despite the explanation, Ran Yang still finds it difficult to believe anyone could fight 10 sand-type clan demons alone. So Aang gives them a prepared story. He claims he had planned a strategy for situations like this long ago. Then he sells the idea that his specialties are prolonged combat and escaping. That sounds far more reasonable to Ran Yang, who praises him and says his actions gave the team enough time to regroup. Then he orders everyone to change direction and move onward. They eventually reach the location where the previous team was last seen. There are 3 entrances into the rotten forest. One team member suggests exploring all 3 at the same time. They decide to form 2 teams so each group has enough fighting power, but they are still concerned about the 3rd entrance. That is when Aang volunteers to enter the 3rd path alone. A loud roar echoes from that entrance. The sound is strange, but they do not have time to hesitate. They have to move. Based on his past experience, Ran Yang suspects that entrance contains more than just 5-fin demons. One teammate asks how large the forest actually is, but Ran Yang scolds him and tells him to obey orders. The captain admits he does not know the forest's true size, and there is no reliable estimate. The original mission of the wiped-out team was to scout its proportions. Aang still insists on scouting one entrance alone, adding that if something happens to him, the team will not be affected. He believes he can finish before sundown. The other team members start seeing Aang as a show-off after he handled 10 demons alone. Still, even if he sounds arrogant and overconfident, they have to admit he has a point. As the warriors try to split into 2 teams, arguments immediately break out. Everyone has a different opinion and the tension quickly turns violent. This is exactly what Aang dislikes most about outsider warriors. The moment things get stressful, they start acting like animals. The captain finally snaps and shouts for everyone to calm down. If anyone still wants to fight, he says he will be their opponent. That shuts the whole team up. The captain has already seen how undisciplined these outsiders are, so he knows they need to finish the mission quickly before more problems appear. Before Aang heads off alone, the captain reminds him that if he gets into danger, no one will be there to help him. Aang understands, but calmly says he might finish right on time before everyone else arrives. That only makes him look even more arrogant as the teams split up. While the captain keeps giving orders telling both groups to focus on rescue instead of unnecessary fights, Aang walks down his own path alone. A demon suddenly attacks him. Aang kills it instantly. He came into the forest alone for one reason, so he can use his powers without hesitation. His plan is simple: kill everything until the strongest demon appears. Elsewhere, the rotten forest is so dense that daylight barely reaches the ground. Everything is dark, silent, and unsettling. One team member warns the others to stay alert, saying the demons won't attack recklessly if the warriors stick together. Some of them wonder how Aang is doing alone and start mocking him. Then they spot something: a scouting team uniform. They think they found a survivor. Excited, one warrior moves closer, asking what the person is digging for. But the creature suddenly turns around and attacks. It is not a survivor. It is a 6-fin demon. They immediately realize they need to inform the captain. One warrior fires a signal flare, but the demon hates the bright light. It launches upward at shocking speed and destroys the flare, leaving everyone stunned by how fast it moved. The team understands they cannot handle this demon, so they retreat, but the demon is not done with them. Meanwhile, the captain notices the eerie silence and strange fog around his own group. They haven't heard anything from the other teams, even though the forest should not be large enough for sound to disappear like this. He suspects they have been isolated, but the others are not convinced. They are also worried about Aang. Soon, they stumble upon bodies that seem to belong to the scouting team. The captain spots what looks like a demon and prepares to strike, but Aang stops him at the last second. The captain was about to kill his own teammate. There is no demon there, only an illusion. They have all been hypnotized by the demon's power. A purple core demon is attacking their consciousness, and this one seems stronger than most. The captain admits he would have killed a comrade if Aang had not stopped him. Everyone is seeing illusions of their deepest fears. The demon's goal is to create chaos and make the warriors slaughter one another. The captain asks how Aang saw through the illusion and thanks him for preventing a tragedy. Aang explains that he was attacked too, but he fought through all of them. Eventually, he realized the fog makes people see illusions and lose themselves without noticing. The captain wants to know more about Aang's abilities, but Aang has no intention of revealing that much. He suspects the demon they are dealing with may be the dual-core 6-fin demon he needs. Then the captain hears cries from the other team and orders everyone to move in for the rescue. The demon notices that someone is unaffected by its illusions and senses Aang's aura. It wonders who he is. A six-finned core demon. Aang realizes that if he rushes straight in, he will walk into its trap, but he still follows the rest of the team. He refuses to abandon them. They run toward the demon as the captain warns everyone that this is no ordinary enemy. Then they see the bodies of their fellow warriors. The captain orders everyone to stop, suspecting it could be another illusion, but Aang says it is real. Those are the bodies of the scouting team, and the demon is nearby. They hear cries from warriors calling for the captain to save them. The captain and another teammate try to rush forward, but Aang stops them again and tells the captain to look carefully. Only then does the demon reveal itself. It is impressed that Aang saw through its disguise. It also finds it strange that its illusions do not affect him, then decides the corpses are useless now. Furious, the captain blasts the demon with a powerful energy beam. For a moment they wonder if the demon is dead, but it quickly mocks them, calling humans impatient. The captain insists on continuing until he wounds it. Aang thinks there are too many people here and all of them are blinded by emotion. The captain tries to slash the demon but only cuts through smoke. Then the hallucinations return, twisting everyone's minds again. This time they start seeing Aang as the demon. Aang immediately realizes what is happening. The real demon is making him the target while hiding somewhere safe and watching the chaos unfold. The captain is the first to swing at him. Aang prepares to counter, never imagining he would end up fighting this man. The demon is delighted, watching them turn against Aang. It finds the idea of mutual slaughter fascinating, like some twisted performance. Aang realizes the demon is treating them like circus monkeys, so he decides to test the true strength of his lightning element. He blasts the warriors away, making the others believe the demon is blocking Ran Yang's red core attack. Aang, however, becomes certain of something. Lightning surpasses demonic energy. The rest of the team charges at him, ready to kill him and avenge the fallen warriors. Aang decides the captain needs a short nap. He releases lightning and throws the warriors back. Even the demon is intimidated, wondering what kind of power he is using. The lightning carries strong demonic energy but also gives the demon an oppressive feeling. Aang realizes he was right. As long as he controls his strength properly, he can knock them out and break the demon's illusion without killing them. The demon is still floating in the sky and notices Aang is undoing her illusions. Aang shouts for her to come down. The demon also senses lightning energy in his voice. By now she understands that Aang is far more capable than the others, so before he gets serious she decides to end this by striking first. But Aang hits her instead, sending her flying backward. The demon realizes Aang is a dual-core six-fin demon. Aang walks toward her confidently, pleased with his decision to come here. The demon also notices something strange. This boy is not afraid of her. He is excited, almost as if he is the demon. Aang launches forward and strikes, shattering the ground as she dodges. The demon creates clones of herself. Aang tries to cut them down, but she keeps evading through her copied bodies. So Aang activates his lightning eyes to identify the real one. Eventually he spots her and closes the distance. The demon retreats immediately, frustrated by his lightning trait. She keeps dancing around him, but Aang continues tracking her. Before cutting her apart, he demands that she hand over the revival core. The scene shifts to Dawn City. From the cliff, Lei can clearly see Aang's aura in the distance. Meanwhile, Suju is taking losses in training and Lan notices Lei staring at the lightning ahead. They ask what she is looking at. Lei tells them Aang must be there. Lan is not sure and says it might just be a storm. Right then, Lena appears behind them and asks why they are spacing out. If they are not strong enough when Aang returns, they will only become burdens to him. Aang asked her to train their bodies. He pleaded with her, and Lena agreed to do whatever he requested. So she tells them to prepare for battle. Their goal is to last 10 seconds against her while she attacks. Suju is shocked because last time surviving 5 seconds against Lena was already brutal. Back with Aang, he is about to stab the demon with his sword. The demon is confident that her teleportation ability will save her, but Aang still cuts off her hand. To him, the demon is foolish for thinking she can move faster than lightning. Then he drives his sword straight into her chest. Instead of handing over the core, the demon decides to take Aang with her and prepares to self-destruct. Aang notices her plan and strikes her with lightning. She screams in pain and asks if he is really human or demon. Aang says he is just an ordinary human warrior. And with that, he successfully takes the demon's revival core. Somewhere in the forest, the captain finally wakes up. He lost consciousness during the chaos. Seeing the others nearby, he wonders if they were unconscious too. Aang greets him. The captain goes on high alert the moment he sees Aang, asking where the dual-core demon is. Aang assures him he already finished it off. He also cleaned up the surrounding demons, so there is nothing left to worry about. Then he casually offers the captain some water. Naturally, the captain struggles to understand how Aang killed a dual-core demon by himself. Aang briefs him on how he handled the situation, though he admits he was unable to save the other team. The captain remains in awe. Aang just fought a six-finned dual-core demon, and now the captain cannot help wondering how strong this boy really is. Still, the main thing he wants to know is how Aang resisted the demon's illusions. Aang reminds him that the most important thing is that they are all still alive. Then he says he will patrol the area and check if any demons remain nearby. He tells the captain and the others to rest, since it is still midnight and the rest will take some time to wake up. The captain thinks back to the demon's illusion technique and admits it was extremely difficult to defend against. He himself fell victim to it. Aang explains that a dual-core demon has first-rate abilities, even among demons of the same rank. With two cores, its power is not simply twice as strong as a single-core demon. To encourage the captain, Aang points out that he is also incredibly strong, since he woke up so quickly after the illusion attack. The captain knows that a six-finned warrior like him is considered one of Dawn City's peak forces, but being looked down on by a demon and failing to hunt it himself still burns his pride. As the leader of the mission, he decides not to investigate Aang's identity any further. Whatever secrets Aang has, he saved them all. Still, the captain cannot stop thinking about how Aang handled a six-finned dual-core demon, so he asks for a light spar, wanting to compare their strength directly. Aang says he would never question the captain's ability. He explains that the captain only struggled because they lacked information about the demon, but the captain keeps insisting. He is clearly curious about Aang's real power, almost begging for a match. Aang realizes the man is competitive and battle-hungry, but those are traits of a strong warrior, so he doesn't mind. Later, they move to an open space and prepare to fight. The captain reminds Aang not to hold back, exactly like they agreed. He genuinely wants to feel Aang's raw strength. Aang understands his feelings. In his past life, he was battle-hungry too, so he decides to take the spar seriously. He begins by releasing red slashes that cut straight through the ground. The captain charges forward, but Aang vanishes and appears above him, bringing down an attack. Their weapons collide, creating a massive shockwave. When the dust settles, the captain is already cornered. No matter how many times they spar, Aang keeps finding an opening to disarm him. Aang asks if he still wants to continue. The captain realizes the gap is too large and suggests ending the fight. To Aang, he feels like a kind senior, strict and cold at times but warm underneath. Aang reaches out and helps him up. After accepting his loss, the captain asks why someone as powerful as Aang would join a team like this. He believes Aang might be the strongest warrior after the new 6 heroes, but Aang disagrees. He still believes he is weaker than them. The captain explains that reaching 7 fins means standing at humanity's peak. The difference between 6 fins and 7 fins is greater than the difference between a 1-finned warrior and a 6-finned warrior. The strength of the new 6 heroes is not something an ordinary 6-finned warrior like him can reach. Their power has reached a level none of them can truly measure. There are even rumors that one of them entered the ancient king's plague tomb alone, cleared it, and returned safely. That is a feat none of them could ever pull off. This shocks Aang because he has first-hand experience with the king's plague tomb. Now he becomes even more suspicious of the new heroes and wonders what they are hiding. At daybreak, the captain says the other warriors should wake up soon and asks if Aang will return with them. Aang agrees because there are still things he needs to settle in the city. He also wants to test the effect of the revival core. Back in Dawn City, the captain reports the Rotten Forest mission to Wukong Yao. Wukong Yao has already heard that Aang fought a 6-finned dual-core demon and played a major role in the mission, so he asks about Aang's true strength. The captain reports that Aang is merely a 5-finned warrior. He says Aang performed well during the mission, but the other members were also brave and sacrificed themselves for the city. Wukong Yao considers asking Aang to stay and work in the city, then dismisses the captain and tells him to submit a detailed report later. Only then do we learn that Aang had asked the captain to downplay his contribution. He joined the team specifically to avoid being noticed by the upper ranks, and the captain agreed. Later, Aang is inside a hotel in Dawn City. He finally washes away the blood of the demons. The demonic cores he collected are different from ordinary demon cores, especially because of the demonic energy inside them. He wonders what would happen if a normal warrior absorbed one. Right then, Crimson appears and says the consequences would be terrible. He congratulates Aang for obtaining his first demonic revival core. Aang asks why he suddenly appeared. Crimson stays mysterious, saying that almost no one can use this particular core, but Aang is an exception because he is unique. With just a touch from Crimson, Aang's body shifts into demon form, which Aang absolutely does not appreciate. He gets annoyed at how casually the demon touches him. Crimson cuts to the point and warns him that the core is extremely dangerous. Its energy is chaotic. It can drive a warrior insane or even make them explode. But Aang has 2 things that can suppress that chaos: his demonic body constitution created by Crimson's existence and the lightning element he created during his advancement. Aang shows him the lightning, and even Crimson clearly dislikes it. Still, Crimson admits the lightning is powerful. It is extremely effective against demons and can suppress demonic energy. It may even be able to purify the demonic energy inside the revival core. Aang can help other warriors integrate with this core, but only if they have extremely strong bodies and minds. Without enough mental fortitude, they will be corrupted during the process. Aang asks how he is supposed to combine both energies and how Crimson can help. Crimson says it should be done face-to-face with their bare bodies. Aang immediately feels uncomfortable. Crimson explains that energy integration requires their senses to extend beyond their bodies. Aang only needs to guide his energy flow into the other person, but Aang is worried. He imagines getting naked with Lan and Suju and they might think he is a pervert. Then he realizes getting naked with Lan might actually be worse. Later, Lena meets Aang again. He asks about the 3 teammates and they soon appear. Lena has taken good care of them and they are all happy to see him. Suju immediately notices Aang has changed again. Leu is already used to it, saying it is easier to feel his presence now. Once the greetings are over, Aang says they need to discuss something serious. He explains the energy transfer method he discussed with the demon, the one that requires them to be completely naked. The entire team instantly loses it. As expected, Lena gets angry and assumes Aang has become a pervert. In their previous life, he always ignored her hints during raids, but now she thinks he has turned into a player. Aang tries to explain that he is being forced into this method. The demonic revival core requires cooperation. Without him guiding the process, they would be completely corrupted by the demonic energy inside it. Eventually, Lena storms out angrily, telling them to call her when they are done, then slams the door. The room goes quiet. Aang admits the method is strange and risky. The demonic revival core can only help one person, so he asks if anyone is interested. Suju says it would be embarrassing to be naked with someone of the opposite sex, even if they are comrades. But with Lan, there should not be a problem. Leu stutters for a moment and says she already has some demonic energy in her, which might make the process easier. She starts to volunteer, but Lan interrupts. He says if something dangerous needs to be done, he is the guy for it because of his physique. Aang thanks them for trusting him and Suju pledges her support. Poor Leu's chance to lie naked with Aang just got buried instantly. As Aang and Lan remove their clothes, Aang notices how much Lena has strengthened Lan's body. Lan admits he feels much stronger than before. Then he asks if he should take off his underwear too. Aang refuses immediately, even though it might affect efficiency. Meanwhile, both girls peek through the door as the guys prepare. As usual, Suju is focused on getting the perfect photo angle, while Leu wonders if they should really be watching. Even Lena cannot resist and quietly joins the girls. Anyway, the boys begin the process. Lan holds the demonic revival core in his hands. Just touching it makes him tremble because of the power inside. Aang tells him to place the core in his hands and relax. He asks Lan to close his eyes, use his energy to sense it, and establish a connection. He warns that it may hurt a little, but assures him he will be there to assist. Lan sees yellow energy. It is just like his original core. He wonders if the demonic revival core is identifying the power that suits him. As he moves closer, the demonic energy becomes terrifying. Lan begins absorbing the immense demonic power, and the process is so intense that he screams. The demonic energy starts tempting him, trying to consume his spirit completely. If it succeeds, Lan will become a mindless monster. Crimson appears again to warn Aang about the danger. He tells Aang to act before it is too late. The primordial demon consuming Lan's spirit is shocked to see the crimson-finned king. Aang asks if this demon is conscious since he thought it was only an illusion. Crimson explains that the yellow primordial demon can be seen as the source of demonic power. The crimson-finned king is one of the purest beings closest to that primordial source. Because of that, Crimson cannot directly act against this power. If Aang wants to save his friend, he must move quickly. Without hesitation, Aang launches himself off the demon's hand and dives straight toward it. The primordial being senses something deeply unpleasant. Aang's aura. It decides that aura must be completely erased and blasts Aang away. This new yellow demon is a six-finned primordial demon. The yellow demon is furious that outsiders have entered its domain. Crimson explains that before Aang can save Lan, he has to defeat the illusion demon inside the core first. Then Crimson simply sits down like a king watching entertainment, leaving Aang to handle the dirty work. The battle begins instantly. Aang clashes with the demon head-on, trying to read its abilities, only to realize its power has grown stronger. Both cores have now transformed into yellow cores. To push it back, Aang lands a lightning kick, but the demon remains standing. At this point, he understands that fists and kicks alone will take too long, which makes sense because yellow cores are known for defense. The monster summons a demonic shield that works as both offense and defense, but Aang is not impressed. He combines lightning with demonic energy and kicks through with brutal force. This is an upgraded lightning move he picked up from fighting demons before. After forcing the primordial demon down, Aang strikes the glowing energy mass directly, trying to free Lan's consciousness. Whatever strange spiritual mess is happening here, the result is simple. Aang absorbs the excess power of the revival core into himself, allowing him to evolve while also saving Lan in the process. Even Crimson finds it impressive. Aang has absorbed part of the core's energy, and what remains is enough for Lan to awaken his demon powers. Back in the real world, Leu has already dozed off, while Suju is still busy doing her photographer thing. Even Lena is tired of waiting. Then she notices Lan's eyes. They look demonic. Right after that, Lan releases an explosive burst of energy and begins evolving. When the transformation ends, he has 4 arms. His evolution is complete. Lan has become a 4-finned demon. Lena can barely believe what she is seeing. Through the revival core, demonic power has truly fused with Lan. Aang tells them not to be too shocked because they have a bigger problem. The energy burst from Lan's evolution was too intense. Dawn City definitely noticed it, so they need to move fast. Leu rushes to guard the entrance, but Lan stops her, saying he has a solution. Everyone grabs onto his arms and Lan shoots into the sky like a meteor. Suju, meanwhile, can only admire how incredible Lan has become. His takeoff leaves a massive hole in the hotel roof. People gather around the building while authorities investigate. They are told to leave because it was just an accident, but the investigators have no clues except the hole in the roof and the fallen sign. The captain of the Dawn Warrior Guard is certain a demon was involved, but it makes no sense. How could a demon appear and vanish in only a few minutes, then someone lands from the sky? It is Van Dillen, the cheap Homelander himself. The guards kneel immediately. Van Dillen is the strongest dual-core medic warrior, so no one understands why someone like him would appear for such a minor incident. Meanwhile, Aang and the team find a perfect spot to lay low. After landing, they ask Lan how he feels. Lan says he feels like he is filled with demonic power, then quickly shifts back into his human form. Suju is fascinated beyond words. Lena is also surprised that Lan evolved 4 fins at once. She guesses it may be because of Aang's assistance. Lan explains what happened from his side. When his consciousness became blurry, Aang helped him and adjusted the demon core's power. Because the demonic energy was too intense, he needs time to adapt. With his current tolerance, he could only evolve 4 fins in one go. Otherwise, he might have pushed for 5. Aang says they probably cannot return to Dawn City for a while. They have attracted too much unwanted attention. He apologizes to Lena, but she does not seem to care much. Dawn City is no longer the place she once loved, so she sees no reason to go back. Since that is the case, they decide this may be the perfect chance for Suju and Leu to evolve too. Of course, Suju loves the idea. She wants to become stronger as well. From now on, Lena wants the entire team to act together. To test what Lan can actually do, Aang suggests they hunt a dual-core 6-fin demon together. In the next scene, transformed Lan looks slightly uncomfortable because Suju will not stop taking photos of him. Lena, meanwhile, seems lost in thought. Aang notices and asks what is bothering her, especially since she is usually the type to speak her mind without hesitation. Sitting beside her, he asks if she is worried because of Lan. Lena admits she is uncomfortable with the idea of a human warrior merging with demonic power. She comes from an era where even suggesting something like this would have been unacceptable. She knows Aang also carries demonic power now, but she does not know where all of this will lead. If humans and demons begin to merge, what kind of future are they walking toward? Aang understands her fear completely. He remembers his own disgust when he first had to use demonic power, especially because he hated demons so much. But eventually, he had to accept that this power was necessary for them to grow. In a way, it is not that different from absorbing cores. If they refuse to use this power, Aang believes they will never survive the absurd demons waiting in the future. And demons are not even their only problem anymore. The new king is terrifying, and so are the new 6 heroes serving under him. Lena is visibly shaken as she admits the new king's power is monstrous. She remembers the suffocating weight of death she felt when she stood before him. That power was so impossible that she cannot imagine it belonging to a normal human warrior. Though she is ashamed to admit it, Lena says she was genuinely afraid in the king's presence. And that means a lot because she is one of the 6 heroes herself. Aang brings her back to the present by lightly smacking her head, telling her everything will be fine now that he is here to protect her. Their conversation is interrupted by the rest of the team, who have finished resting and think it would be better to relocate to another town. Aang stands up, preparing to hunt the dual-core demon and extract the remaining 2 demonic cores. With the legendary Lena on their side, their chances are much better. The scene shifts to a desolate land where a demon is chewing on its food. The group observes from a distance and wonders what it is doing. Lena explains that 2-fin demons are common in places like this, and it looks like they have stumbled upon some kind of demon nest. Without wasting time, Aang throws a long sword and kills one demon instantly, while the other 2 pull back after sensing the invasion. Aang takes on his 6-finned form, hoping to find dual-core demons inside this disgusting nest. His demonic aura alone terrifies the lower-level demons. They cannot understand how a human is wearing their power. The demons are so focused on Aang that they completely forget about Lan. Lan emerges from the shadows and smashes two demon heads together, killing them instantly. And honestly, four-armed Lan looks insanely badass. Suju is impressed by their teamwork. Aang explains that with Lan's current strength, he can easily annihilate any four-finned demon or below. Then deeper inside the nest, Aang senses a massive aura bursting outward. A compounded demon core must be inside. Lei wants to join the battle, but Aang stops her. Her demonic form should be saved for later because they need to preserve energy. In fact, Aang thinks they should avoid overfighting until everyone has merged with their compounded cores. Lan is already suffering a heavy toll every time he transforms, so Aang does not want to waste their fighting power early. Instead, he tells Lena to protect the girls. Demons burst out of the nest, roaring at the humans who dared to challenge them. Lan wants to flex his aura and tells Aang he can handle this alone, then he vanishes. His speed is insane and he kills one demon instantly. The other two are shocked to see a human using demonic power, but before they can process it, Lan beats the life out of them. Watching this, Suju gets excited. She wants that kind of power too. Aang tells her it is not guaranteed what kind of power she will receive, because it changes from person to person. Lan activates one of his skills, Dual Bloom, and destroys the demons without any real difficulty. As he tears through them, he remembers the version of himself who used to be weak and useless. Back then, he could not even defeat a one-finned demon. He could not protect his friends. Against a two-finned demon, their only option had been to run. But that Lan is gone. This is the birth of a new Lan, a man whose very presence is meant to plant fear in the hearts of demons. From a distance, Aang notices aura gathering in one place. That means an entire horde of finned demons is coming their way, crawling out from the nest. This small army will not be easy to take down, and Lena offers to help if needed. Aang agrees, saying they should secure the compounded core as quickly as possible. Lena prepares for combat, channeling green energy through her body. Her stance alone excites Suju, who feels honored to fight beside the great hero. Then Lena launches herself forward like a projectile. She unleashes hell on the demons. Her movements are so fast that she slices through them like butter, leaving even Leiyu impressed by the power of a green core. As for Suju, she cannot even take a single photo because Lena is moving too fast. Even Lan, who was just enjoying his own massive power a moment ago, is stunned by the unique ability Lena is using. Satisfied with how things are going, Aang points out that Lena hasn't even used a single proper skill yet. All she's been doing is deploying her barrier and bulldozing demons aside to carve a path forward. He orders everyone to keep moving, reminding the girls to conserve their energy, while Lena pushes ahead alone, forcing open a wide clearing and questioning whether this is where the demons originated. As she steps inside, her barrier drops and her eyes lock onto the true enemy above. Seated lazily on a throne, the dual-core demon looks down, surprised that humans managed to reach this far, even going as far as to acknowledge Lena's strength. But Lena isn't here to talk. She launches into the air instantly, unleashing a devastating strike that obliterates the throne in a single blow, forcing the demon to dodge. Annoyed, the creature complains about its throne being destroyed, but Lena doesn't care in the slightest, stepping forward with her battle axe, declaring that a lowly demon like him has no right to sit on one. That line hits hard. Enraged, the demon retaliates with molten vines bursting from the ground, but before the attack can land, Lan drops in out of nowhere, intercepting it midair. At the same time, Aang slips behind the demon unnoticed. Before it can even react, Aang is already mid-swing. The attack lands clean. And just like that, the demon is erased. Perfect execution, flawless teamwork. With that, they secure another compounded demonic core, leaving only one more target to hunt, but even Lena is starting to feel the strain. She admits she's burned through a huge amount of energy, her green core nearly depleted, and finding a seven-finned core is exactly something you stumble upon every day, especially now that the new 6 heroes have forbidden using such power. Her prime is behind her. She knows she's no longer at the level humanity once idolized, but what matters to her is something else. Aang, he's different. He's growing into something far beyond what humanity has ever seen, and she believes he'll be the one to turn the tide again. Clenching her resolve, the former strongest warrior silently vows that they will reclaim everything that was stolen from them. The scene shifts as the group relocates to another city hotel. At some point off-screen, they've already secured the final compounded core. Now it's time. Aang prepares to help the girls evolve, asking Lena to stand guard while he does it, confident that this low-ranked town won't cause any problems. Lena, of course, can't resist teasing him, joking about whether he'll survive being alone with multiple girls. Aang immediately shuts that down, clearly flustered, insisting it's nothing like that. Inside the room, the girls are confused about what's happening, until Aang walks in, turns on the lights, and asks who wants to go first. Leiyu hesitates, then pushes Suju forward, but Suju instantly exposes her, saying Leiyu actually wants to go first but is too shy to admit it. Caught red-handed, Leiyu tries to deny it, but Aang gently reassures her and agrees. Suju casually announces she'll give them privacy, promising not to take photos, which no one believes for a second. Now alone, Aang removes his shirt, revealing his physique, while Leu struggles to keep herself composed, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. She even awkwardly suggests removing her own top if needed, sending the eavesdroppers outside into silent panic. After a few quiet moments, Aang sits in front of her, opening the compounded core and placing it in her hands. Leu stares at it, wondering if this is the same kind of power she carries within herself, still unsure how she even obtained her ability in the first place. All she knows is that since gaining it, she's been drawn to it, almost addicted. She's even had recurring dreams of a massive, terrifying demon comforting her, a presence both overwhelming and strangely gentle. Unbeknownst to her, that entity is an 8-finned demon, just like the Crimson King. Aang doesn't know that yet, but he's about to. He tells her to turn around and hold the core tightly, then places his hands on her back as she enters a meditative state. Instantly, she's pulled into a spatial realm within her own mind. There, a demon guards the core, a 6-finned source demon. As she approaches, a suffocating darkness radiates from it, and with a single command, the demon unleashes waves of energy that shake her entire consciousness. At first, she's terrified, but slowly she begins to give in. The power calls to her. It pulls her closer, trying to consume her mind and turn her into a servant of the demonic race. Right before she loses herself, a hand grabs hers. The black-finned demon appears, the same woman from her dreams. Effortlessly, she overrides the situation, declaring that Leu belongs to her, and she has no intention of letting go. The source demon is stunned. Standing before it is one of the 6 great King Finns, a being who governs time and space itself. The Black King reveals her interest in Leu, stating she wants to ensure a smooth transformation for her. Leu finally realizes the truth. The power inside her came from this being, from an 8-finned king. Before she can process it fully, another presence appears. Crimson. Even the source demon freezes. 2 King Finns in the same place. That alone is absurd. Crimson immediately expresses his annoyance, calling out the Black King for interfering with his plans. Meanwhile, Aang finally understands. Leu is connected to an 8-finned demon just like him. Both kings casually interact, while Aang is left completely overwhelmed, watching 2 monsters far beyond his level treat this like a casual meeting. Crimson lightly scolds her, warning that her involvement is causing problems, but she brushes it off, saying she was simply worried. Then without warning, she considers killing Leu entirely, claiming she's no longer necessary. That's the moment Aang snaps. He enters his 6th form and charges at her without hesitation. A bold move. A stupid move. He's attacking an 8-finned king. With a single tap, she shuts him down, instantly. He's knocked out of his form, his body paralyzed, trapped in a state where he feels constant pain. She casually remarks how insulting it is for a mere human to attack her. After letting him suffer for a moment, she releases him, allowing him to breathe again, leaving him trembling as he finally understands the gap between them. This isn't a fight. This is an entirely different existence. Crimson steps in, giving Aang a reality check. If she truly wanted them dead, they wouldn't even realize it happened. That's the level she operates on. But what's more shocking is this. It's the first time she has ever spared a human on a whim, meaning she's already being unusually merciful. Crimson orders Aang to leave, trusting that she'll handle the rest. Before exiting, Aang warns her not to harm Leu, which is honestly bold considering the situation. Then both he and Crimson withdraw, leaving Leu alone with the Black King. With Crimson gone, she sighs, calling things boring again before turning her attention back to Leu. The source demon doesn't resist. It knows it stands no chance. The Black King gently taps Leu's forehead. Instantly, Leu enters a new state. Her form begins to change, mirroring the Black King's presence as her power fully synchronizes. The green core inside her begins to merge completely, blooming into something far greater. Outside, Aang waits. He's no longer interfering. Now all he can do is trust her to return. Without warning, Leu's body erupts with heat, demonic energy surging wildly as her form shifts in an instant, pushing her straight into a 6-finned evolution. This version of her is something else entirely. Aromatic Leu. Even Aang freezes for a second, barely recognizing her, while the Crimson King calmly explains that this transformation isn't normal. It's the result of the Black King's influence, forcing her evolution into a completely different state. Curious, she raises her hand. And just like that, Aang is dragged toward her by an invisible force. No warning, no resistance, pulled in like a puppet. She stops him midair, staring straight into him, and instead of talking about power, instead of testing her abilities, she asks him one thing: does he like her? That's it, Aang's brain just shuts down. Out of everything happening, this is what she chooses to ask. Even the Crimson King looks mildly disturbed, silently questioning how humans can be this unpredictable, even with godlike power. Before things spiral further, Lan and the others crash into the room, drawn in by the noise, only to witness Aang getting completely toyed with by a demonic version of Leu. That's when reality snaps back. Her transformation fades. her confidence disappears. And just like that, she's back to being completely embarrassed, desperately explaining that the transformation made her act like that. Now it's Suju's turn. Holding the core in her hands, she casually comments on how warm and light it feels, almost like it's nothing. Aang immediately calls her out, thinking she's joking around, warning her that if she doesn't take this seriously, the core will straight up devour her. She just laughs it off. Same old Suju, still unserious, still dangerous. Aang sighs, then begins guiding her, telling her to calm her mind, focus, and prepare for what's coming, warning her that she'll face intense physical and mental backlash just like the others. But before anything else, she needs to enter the core's domain, and somehow she does it instantly. No struggle, no delay, she just enters. Even Aang is caught off guard. Realizing he has to follow, he activates his six-finned form and dives in after her, where he finds the Crimson King already observing. The king remarks how strange she is. Unlike the others, she feels no pain, no resistance, no fear. She just walks forward, straight toward the source demon, and absorbs it, not just the core but the demon itself. Even Aang is stunned. The Crimson King impressed. This level of compatibility, it's absurd. Her body erupts in blue energy, releasing a shockwave as her transformation begins. And just like that, she awakens. Blue core, six fins, her horns jagged, her presence sharp, her aura completely different. She looks at her wings, testing them, but honestly nobody's paying attention to the wings. In the next second she vanishes, reappearing right in front of Aang, fast, confident, dangerous. Aang realizes it instantly, she's a natural, a hidden monster this entire time. In the next scene, all four of them activate their six-finned demonic forms and blast out of the town, streaking across the sky in different colors, leaving the citizens below completely stunned. Aang carries Lena, explaining they need a safer place to test their new strength properly. Lena suggests a location immediately, a massive demon cave near Dawn City, a place so dangerous even elite warrior squads avoid it entirely. Aang smiles, perfect. Lena watches them and quietly realizes something. These four with this power, they might actually stand on equal ground with the new six heroes. But then she makes a decision. She's leaving. Aang immediately questions her, thinking he did something wrong, but she shuts that down. It's not him, it's her. Her core is almost depleted. She can't fight at full strength anymore, and staying with them would only slow them down. Aang flicks her forehead without hesitation, calling that out instantly. She's one of the strongest heroes alive. There's no way she's becoming a burden, and if that's the issue, he'll get her a new seven-finned core himself. Simple, but Lena doesn't budge. Even with a new core, she doesn't believe she can keep up. Not anymore. She finally admits the truth. After the original Aang died, she stopped fighting. The new king took over. She was allowed to live peacefully, and over time she drifted away from battle. The only reason she picked up her weapon again was because of him. Now she's tired, aging. The only thing keeping her youthful is the green core. Without it, she'd already be an old woman nearing her end. She even jokes about it, pointing out how Aang got a new young body while she didn't get that luxury. But behind that joke, there's weight. She looks at the others, full of life, growing stronger, and realizes she doesn't belong on the front lines anymore. Taking his hand, she assures him this is her choice. She'll support them, just not from the battlefield. Aang tries to stop her, but she shuts him down again, telling him to find her when the time comes to rescue Dessa. Then she hands him something, a locator compass. A device that tracks her position at all times, complete with advanced features, even voice commands. Along with it, she gives him records of multiple demonic nests for the team to target. Aang takes them, still uneasy, asking where she's going. She answers calmly. She'll return to Dawn City, gather her belongings, and then move to a smaller town. Retire. That word hits hard, retire, from someone like her. Before leaving, she gives him one final piece of advice. About Lu, she's noticed everything, and she tells him to take responsibility. Because when it comes to emotions, he's clueless. With that, she turns away, choosing to leave without making it emotional, even though deep down she loves him, and she knows he's already found someone else. As she walks away, Aang shouts after her, telling her not to refuse when he finds her a new seven-finned core. She just smiles to herself, calling him an idiot. The team regroups, asking what happened. Aang brushes it off, saying she has personal matters to handle. Lu feels a quiet sadness, wishing she could have thanked her properly. Lan asks the obvious. Are they heading to the demon cave? Aang nods, that's the plan. And now he has a new goal, find a seven-finned core for Lena. With that, the team transforms again, ready to move. The scene shifts back to Dawn City. Lena sneaks in through a window, avoiding increased security caused by earlier events. She's in a rush. She needs to grab her things and leave, but she's not alone. Someone's already inside, watching her. Van Dylan, the strongest dual green core warrior. He casually reveals a small red box, the one she came back for. Her expression freezes because she knows exactly what's inside. A memory from the past, a necklace, something the original Aang once made for her during a mission, something she treasured enough to risk coming back for. Dylan mocks her for it, calling it nothing more than a useless sentimental item, but for her it means everything. He scoffs at the necklace like it's worthless, calling it nothing more than a stupid stone, mocking the person who gave it to her, pushing harder with every word until it finally snaps something inside Lena. She lunges, grabs the necklace. But the moment she does, Dylan drives his knee straight into her stomach, the impact blasting her into the ceiling with a violent crack, her body barely holding together before he vanishes and reappears above her. Another kick. This time she reacts, throwing up a barrier just in time, but even that barely helps as the force sends her crashing across the room. She manages to stand, but her arm is already fractured, barely able to keep up. Dylan floats there calm, almost bored, looking down at her like she's nothing, commenting how her energy now feels no different from a normal warrior, mocking her age, calling her a washed-up relic. That hits hard. Enraged, Lena fires back, calling him out for violating the new king's orders, questioning why he's interfering in her life when she's already stepped away from being a warrior. He doesn't deny it. He simply says he suspects her. Something about her doesn't sit right with him. As he forms an energy lance in his hand, he continues mocking her, laughing at the idea that the king would ever care about someone like her. Absolute disrespect. Right as he prepares to strike, Lena notices something. A cat, on the rooftop, small, defenseless. And in the direct path of the attack, without thinking she moves. She throws herself forward the instant Dylan releases the spear, taking the hit head-on, the explosion tearing through the area, but she survives. And more importantly, the cat escapes. That's the kind of person she is. But that moment of distraction costs her everything. Dylan dashes past her instantly, mocking her for protecting something so insignificant, grabbing her with overwhelming force and dragging her out of the city like she weighs nothing. Her body is slammed into the forest, tossed and battered until she's left broken, barely conscious. He walks up to her slowly, staring down at her weakened state, commenting on her depleted core, reminiscing about how she once saved hundreds of people with her bare hands, and how satisfying it would be to destroy those hands, to erase that legacy. And then her screams, echoing into the sky, cut back to Aang and the others. They're making insane progress, working together to bring down a 7-fin demon, finally securing a core. Even Aang admits their teamwork still needs improvement, but it's a solid win. Then he feels it. Something's wrong, a sudden disturbance from Dawn City. Without hesitation, he activates the locator compass. And what it tells him freezes everything. Critical condition, near death. The voice alert hits all of them at once. No hesitation, they move, all four launch into the sky at full speed, tracking her signal like a missile, and when they finally arrive they stop. Dead, the scene in front of them is unbearable. Lena, on the ground, arms severed. The necklace clenched in her mouth, barely breathing. Suju can't even process it. Lan's rage spikes instantly. Lu doesn't waste a second, forcing them to focus, telling them to save her first before anything else. She starts healing immediately, while Suju and Lan take positions, scanning the surroundings, knowing something this brutal didn't just happen randomly. Aang doesn't move, he just stares at the necklace. The one he gave her, he remembers how happy she was, that's why she came back for that. For something he barely thought about. And now this is the result. The guilt hits hard, but Lu's voice cuts through it. The damage is too severe. Internal organs shattered, green core depleted, she can't heal herself anymore. Her body is already reverting, the youth fading as the core fails. Lu trembles, even with all her power, she can't save her. Aang refuses to accept it, asking if the 7-fin core can help. Lu shakes her head, not like this, but there is one option, a desperate one. She can use the Black King's power, a time block. Freeze Lena's state, slow her death to a crawl, but it comes at a cost. Lu would have to stay completely focused, she wouldn't be able to move, and even then it only delays the inevitable. When the sun rises, it ends. Suju struggles to even understand how someone could do this to Lena, even in her weakened state. Aang stands up, silently, and gives orders. Lu focuses on healing, the others stay alert. Lan comes with him, he already knows who did this. He says the name Van Dylan. One of the 6 heroes. The moment they hear it, the atmosphere changes, but Aang is certain that aura he knows it, he's fought it before. And worse, this wasn't random, this was intentional. Lena was left alive on purpose. As bait, Lu warns him this is dangerous. Even with their current power, the 6 heroes are a different level entirely, but she already knows. Looking at him now, there's no stopping him. His anger is absolute. His aura explodes outward, demonic energy surging as he makes a promise, not just to kill Dylan, but to take his core. Cut. Aang and Lan approach Dawn City at full speed. Lan points out the risks, reminding him this is humanity's strongest S-rank city packed with defenses and civilians. Aang knows, better than anyone, that barrier, it can withstand a 7-finned attack from the outside. But from the inside, it's a different story. He decides not to break in. Instead, he calls him out. They crash down near the city walls, the impact sending shockwaves through the area, instantly putting the guards on high alert. At first, they assume it's a demon attack. Then the smoke clears and they see them. Humans with demonic forms, that alone breaks their system. Turrets are manually aimed, defense cannons locked on. Aang watches it all, realizing something bitter. These are weapons he once designed, and now they're aimed at him. He's being treated like a demon. That alone pisses him off, so he doesn't hold back. He roars toward the city, demanding Van Dillen step out, clarifying they're not here to invade. But the guards don't hear that. All they hear is disrespect and a threat. A beam cannon fires straight at Aang before it lands. Lan steps in, takes it head-on. No damage, not even a scratch. The guards are stunned. That level of defense, it's not normal. Backup is called immediately. Lan turns to Aang, trying to calm him down, asking if he's really about to turn this into a massacre. And for a moment it looks like he might. The Crimson King's voice echoes in his head, urging him to wipe them out, to crush them. But Aang holds back, barely. His humanity still fighting. The guards don't know that. They keep escalating, more weapons, more reinforcements, and then the air shifts, a figure appears, hovering under the moon. Van Dillen, he drops in instantly, attacks without a word. Lan raises his barrier to max and it shatters on contact. The shockwave sends him flying. Aang catches him, both of them lock eyes on Dillen. He smirks, impressed. And the moment the guards see him, they relax. Their hero is here, cannons charge again, ready to assist him. Dillen looks at them, then at Aang, then at Lan, and finally connects the dots. Humans with demonic power, and Lena, his expression twists, he mocks her. Accuses her of siding with demons, of betraying humanity. That's it, that's the final trigger. Aang's aura explodes. Lightning surges violently around him, and this time he's not holding back. Dillen locks onto that surge of energy instantly, his eyes narrowing as he studies it. Something about that aura feels familiar, unsettling even, yet he still can't piece together why Lena would ever align herself with beings like this. Meanwhile, Aang doesn't waste another second. He gives Snow one simple order, no hesitation, no room for debate: hold off the backup, stop the warriors from interfering, that's all that matters. As for himself, he makes it clear. Van Dillen dies by his hands, no one else's, and then he moves. A blur of rage and lightning as he closes the distance in an instant, sword cutting forward with killing intent, but Dillen reacts just as fast, summoning a barrier that barely intercepts the strike, yet even that isn't enough. The blade still bites through, not deep, but enough. Enough to make Dillen feel it, enough to make him realize something is very wrong. That aura, he's felt it before. Aang doesn't give him time to think. He attacks again, faster, more brutal, forcing Dillen to layer defenses one after another, energy shields stacking as the two clash in midair, waves of power colliding and exploding outward. One strike lands, Aang is pushed back, but to him it means nothing. He grabs the energy strand mid-attack, yanks it like a chain, dragging Dillen straight into him, and drives a vicious kick into his stomach. The kind of hit that reminds even monsters what pain feels like. Dillen retaliates instantly, forming a massive arm of energy, grabbing Aang and hurling him skyward, laughing as he does, wondering aloud if this fury is personal, if Aang is driven by some grudge. And then he slams him down, hard. The impact shakes the ground, sending Aang's sword spinning away, crashing near Snow's position. Over there, it's chaos. Snow stands alone against the warriors, pushing them back with overwhelming force, yet holding back, refusing to kill even when he clearly could. And that confuses them, because demons don't hesitate. Demons don't show restraint, but before they can figure it out, a beam strikes. From above the walls, two figures emerge. Captains, seven-fin monsters. Real power has entered the battlefield. They step forward without hesitation, ready to crush the invaders, while behind them the city's defenses begin charging again, preparing to rain destruction. Snow understands immediately. This is bad, very bad. If those two break through, Aang is finished. So he plants himself in their path, raises everything he has, becoming the shield that stands between them and his friend. Back to Aang, he's struggling. Even with his current strength, even with everything he's gained, Dillen is still overwhelming. Spears of energy begin forming, dozens of them hovering ready to end it all in a single strike. In that moment, Aang glances over, and his heart drops. Snow's barrier is gone, he's down. The sky begins to lighten. Dawn is coming, Lena's time is running out. And for the first time, Aang breaks. He calls out, not with pride, not with confidence, but desperation. He begs for the Crimson King. Dillen doesn't care. He launches the attack, laughing, convinced this is the end, mocking the foolishness of a demon daring to challenge Dawn City until something snaps, a sharp sound, blood, his ear gone just like that. His expression changes instantly. Fear, real fear, because that attack should have killed. But instead, something else steps forward from the smoke. Not Aang, something far worse, the Crimson King. He stands there casually, almost bored, mocking Dillen's arrogance, pointing out how he should have surrendered long ago. Dillen trembles. He doesn't understand. How did that weak body suddenly contain this level of power? The Crimson King doesn't explain. He simply raises his hand and his sword returns. Crimson Tide, reunited. For the first time in a long while, he smiles, pleased to wield it again, remarking how it's time to show the boy what true swordsmanship looks like. The moment he takes full control, everything changes. The air itself trembles, cores shake, warriors freeze. Some don't even realize it, but their instincts are already screaming at them to run. And many do, turning back toward the city. Retreating, others try to hold their ground, shouting orders, threatening their own men to stay and fight, but it's pointless. Snow watches from below, stunned. This is Aang anymore. This is something else entirely. Authority, absolute, the presence of a true king. Dylan tries to steady himself, forcing confidence back into his voice, analyzing the situation, convincing himself this is just another evolution, maybe even a 7-fin level, something he can still handle. So he attacks, summons vines, soul-devouring constructs, launching them forward with overwhelming force, but he never even sees it. The Crimson King is already above him. One swing, that's all it takes. Dylan barely reacts in time, blocking with everything he has, but the impact alone sends him crashing into the ground, tearing through it like he's nothing. The surrounding warriors watch in disbelief, their strongest fighter being toyed with. And the Crimson King, he notices something, cracks forming across Aang's body. This vessel can't handle him, not for long. Even so, he's amused, because even in this weakened state, he's still beyond them. Back on the battlefield, Dylan stands again, barely analyzing that last attack. It wasn't normal. It wasn't even close. His pride takes a hit, and that he cannot accept, not here, not in front of everyone, so he escalates, decides to move the battlefield. He launches himself forward, aiming to push the fight away from the city, gathering all his strength into a single charge, but the Crimson King doesn't move. He simply swings, clean, effortless. Dylan's arm gone, severed instantly. His scream tears through the battlefield as fear finally takes over. The warriors watching begin to waver, their belief shaken. Humiliated, enraged, Dylan unleashes everything, waves of energy exploding outward in all directions, desperate, reckless. The Crimson King doesn't even flinch. He raises his blade and cuts through it. The explosion rocks the area, forcing everyone to brace, but when it clears, Dylan stands there, broken, missing an arm, breathing heavy, and still he can't believe it. Nothing worked, nothing even scratched him. The Crimson King looks at him like he's nothing, calls him a clown, points out something brutal: that attack Dylan just used. If it missed, it would have hit the city, the very place he claims to protect. A warrior endangering his own people, while a demon stood in place and blocked it. The irony hits hard. Dylan's pride shatters further, and then another voice emerges. From within, Aang, for the first time, his anger isn't controlled, it's raw, vicious. He doesn't want victory, he wants suffering. He begs the Crimson King to tear Dylan apart piece by piece, to make him feel everything Lena felt. That request alone seals Dylan's fate, but time is running out. The Crimson King feels it, the cracks spreading. This body won't last. Still, he smiles, acknowledges Dylan's strength, gives him credit as one of the strongest warriors of this era, but makes one thing clear before he's forced out. He's going to leave Aang something valuable: techniques, skills, a glimpse of true power. Cut back in the forest, Aang's team moves fast, cutting down demons without hesitation, clearing everything in their path as if it's nothing. Because while a king is rewriting the battlefield, his allies are making sure nothing interferes. Suju is out here tearing through demons like they were never a threat in the first place. Her demonic state is insanely powerful, but even she is starting to reach her limit. The forest is crawling with demons waiting to ambush her, and she has no choice but to face them head-on, buying every second she can for Leu. Speaking of Leu, she is still locked in the healing process, but time is running out. If Aang does not return with the 7-fin core soon, Lena's chances are going to collapse fast. The scene returns to the battle of the century, where the Crimson King is trading blows with humanity's strongest warrior. From the way the fight is going, Dylan is the desperate attacker, trying everything he can to land one clean hit. He surrounds the demon with countless soul-devouring vines, but the Crimson King cuts them apart like they are nothing. At this point, he is basically flexing. Dylan pushes his output to the maximum, making the vines sharper, stronger, and more violent. The destruction spreads across the battlefield, but none of it matters. The Crimson King speed blitzes him again and appears right behind him. Yeah, it is that classic "he's standing behind me, isn't he?" moment. Before Dylan can even turn, the 8-fin demon drives his blade straight through his abdomen. Now things look bad for Dylan, and he knows it. He finally understands that he is not fighting a normal 7-fin demon. This monster is beyond that level entirely. By wrapping his aura around the blade, the Crimson King extends its reach and lands the earlier strike with ease. Even the prestigious warriors who admired Lord Dylan can only watch helplessly as their hero gets pushed further and further back. They try to move in and support him, but Snow, despite being knocked down earlier, suddenly grabs both of them. He refuses to let anyone interrupt Aang's fight. One hasty warrior fires a beam into him, trying to break free from his grasp, but Snow endures the pain and holds on. He understands his own limits now. A 7-core warrior can still crush him if they go all out, but he refuses to give up. He wants justice for Lena too. So this time he uses the power he had been saving from his demonization. Cracks spread across his back. Then a wave of energy erupts from his beaten body, alarming every warrior nearby. The high-core warriors cannot understand how one demonified human can carry this much willpower. And right there, they witness the birth of his 5th fin. Snow's evolved body glows with golden trails running across him, and his resolve sharpens into one purpose: protect Aang's fight. Back to the main battlefield, or honestly the one-sided massacre. Van Dillen is tossed around like a ragdoll and has to use his own magic just to stop himself from crashing further. In retaliation, he creates dozens of energy mines around the field. This attack is called Void Render Blast. Hoping it will finally work, Dillen detonates the mines into concentrated strikes aimed directly at the Crimson King. But the Crimson King does not even use a special technique. He simply lifts his sword, and in the next instant, every single mine is erased by one slash. Moments later, Dillen's body plummets into the ground with a brutal impact. When the dust clears, he is buried in the earth like an insect crushed under someone's heel, exactly where his ego belongs. At this point, Dillen has lost his other arm as well. His body has taken far too much damage. He realizes something horrifying. He is being given the same treatment he gave Lena, but instead of fearing death, Dillen finds it amusing. Meanwhile, Aang's body is beginning to collapse from the strain, so he urges the Crimson King to finish him and take his core. The Crimson King responds by pouring power into his blade, wrapping it in a violent red aura. Seeing that the demon is about to end him, Dillen feels provoked. He thinks he has been mocked long enough. Using his energy manipulation, he carves out 2 new arms for himself, regenerating them like they were never gone. A smile spreads across his face. He admits that before this battle, they had never intended to reveal this trump card in public because of the new king's orders. Then the twist hits. Demonic energy wings burst from Dillen's body. He says his only option now is to kill his opponent. Both Aang and the Crimson King are shocked as Dillen completes his transformation. The hero reveals his trump card, demonization. For someone who despises demons so much, he sure has no problem using their power when it benefits him. The evolved Van Dillen is now a 7-fin dual-core warrior, supercharged by demonization. Even the suppressed Crimson King finds it interesting, immediately understanding Dillen's plan. This entire fight was meant to lure the enemy away from Dawn City, so no one would witness his demonized form. That way, no one would know their beloved hero is basically a demon too. Amused, Dillen praises the Crimson King for figuring it out so quickly. He then reveals he has never used this form against an enemy before, because he was already overwhelmingly powerful without it. Even though he hates this demonic form, he had to throw away his pride just to stand a chance. Dillen vanishes, then reappears from nowhere, calling his new form invincible. This time, he finally lands a hit on the 8-fin demon, smashing him into the ground with an abyssal soul-devouring pillar. Refusing to let the fight end there, Dillen follows with more spears, nuking the Crimson King's position with repeated blasts until the ground erupts with explosions. When the attack ends, Dillen stares down at what should be his opponent's remains, but the Crimson King stands unharmed. He blocked everything with his sword. Even after humanity's strongest warrior entered demonization, he still could not touch him. The Crimson King admits Dillen's power evolved beyond his calculations. Dillen, in return, praises Aang's endurance for surviving this long. But apparently, along with his evolved power, his ego evolved too, because Dillen now believes he is truly invincible in this form. The Crimson King actually enjoys the challenge. He says this is the first time someone standing before him has dared to speak that way. Then he grips his sword. Demonic power erupts from him, sending out crackling lightning, shockwaves, and pressure so heavy the surrounding earth can barely withstand his presence. Dillen begins questioning how one demon can possess such terrifying might. The Crimson King answers with pure excitement. He is happy to show Dillen the difference between them, but then it happens. Just as the battle is about to climb to another level, Aang's body begins to tremble under the Crimson King's power. Blood spills from within. After enduring the entire fight, this body can no longer act as the Demon Lord's vessel. The Crimson King realizes continuing will be dangerous. If he pushes further, Aang's body may fully collapse, damaging Crimson's own plans in the process. He finds it pathetic. After being trapped inside Aang for so long, he finally had an opponent worth enjoying, and now the vessel is failing him. So he mutters a chant and disperses Aang's strength. Dillen is shocked as the aura suddenly changes. The monster in front of him has powered down. After the explosion fades, Aang regains control of his body, barely able to hold onto the sword. He does not understand why the Crimson King withdrew right when they were reaching the climax of the battle, right when they finally had a chance to kill Dillen. But Crimson reminds him it was the only choice. If he had not returned control, Aang would have died. And that would ruin Crimson's goals, which is funny because returning control basically leaves Aang to die anyway. Aang points out the obvious. Even in his normal state, he could barely stand against Dillen before. Now Dillen has entered a godlike demonized state, so the gap is even worse. Lena is at death's door, his friends are relying on him, and he still has to finish the job. Crimson gives him one possible way out. The weapon in Aang's hand, Crimson Tide, is still a gateway to much of Crimson's power. If Aang can harness its endless strength, he may have a chance. Crimson tells him to let his spirit become one with the sword's soul. The weapon will guide him and show him what to do. Aang is baffled. He asks if Crimson is seriously telling him to talk to a sword, But Crimson laughs and explains that this sword is the most reliable companion he has ever had. It has survived countless battles far beyond this one. All Aang has to do is focus his strength and awaken the sword. The Crimson King taunts Aang, saying that if he cannot even defeat human trash like Dylan, then maybe he was never that special to begin with. Demonized Dylan quickly connects the dots. That overwhelming power from earlier was not Aang himself, but another force living inside his body, something far beyond Dylan's understanding. And now that the force is gone, Dylan sees his golden chance to end Aang for good. He unleashes his soul-devouring vines again. But Aang ignores the taunts and focuses everything on the sword. He calls out to Crimson Tide, begging the blade to answer him. In response, the sword releases demonic energy. It has finally awakened. Back in the forest, Suju is still fighting like an absolute beast, speed blitzing demons left and right, buying Lei as much time as possible. But even she is starting to feel the fatigue. This has become a battle of endurance against an endless swarm of low-level demons. Suddenly, the demons lurking in the forest hear a terrifying roar. The pressure makes them tremble, and they immediately begin retreating to make way for stronger monsters. From the trees, a six-finned demon emerges with several higher-ranked demons beside it. They have been drawn out by the scent coming from Suju. Things are looking bad because Suju was already struggling against dozens of weaker demons, and now stronger ones have arrived. Lei asks what is happening, unable to stop healing Lena to check for herself. Suju stays quiet for a moment, then tells her to lock in and keep focusing on Lena's healing. She admits this next fight is going to be much harder than everything before. One of the higher-ranked demons gets excited after seeing Suju's humanoid demon form and suggests keeping her alive for later. Even the demons in this story are freaky, but Suju does not care. She is about to go into overdrive and wipe them out. With no intention of leaving any of them alive, Suju attacks one of the higher-level demons with terrifying speed, aiming to kill at least one immediately and reduce the pressure later. But while she keeps that demon busy, two others move behind her. Both slash into her back. Somehow, Suju uses the force of their attacks to flip backward, surprising them with her quick recovery. She spins upside down and unleashes a storm of slashes in every direction. The attack kills another demon, while the last two six-finned demons barely escape her Tempest Waltz. Even after pushing her this far, one demon praises her tactics, impressed that she forced them back despite being wounded. After seeing her deadly skills, the six-finned demon prepares a technique of his own, wrapping flames around his hand. But before he can react, Suju is already above him. She lands a killing blow and destroys him in one hit. Unfortunately, Suju's body is reaching its limit after burning so much energy in short bursts. Then another problem appears. The first demon she attacked earlier gets back up. Its wounds rapidly heal. It mocks her for thinking it was dead and promises to teach her what real pain feels like. Then the five-finned demon bursts forward with incredible speed. But this time, it goes after Lei, who cannot defend herself while healing Lena. Despite the Beitan switch, Suju still catches up, blasting the demon from behind and protecting her friend. Suju refuses to let this plan fail. Lei is relieved that Suju reached her in time, but because Suju focused completely on protecting Lei, she forgets about the other demons. A powerful attack slams into her from behind. Blood sprays from her body as Lei screams her name. Suju pants heavily, knowing her body cannot endure much more. Furious, she retaliates by unleashing another slicing ability, Blade Fury. She cuts the Hierophant demon's head clean off, Attack on Titan style. Then she grips her weapon tightly, staring down the remaining lower-level demons still preparing to attack. Suju does not care anymore. She tells them to come and get a piece. But after watching her slaughter multiple six-finned demons, the lower-level demons lose their courage. Instead of attacking, they scatter. Lei thanks her for holding on until the end, but Suju does not respond. After enduring countless wounds and exhausting every bit of energy in her body, Suju loses consciousness while still standing. Honestly, that is one of the coldest ways to go out. In one night, she defeated 2 6-finned demons, 1 5-finned demon, 6 4-finned demons, 16 3-finned demons, 22 finned demons, and 45 1-finned demons, all while protecting Lei. Now we return to Aang, who has freshly awakened Crimson Tide. The sword is offended that Aang can even speak with it, because he is not supposed to be the Crimson King. Aang, meanwhile, is just happy that he finally managed to communicate with a sword, though the way he is caressing the blade is honestly a little sus. Demonized Van Dylan refuses to be ignored any longer. He fires out a burst of soul-devouring vines, claiming Aang has no chance now that the demonic force inside him is no longer helping. Aang tells Crimson Tide to help him kill Dylan, and hilariously the sword refuses, just says no, and leaves Aang to get wrapped up by the vines. The vines bind his entire body and pin him down. Worse, they begin siphoning his energy, meaning the longer he stays trapped, the worse his condition gets. Demonized Dylan explains that his poisonous vines devour energy until their victim becomes nothing but blood. Aang struggles as power drains out of him. He pleads with Crimson Tide again, asking why the blade refuses to obey him. The sword laughs, saying no one except the Crimson King himself can truly wield it. Then it asks Aang who he even is. At this point, the vines form a cage around Aang, covering almost every inch of his body. Dylan watches, then suddenly, red beams flash from inside the cage. The vines explode outward with crackling red lightning. Aang stands again, holding himself upright with the sword's power, declaring that if he dies, he will die on his feet. Dylan cannot understand how Aang still has the lightning element, even though Aang has been using it since the beginning. Realizing he cannot allow this kid to live any longer, Dylan prepares to end him with his next attack. Then Crimson Tide starts laughing like a maniac. The sword has sensed a unique power from Aang's red lightning, and now considers him worthy to be its companion. With the two finally synchronized, Aang raises the demonic sword toward the sky and commands it to obey him. But to his shock, the sword shatters into hundreds of fragments. No, this is not because of Dylan's attack. Crimson Tide can change shape depending on its wielder's strength. For Aang, the blade reforms and wraps itself around his right arm, becoming part of his body and giving him access to its full power. With the weapon fused to him, Aang smiles. For the first time, he has a real chance against Dylan. He praises Crimson Tide for being insanely powerful. While Aang is busy glazing his weapon, Dylan feels completely left out and has no idea what is happening anymore. At this point, he has seen so much plot armor and evolution that he no longer cares. Demonized Dylan unleashes his strongest ability yet. He summons Leviathan-sized serpents from portals, one of the coolest skills so far. Dimensional Python Array. The gigantic pythons rush toward Aang, ready to devour him. Aang stands before the three monsters and prepares himself. Then he launches forward with lightning speed. Thanks to the boost from Crimson Tide, Aang tears through the giant serpents from the inside, blasting out of their bodies and destroying Dylan's strongest technique, a feat that should have been impossible. In his final attempt to survive, Dylan does everything he can to block, but Aang is already seconds away from blowing his face off. The attack connects. A cataclysmic clash lights up the sky, shockwaves rippling outward with a deafening blast. Demonized Dylan is left completely baffled by Aang's constant growth, unable to understand how this boy keeps evolving to the point of overpowering him. Aang puts him down with one brutal truth. Dylan is nothing but a fake hero, too arrogant for his own good. And Aang is the embodiment of humanity's former king. He finishes Dylan with his strongest move, but the words former king break Dylan's mind. He cannot comprehend it. There is no way the original Aang should be alive again. Aang's final punch tears through Dylan's defenses and drives straight into his abdomen with a brutal crunch. In that same motion, Aang's earth-shattering strike destroys Dylan's body completely, leaving nothing behind except the dual seven-finned cores that emerge from the demonized hero. Aang snatches both cores instantly, then launches back into the sky, racing toward his friends. Below him, the battlefield is nothing but ruin, the aftermath of two monsters tearing reality apart. Meanwhile, Snow is still holding his ground inside his energy barrier, standing against two higher-core warriors far beyond his level. The older warrior cannot understand how Snow is still resisting after taking so many attacks. The female warrior points out that his defense is not the only problem. His aura keeps evolving the longer the fight continues. It feels like they are facing a creature that refuses to fall, no matter how hard they hit. Thanks to his shield barrier, Snow has become an unbreakable wall, blocking both warriors from interfering with Aang's battle. Even as fatigue piles up, he simply tells them they cannot pass. At this rate, the two warriors decide to end it with one finishing blow. They combine their strongest abilities, hoping to erase him in a single strike before their soldiers' morale collapses. Both launch into the air, their energy twisting together into a massive explosive attack aimed straight at Snow. Even in his newly evolved five-fin demonic state, Snow knows blocking this will take everything he has. Believing this might kill him, he silently wishes Aang success and hopes his friend already finished the fight, but at the final second the devil arrives. Aang crashes down, stomps the ground, and blocks the attack himself. The warriors are stunned speechless. Aang pulls back his fist, lightning surging around it, then with one thunderflash strike, he knocks both warriors out cold. Their bodies slam into the ground as Snow finally smiles, relieved to see his friend return even stronger than before. Aang glances back and tells him he secured the cores. Now it is time to go. In the next scene, the two hurry back toward the forest to find Lena. Even from far away, Aang is unsettled by the heavy scent of blood. Moments later, they find the source. Dozens upon dozens of high-level demon corpses cover the ground. Then Suju bursts from the forest with terrifying speed and tries to punch Aang, mistaking him for another intruder. Aang is alarmed by her condition. She is unconscious, yet her body is still moving, still protecting her friend by instinct alone. He asks if she took down all these demons by herself. His lips tremble, filled with guilt, realizing his late return forced Suju to push herself past every limit. Hearing his voice, Suju's body finally gives out. She falls forward and Aang catches her. Leu, still focused on healing Lena, explains that Suju went all out protecting them, even after losing consciousness. She kept fighting until she sensed Aang's presence and knew everything would be okay. Aang then hands Leu the dual seven-finned cores he retrieved from Dylan. Leu is shocked not only by the cores, but by the fact that Aang actually destroyed one of the new 6 heroes at his current level. Using her power, she manipulates the cores and fuses them into Lena's body. The ground trembles. Shockwaves rise so violently they can be seen from the sky. Lena's aged state begins returning to her youthful appearance the moment she regains the ability to heal herself. Her severed arms reform in spirals of energy, and joy finally spreads across Aang's face as he sees his old friend recovering. But the recovery costs Lena everything she has. Her full power erupts briefly, then she collapses. Everyone calls out her name as she loses consciousness. A while later, Snow explains that it is not as bad as it looks. Leu only fainted from exhaustion. With 2 of their friends knocked out, he admits the girls truly gave everything they had, burning every last drop of energy just to keep going. Aang agrees. He has been blessed with 2 incredible warriors, both stubborn to the very end. He jokes that they probably will not wake up anytime soon, but when Snow does not answer, Aang realizes his homeboy has fallen asleep too. Seeing all of them completely spent softens his heart. He promises to watch over every one of them while they rest. In his heart, he thanks them for making the mission a success.